Stay out 2. We gotta see. They're gonna jump in. The authors, at least one of the authors did say they wanted to read, so yeah, that'd be pretty cool. Fuck, what was I gonna do? Oh yeah, just the. God damn it. Also, I think it's worth saying that if I suddenly just go offline, that is gonna be a fucking power outage because it is lightning outside. I'm hoping it doesn't come to that, but if it does, you know why. Maybe they'll jump in a Discord call in a bit. That's how we read fucking Terry's Day Out, so alright then, I believe this is all set up perfectly fine. We should be ready to read Shaq's Day Out 2. This is the end of the saga, I believe. I don't know. I don't actually know how the full timeline works since I haven't read every spin-off. But I mean, there's a million of them, so I thought we might as well might as well get to the main event. Fuck up. I need to. Dude, don't mind me just pulling the shit up on my. All right, we have got it good. It's like Shaq's Day Out, but 2. As you can see, this is probably going to be a 2-parter because this is usually going to be slower than the. I gotta make sure I didn't get any. Oh, the hype is starting. God, I'm a dumbass. Yeah, because I read chat and stuff, and I'm probably kind of a slow reader, so this is gonna be mostly 2 parts. It's not as long as this is long as balls. 3-parter? It's really that long? God damn. I thought Space Johnny was longer than this. Wasn't that like 3 hours or something? But yeah, I guess it's not too far off, but. Is there a rape story at the. What? What? Oh my god. Jesus. What are these suggestions? Tommy in an angst. Thank you. Kingston everything? Are you trying to tell me something? Oh lord. Okay. So yeah, we don't need to fuck around with the description. I did see the tags, I believe. I don't know. I've never written anything on Wattpad. I like them a lot. Autism Muppet. I am ready. So does it on every Wattpad story? I don't know how Okay, I'm ending the stream right now. I can't. Okay, it's just. Yeah, let's just start. Hope you got your gold bond ready. Let's start reading Shaq. This is the sequel to the story of one man's gallbladder. Shaq's Kermit alarm clock rang with its heavy chips as always. "Wake up, you old spice," Terry shouted, whilst chucking "fuck the basketball" at his face. "Ow, my frontal lobe," shouted Shaq. Terry then responded with a quick, "I'm sorry." Terry had just gotten up off the carpet as the two were having a sleepover at Casa de Shaquille. Suddenly, Carl bursts through the wall, directly next to the door, to immediately witness Terry and Shaq in their undergarments. "Morning, dads." Morning. Yeah, I read that wrong. "Morning, guys." Dad finished making the croissants and other unbalanced breakfast comestibles, said Carl. I like the imagery. already. What fanfics have I... Oh, Jesus. I don't know. Can you answer that for me? Okay, these, they're getting a little better. There's no Dream on here anymore. I'll take that. I'll take the rape story over Dream, honestly. Ah, shouted Carl as he poured Gold Bond into his nipple sockets so they could act as a rocket, propelling him to a breakfast featuring a croissant at the bottom of the stairs. Shaq and Terry just looked at each other and both sat on Shaq's bed. The bed flung them backwards down a chute. When they landed in the kitchen, they were fully clothed. Vincent was eating ice from a bucket with a side of small chicken. Hello, sus, said Vincent as pimple juices exerted into the ice in children. Terry and Shaq then went for the cabinet. Shaq reached in and grabbed some fruity pebbles. His face was on the box. I get supple, Shaq said with glee. Terry also reached his muscular mittens into the dank, dark closet where Vincenta Grants lives in the lowest shelf. Hi, Sonny, she said from her granny cranny. Terry squeezed something in the blackness. Aha, he said. He pulled out the box and put on his reading glasses. He read aloud. Raisin Bran cereal. He started as his smile turned into crippling depression. Terry then threw the box out the window, and it hit an edgy midget with Parkinson's disease. Upon reading the box, the midget exploded. Rip. Why do you have that? Asked Terry. I know not of this, for I am not a homo sapien who has obtained a degree of the medical kind, replied Shaq. Terry then grabbed some Reese's Puffs, and they all ate breakfast. X my blue small... What the... Dream X my blue snowball Mike. Nice. I am noticing, I think the pages are a bit longer, and I can imagine the finale page, we're going to be going through an epic time. Okay, fuck my mouse wheel. Soon Vincent grabbed Carl, Shaq, and Terry and threw them out the window, and they landed on the sidewalk. The three witnessed Bus Mufasa drive away without them. "Oh man, we missed the bus," said Shaq. "And Spencer is at his locker usually at this point," said Terry. "Well, I guess we could walk to school then, mates," said Carl. As they walked to school, they began to sing, and other OCs joined them on their walk to school. Fuck you, I'm not singing that. We're doing a sequel. We're back, a popular demand. Come on, everybody, strike up the band. We're doing a sequel. That's what we do in Miiverse, and everybody knows that the sequel's never quite as good. Was this the song in the Muppets Most Wanted? I haven't seen that in forever, but I thought I remember that line. A sequel, another feature attraction. Places, please. Gas the Tootsies. Roll story action. I thought it was the end, but no, my friends, this is when we get to do it all again. Till the credits roll. Man, this is a song, alright. We got another goal to show. We can do it all again. Rebecca Skloot. Okay, it changed. We're doing a sequel. There's no... Should I read all this? This is... I don't do singing. Fuck it. We can't do any worse than JoJo Part 3. We're doing a sequel. The studio want more. While they wait for someone to make Muppet Boom 4. I thought it was the end. But no, my friends, this is when we get to do it all again. Until the credits roll. We've got another go to show them we can do it all again. Okay, I think this is just... Okay, they're kind of repeating, but they're kind of going back, so... let's give it a go with Mimi OCs and more Pokemon Go jokes. Fuck you, Toby. We're doing a sequel. I don't mean to be a stickler, but actually, this is the third installment of our original joke story. We're doing a sequel. Let's give it a shot. Yeah, the Beaver is actually read the Shaq's Day Out and Terry's Day Out. He's a real fan. All we need now is a half-decent plot. Got it. An epic love story between a very handsome mustache brony and a beautiful pony. 50 Shades of Nay. Does anybody have any other ideas? Oh, it's about a white horse mech attempting to destroy the old high school. Johnny, did you even read our last story? How about one of those fish out of water stories? Yeah, I'm not sure about that, Sebastian. It's about a weeb who marries a beautiful, perfect body pillow, and they have to kiss each other a lot. Ah! Skloot, scoot, skloot, skloot. I don't think Americans read subtitled stories. How about a story where you don't write a story, and we all get to go home early? I assume this is still supposed to be singing because it's italics. Ah ha ha. Good grief. It's about an anti-hero hedgehog, and one night his daughter dies, and he has to live with the consequences and seek revenge on the one who did this to him. That sounds a little edgy, Shadow. Shaq, how about the OCs go on a world tour? Ha! And I thought it was the end, but no, my friends, this is when we get to do it all again until the credits roll. We got another go to show them. We can do it all again. We're doing a sequel. It's more of the same. Let's give it a name. How about Shaq's Day Out Again? It's Shaq's Day Out Again. With Shaq's Day Out Again. It's Shaq's Day Out Again. There's page 1. I know these are gonna get... Oh. Beautiful. Hold on. Oh no, this is just a shit post. You know what? I'm gonna read it after this page. It looks like a really good one. I like it. Shaq, Terry, and Carl scuttled to college. Wait, hold on. Okay, it's not as long as I thought. Yeah, we'll just finish this page and I'll read that real quick because this looks pretty good. Shaq, Terry, and Carl scuttled to college. Carl walked through the iron gates of high school university. As they walked in and saw familiar faces of last year, Carl saw some graffiti painted on the wall. "School is for chumps," he read. "Where am I?" He shuddered. He shuddered out. "We're in college," replied Terry. Shaq reached into his Shaq pack and pulled out Carl's inhaler. "Thanks, Shaquille. Oh God, can't read. Shackabroni and cheese." I don't know why that was so hard to say. "Thanks, Shackabroni and cheese. That's amazing," said Carl as he walked off to his first class. "See ya, Carl," said Shaq. Suddenly, McFrizzleby floated over to Shaq and Terry. "Oh, hey, gang." "Oh, hey, gang," said Frizzle. "Oh, hey, I haven't seen you in like 5 minutes. How was your summer?" said Shaq. "Sweaty and swatty," said MC Frizzle. Just then, Terry glanced over and saw that Lenny was already making a face at him. "Good to see you, Lenny," said Terry as Lenny strutted over. "Good to see you, Terry," replied Lenny. Johnny Bravo was a few yards away, looking at himself in the mirror. "Hey, handsome, ready for your first day in the big leagues? I can't wait to meet all the chicks that..." Johnny started before noticing something in the left corner of his mirror. "Hey, a shiny and reflective surface," he said before running over to it. Suddenly, Shaq felt someone breathing damp air down his neck. He turned around with a wet neck to see Johnny looking at the back of his head and using it as a mirror. "Johnny, good to see you, man," said Shaq. Do I know you?" said Johnny. "Yeah, you do," replied Terry. McFrizzle just made an expression similar to that of Karate Joe when he doesn't punch a paper cup in rhythm. I'm going to assume that's an actual frame because that's what I want to believe. Jesus Christ. Suddenly, Lenny walked over to the... this is how I imagine Discord Predator situations look like. But I mean, like, he's also out of the house, so I guess that doesn't really work. Oh god, fucking shadow. Ooh. Yeah, my mouse wheel sucks. Suddenly, when Lenny walked over to the group, making a huge, "Oh wait," said Lenny, interrupting me, the narrator. I was already reintroduced. "Who the hell is that?" asked Lenny. The second Lenny disappeared into thin air. Just as Lenny was about to ask about the second Lenny in the sixth dimension, Toby walked into Lenny while playing Pokemon Go. He didn't apologize as he didn't notice because he had found a Ditto right on top of Lenny's face. "I've been trying to catch a Ditto all day. Now that I've got you right where I want you, I'd like to collect you for purposes that are completely pointless," said Toby to himself. He tried throwing a Pokeball at Ditto, but his paw-like dogo hands wouldn't register as a swipe. "Curses! Foiled again," said Toby. Everyone just looked at him menacingly. The aura around the group began to get dark and edgy. Suddenly, Shadow's theme from Shadow the Hedgehog game started playing in the background. Okay, you can't do the whole... Oh, copy pasta was found on Reddit. Yeah, I think you get the point. This wasn't a Hedgehog game, for anyone who doesn't know. Edge. I saw the 40 in the title, and I didn't know what the song was called, so I thought it was like a 40-minute loop. I was like, why the fuck? There's Shadow's theme. The figure began skating towards them very quickly, at sonic speed, some may have called it. "Oh no, this is the limited edition, premium exclusive, limited time only, crawling in my skin remix edition," said Terry. A black hedgehog with red stripes walked over to them. "Where's that damn fourth Chaos Emerald?" the voice said to himself. "Hey, I'd know that voice anywhere," began McFrizzlebee. The shadowy figure walked closer to them in an edgy manner. "Man in a Kermit the Frog suit, how have you been?" asked Frizzle. The man took off his shadow suit and said, "Actually, it's Spencer," he said. "Oh," said everyone. "Get pranked, mates. It was actually me, Man in a Kermit suit," said Man. The Seinfeld laugh track played as the group looked around for the real Shadow. Then Spencer came out of Johnny's mirror. "Felicitations," said Spencer. Johnny made a genuine Hank Hill. "Boy, hi Spencer." I can't do that. Said everyone else. Oh no, that wasn't part of the... Boy! I think that's the Hank Hill sound. Hi Spencer was not part of that. That was everyone else. Said everyone else in sync except Toby because he was downloading the Fire Emblem mobile app. Lenny glared at Toby, and even though he was making a Lenny, he was secretly thinking, "Please kill me." Spencer pulled out spaghetti tacos from his aesthetic-themed bloopers. "I brought us some snacks," said Spencer. Lenny Lennied. After about 17 hexagon-shaped seconds, the real Shadow teleported behind Shaq. "Nothing personal, kid," said Shadow. "Oh my god," said Shaq. I had to do the Wario voice. No other way. Startled and frightened and frightled. Avery definitely read that as frightled. And if you didn't, then this is awkward. Hope you did, Avery. Whoever the fuck you are. "Don't hurt me, please," said Shaq. "What? I just said nothing personal. I don't have any personal beef juice with you, Shaq. You're my friend," said Shadow. "Oh," said Shaq. He then broke the silence with, "I nurture my skin." I don't know if you can hear it, but it's kind of fucking thundering. I'm hoping it's not going to do that a whole lot, or at least... "I nurture my skin. Hey, edgy, hedgy, wedgy, hog hedge, edge master, Shadoo," said Man in a Kermit the Frog suit. The gang was all there except Kenny Nish. But then, out of nowhere, Kenny showed up. "Sorry, guys, I was in my horse and carriage, stuck in traffic, and the guy in front of me was talking to his Meemaw about smoke sausage. He wasn't taking too long or anything. I just felt like beating him up because he was using technology, said Kenny, taking a sip of coffee from Storm's man bikini that he was using as a mug. Oh, hey, Kenny, thanks for defending me from being thrown in prison or whatever earlier this summer, said Terry. Hey, it's no problem, Terrence, replied Kenny. Terrence. He could get used to that. Now the gang was all there, the NutShaq and the Terry crew, standing side by side. Now, what could be next? Asked Terry. Let's play I don't know why I said I was thinking the Mari... Fuck, I don't know. Let's play Shaq started before being interrupted by Reed. Hey guys, he started. Well, you know how earlier you said we can go on a world tour? Asked Reed. Yeah, I do, replied Terry. Shaq nodded his shiny head. Well, I was just wondering, guys, if you guys needed a manager, you know, to help you guys keep all your airfare and stuff in check, guys. So, guys, what do you say, guys? Asked Reed. Actually, we don't need to pay airfare. We just travel by map, said Man. Reed frowned. But you could still be our manager, right, guys? Said Shaq. Members of the NutShaq and Terry Grew nodded their head. Oh, great, guys. I promise you guys won't regret this decision, guys. You guys rock, Reed said with a smile that almost broke his jaw. I think the reason I did the Mario voice is because for some reason, when I think of baseball, I was thinking of Mario Super Sluggers. I don't know why. But yeah, we're leaving in a few hours, so pack your bags, guys, he exclaimed. Suddenly, all the OCs on campus started packing their bags. Reed walked past a mural of Paul Prickly and disappeared in the crowd. Just then, there was an announcement over the intercom. Attention students, this is Headmaster Principal Prickly speaking, started Principal Peter Prickly. And also Dean Principal Prickly. Don't forget about me, said Principal Paul Prickly. Ahem. There will be a mandatory field trip around the world in a few hours, so start packing now, said Peter before hanging up. Roz picked it up for the sole purpose of giving the whole campus a free ASMR session featuring her esophageal canal. Shaq, Terry, and Co. already had everything they needed for the trip. Old Spice and Gold Bond. So what should we do while we wait, mates? Asked Spencer. Let's play ball, mates, exclaimed Shaq. Okay, it's okay, never mind. It's just one of the fucking servers I don't even use. I didn't know if I got notifications. Okay, we gotta do the copy pasta now. This is from Cosmic Lonk. Thank you very much for giving us this. My family poops big. Maybe it's genetic. Maybe it's our diet. But everyone births giant logs of crap. If anyone has laid a mega poop, you know that sometimes it won't flush. It lays across the hole in the bottom of the bowl, and the vortex of draining water merely gives it a spin as it mocks you. Growing up, this was a common enough occurrence that our family had a poop knife. It was an old rusty kitchen knife that hung on a nail in the laundry room, only to be used for that purpose. Moves me into tears. What subreddit was that on? Was that just the copy pastas one? I mean, I feel like that's where it would be, but who knows? Maybe someone was less ironic. Family fluids. We got Steve Hardy's beautiful eyes. Hold on, let me make sure. Copy pasta, nice. I thought so. Oh, okay. They're just talking about the weird ass recommendations. They're getting a little more normal now. Oh no, never mind. I didn't notice that. Anyways, as Shaq and his fellow comrades waltzed their way over to the court, they noticed something. Hey, isn't that the court I was tried in? Terry blurted out. You're right, quite right, Kenny said while stroking his beard. Shaq's basketball senses tingled, alerting him that a basketball court was nearby. He then grabbed Toby by the face and used his Pokemon Go GPS to guide him to the basketball court. They then proceeded to walk aimlessly because the tracking system still hasn't been fixed. All right, mates, it appears that we are going to have to do this the supple way, Shaq said while ripping off his shirt. Oh yes, Lenny whispered. Shaq listened to the beat of his pulsating left pec to find the basketball court. Let's play ball, mates, McFrizzle said as they scuttled onto the court. Toby began bouncing the ball with his paws as he prepared himself for the match. Let's get started, Toby said, as he looked down at the ball and realized that the ball was actually a pile of mustard, and they were at a skee-ball machine in the Yuck Yuck hut. Sorry, guys, I was hungry, Shaq said, as he walked up to the counter and asked, Dude, can I get some ketchup? I guess Yuck Yuck Hut's just Weenie Hut Jr. The Robo-Walter then gave him his ketchup and began scanning the room. He then scanned Avery, who was on Discord in the corner of the room. He was using Clarence, the 4G Wi-Fi hotspot for Wi-Fi. You are, in fact, a weenie. They all finished eating, as they all finished eating, they began looking for the nearest basketball court. Psst, I have a game here, and that is way better than basketball, a voice in an alleyway called out. If I've learned one thing in my life, it's that if you go in an alley with a stranger, you will have fun, Lenny said, as he race-walked into the alley. There are no flaws in that logic, Spencer said as he followed. Slowly, they all filed into the dank, dark alley and walked into the stranger's mysterious door. Suddenly, the lights turned on, and it was revealed to be the set of Family Feud, the theme song. Oh, man. It's gonna get good. God, this takes me back to my fucking grandma's house. So, okay, we know what the Family Feud... Suddenly, as the Family Feud theme song began playing, Spencer and Lenny nodded at each other before ripping off their shirts and slapping their bellies to the beat of the music until the song ended. Then they secreted new shirts made of mucus to cover up their bare nips. Steve just watched while making that one Steve Harvey face while preparing the questions for it. Hold on. I'm gonna assume it's that one when somebody says penis in Family Feud. For it. I'm Stephen Harvinson, and this is Related Food. Suddenly, the board lit up, and so did the contestants' faces. I almost said feces, and I don't know how I feel about that. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for Family Fuel, Steve said as he walked towards the NutShaq, passing the Terry crew. Let's introduce our contestants. What's your name, son? Steve said, pointing the mic at Toby. My name is... Steve continued to move the mic towards the NutShaq and then said, Let's meet our other contestants. The members of the NutShaq prepared to introduce themselves. Started Shadow. Edgy, said Steve, as he moved the mic away from them. Okay, now that we've met the chicken tenders, we can start. Our returning family may go first. Neither of us are returning families. It says here on my phone that the Goldsteins were supposed to be in this episode, Toby said, looking at his phone. Didn't they die during our last wacky adventure? Spencer said. Hey, no phones. You could be cheating, Steve said, taking Toby's phone. Toby got mad and threw a hissy fit and screeched in a tone that no person or animal could hear, so it looked like he was having an aneurysm. Ew, is he doing that weird new fangled technology thing? Kenny said as he dropped a brick on Toby's head. Okay, moving on. According to the canon, the NutShaq existed first, so let's make Avery question the canon even more. I'm going to assume that this is This is the prequel, sequels, prequels, sequels AU, which means the Terry crew goes first. Okay, first question, Steve Harvey began. Stefan Harley started to read the question. You know, what if this was in real life? I would hurt you until you could breathe. You people have some nerves. I have many words to say, but it's not kid-like at all. I want to say fudge all you people, people, however you want to say that. I hope karma hits you hard, but not nearly as hard as I'll hit you. But nearly as hard as I'll hit you, CJ, they are mean and cruel people. Steve looked really confused. What the fuck does that even mean? Steve said, as Terry slammed the buzzer. The answer is autism, Terry said. Good answer, said Steve, who then turned to the board. And the number one answer is autism. Terry's pulsating his pecs with glee. Terry pulsated his pecs with glee. The next question is, who ain't the sharpest tool in the shed? Shaq quickly slam-jammed the buzzer and cried out, John Vitor. Steve looked at the board as it suddenly flashed John Vitor over the number one answer slot. Good answer, Harvey started. All right, as we've come to a tie, it looks like we've got one final question. Who is the only OC that didn't appear in Shaq's Day Out or Terry's Day Out? Both teams just looked awkwardly at each other as the time ran out like a middle-aged Muppet trying to lose some, wait a minute, why am I making another pun? Is that Vincent? I think that's Vincent. I don't know. Suddenly, someone stood up in the crowd and began walking towards the stage real edgily. I am, he said in a voice that sounded like he was vaping for at least 60 years now. Whoa, is that? Spencer said before being interrupted by the man. I'm Shade, and I'm here too. He was cut off by Toby running around in circles. He's going to kill us. He's gonna kill us, Toby said before slamming into a wall. Wait, are you here to kill us like Morshu? Shaq asked. No, I'm here to buy all your chocolate, Shade said. Also, has anyone seen my contacts? Shade said before carelessly walking off the stage and falling down. Aw, man, Shade said as he walked out of the alleyway. Steve suddenly said, you know what? Let's just get to the endgame stuff. Johnny elected himself as the NutShaq representative, and Toby got up from the hitting the wall and stumbled over to the podium. Okay, so let's start this with an easy question. What is a 6-letter word one may use when requesting something? You may even call it the magic word, Steve asked. Toby hit the buzzer with his dogo mitts before saying, I know this, it's please. Good answer, Steve said before he looked to the board before realizing that it was not a good answer. Oh, sorry, Toby. The number one answer is gimme with 2 E's. I fucking love Gravity Falls, Steve said. The game continues on until he got to the final question, which was, name a 3-letter animal. Johnny immediately locked onto his answer. Toby, he said. Good answer, Steve said again before he turned to the board, as it displayed Toby as the number 4 answer. Who said Toby was a 3-letter animal? Everyone then turned to Toby. Hey, don't look at me, he said. Suddenly, AU Toby screeched from the crowd. Toby lives matter. He then ran out of the room. They really don't, though, said Toby. Johnny flexed vigorously in his success. I feel like this is like his second boss phase or some shit. Someone said beautiful. I don't know what you're referring to, but this is, I mean, there's a lot of beauty, so it's not always easy to point out the specifics. All right, Toby, your answer, Steve said. Alligator? Steve did that one Steve Harvey smile before turning the board. The number one answer is alligator with 3 L's. The Terry crew wins. Suddenly, the entire Terry crew began celebrating, and the crowd went wild. After some time of celebrating, both teams left the alley and walked back to college. Steve Harvey looked at the camera as they left. All right, folks, we'll be back after another word from our sponsors with our returning families. The Hutus and the Tootsies. Stay tuned, because things are spicy today on Family Feud. That doesn't even look like a genuine smile at this point. He looks concerned. Just had to... Oh no. Oh god. Shrek's back. Just a random question. Was Space Johnny written after this? Because I know that one was way newer. So I would just assume that there was some that were written after this. The only thing is, I don't really know how to use Wattpad, but I didn't really see, like, any dates. Because I know things can be, like, edited at any time. But I didn't know if it had, like, an upload date or some shit, or a completion date, who knows. The NutShaq and the Terry crew were all... I keep saying Terry grew. Why am I doing this? What am I doing? Were all reverse crab walking back to the college when they saw a bus in front of the school. Hurry up and get on the bus, said Mr. Cracker. How long were you waiting for us, said Man in the Kermit the Frog suit. About 30 minutes. You're like the most important characters. Still think Toby lives don't matter, said Lenny. Yes, said Toby. Just get on the bus, you nincompoop guy, said Bus Mufasa. The NutShaq climbed in through the windows, whilst Lenny climbed in through the roof. Terry began existing in the bus automatically. Okay, that makes a little more sense. Spencer teleported into the bus through the mirror, and Toby set up camp in the exhaust pipe. Kenny stopped in front of the doors to the bus. What's wrong? You scared of something? Said Johnny. I'm not getting on that bus unless we do things, said Kenny. What's said Mr. Cracker. 1, there has to be at least 1 horse pulling the bus, and 2, there has to be a wagon being pulled in the back, said Kenny. You got it, Kenninator, said Spencer, bringing a horse and a wagon through one of the school's windows. All right, let's get this show on the road, said Shaq. He paused and then started again. Wait, where are we going, he said. Guys, as the manager of this trip, I will tell you guys that we are on our way to a forest RP, guys, said Reed. And how do you plan to get here? Said AU Jamie Hyndman. Simple. We can just... Spencer started, before he was completely interrupted by Bus Mufasa. We travel by map, he proclaimed. He then brought out a map with their bus on it. Just as they were going to start driving, Chris jumped on the horse in front of the bus. It appears the horse here is made out of horse, said Chris. Seatbelts, everyone, said McFrizzle-B. The bus began moving towards their destination. When they came to the first stop sign, obviously being held by Jack Black, the horse stopped, but the bus didn't, so the horse was instantly ka-chowed. I can't believe I said the suggestions were getting a little more normal. They were not. Okay, Space Johnny was started a little less than a year after. That sounds about right. Like, this feels more modern than, like, the 2016 stuff. But it doesn't have quite the new memes that Space Johnny had, so that's what I thought. Chris got lucky and landed in the wagon in the back. What's a technology using boy like yourself doing back here all of a sudden, said Kenny. Well, you see, the horse got ran over by the bus, and Chris was interrupted by Kenny shouting, Nope, 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 put that thing back where it came from, or so help me, Kenny said. Kenny then grabbed the horse's carcass with a rope, some lamp oil, and a bomb, and threw it back in the front of the bus. It got ran over again, so Kenny did the next best thing and made Chris pull the bus. My 10 years of being a brony have led up to this exact moment, Chris said, before running faster than any other horse named Chris. That is also not a horse. That is also not a horse, but has a very prominent love for horses. What a hero. Well, considering it'll probably take a while to get to the Forest RP because of an unexpected horse death. Anybody have any ideas to pass the time? Said Spencer. We could play some traveling magic, said Lenny. Hit it, Stingy, screamed Terry. Stingy then destroyed everyone's eardrums. That's not traveling music, said Johnny. Stingy got so salty from Johnny saying that he screamed really loudly, destroying everyone's eardrums again. Okay, is this gonna be ear rape? I'm gonna put, just in case. Am I gonna fall?
Hit it, Stingy!
Yeah, this is. Okay, that wasn't too bad. I thought it was gonna. Oh, there's more. Amazing. Suddenly the bus began filling with smoke. Excuse me, what? Said JonTron. You know what they say? Oh, fuck yeah, the JonTron. Was he in the past stories? I don't, if he was, I must not remember him much, because he must not have had a big role. But I do remember reading for the Miiverse video that JonTron was a character, so it's good to see the boy here. You know what they say, where there's smoke, they pinch back, said Toaster. Boris then began vigorously pinching the smoke. I don't know why I breathed like that. Why is there so much smoke, said Shaq, as his skin got slightly less supple because of the high concentration of smoke. Tell me, AU Toby, why are you cooped up here when the weather outside is so normal? Said Toby to AU Toby in their camp in the exhaust pipe. Crackle, burn, pop, said Roz, as the smoke in the bus made her already smoky voice even smokier. Wazowski, said everyone inside the bus, excluding Roz because their normal voices begun to sound like Roz's normal voice. Everyone duck, the bus is gonna blow, Bert said before ducking and covering. Just because there's smoke in the bus doesn't mean it's going to explode, said Mittler. Yeah, and I should know, said Cretney. The bus then completely exploded. Oh, I see, said Mittler. My bad, said Dwayne. Toby jumped out of the exhaust pipe that was among the other scattered bus parts. Poor choice of words. Should not have used that. There's our boy Eddie. What's going on here, said Toby. AU Toby also came out and said, what's going on here? Eggman then also said, what's going on here? But he actually knew. I told you guys that technology is bad, said Kenny, sitting smugly in his untouched wagon. You have now reached your destination, chimed Jack Jackington's GPS. We're at our destination. We're in the middle of a forest, said Jack. You have reached your destination, chimed his GPS again. I'll wait, said Jack. Storm then came out of his cabin. What's everyone doing here, said Storm. Don't worry, guys. I'll be subtle about joining the RP, Lenny said to the other OCs. Hey, Storm. My main squeezerino, how's the family? Said Lenny, leaning against a wall next to Storm. Dead, replied Storm, in an organized and well thought out manner. Right, said Lenny, trying to recover, although he missed his up B. At least we found out who did it, right? Yeah, that makes me feel so much better, said Storm. Hey, can we join your RP? Said Lenny, giving up on subtlety. Subtly? I think it's supposed to be whatever. Yeah, sure, but only because you're my friend, said Storm. All according to plan, said Lenny. On one condition, continued Storm. You need to pee sublet. What's said Toby. Lenny began to unzip his pants slowly. Oh, sorry, I meant to be subtle, said Storm. Lenny then began to slowly zip his pants back up. I get you, said Oscar Carl. Who's that handsome fellow? Is it Oscar Carl? He then slipped sunglasses onto his face. No, it's not, said Oscar. That's the ticket, Carl, said Shaq. Ah, said Carl. No, I meant Oscar Carl, said Shaq. Ha, said Carl. Zoe then breathed in an irregular fashion. All right, get out now before you ruin the whole thing, said Storm. Wait, what? Said Zoe. She was then kachowed by a car, and she landed in the wagon. Ow, my neck, said Zoe. Remember, guys, stay subtle and get supple, said Shaq. Everyone nodded except Zoe, because her neck was broken. When everyone was finally ready, Storm said, we can't start. Then everybody began RPing. Hold on. Am I just being done? Okay, yeah. Nothing new. Cool. Jack Jackington was the first to do something, and someone who he didn't know walked up to him. What was that thing Avery said to do? Use the push and shove method, Jack said to himself. Hey there, I'm lost, but you seem like you might know where we are. Do you? Said Ray, the RPer. Jack then pushed and shoved them through 17 trees. Okay, your turn, said Jack, before realizing that he killed them. Did I do it right? He said to himself. Shade was the next person to do something, but all he did was ask Rudy the RPer a question. Hey, do you have the time? Said Shade, without looking up. Ruby said, yeah, it's 3:41. Shade thanked him, so Rudy looked up and said, you're welcome, but he didn't see anyone. Shade then said, see you later, but Rudy still didn't see him, so his eyeballs fell out and he ran away under the assumption that it was a ghost. Yoshi then ate the eyeballs and said, Yoshi no like eyeballs. Shade said, why not? Then Yoshi ended the conversation by saying, they taste like Quash's suspensory ligaments, and walking away. And no, I can't replicate Yoshi's Mario Super Show voice, though it is great. Next, Shaq found his Shaqmobile just sitting in the forest. I get supple, he claimed, as he climbed into the Shaqmobile and started the engine. Before he even pressed the pedal, the car started running at 100 miles per hour, running over a beaver of the fastidious variety. Fastidious? I don't know. Actually, ow, said the beaver. The Shaqmobile continued at 100 miles per hour, almost hitting Man, Shadow, and Haribo. However, Man jumped over the car. Haribo rolled under the car, and Shadow stood perfectly still and wasn't hit. Listen to that purr, Shaq said, dissatisfied. He then pulled a cat out of the engine. Ew, a Neko. Oh wait, that's not a cat. That's Phantasma's carcass. Ew, a Neko, said Shaq as he threw the carcass into the tree and it exploded from the impact. Still the best death in the series. Listen to that engine purr, he said, satisfied. Meanwhile, Storm was hitting on a girl in a very smooth fashion. Hey, I like you, said Storm. I like you too, said the girl. Ah, hey, do you hear that? Said Storm. Hear what? Said the girl. Ah, oh no, said Storm. What's wrong? Said the girl. Ah, chow, yelled Shaq as he obliterated one of the walls of Storm's cabin as well as the girl's entire face. Shaq got launched out of the Shaqmobile and landed on Storm. Just like old times, huh, buddy? Said Shaq. How could something so oddly specific as that happen twice? Asked Storm. Maybe the Shaqmobile likes you, Storm, said Shaq. That's ridiculous. How could a car like me? Said Storm. He then ran over to the Dwaynapics and kachowed the Lightning McQueen, and ka-chowed by Lightning McQueen. But before McQueen left, he said, "I like the way you smell. Ka-chow," then drove off. "Alright, maybe you have a point. I'm just gonna limp to the nearest hospital while the RP goes on," said Storm. "No!" yelled Shaq. Then Prickly Speedboat destroyed Storm's arm, his spirit, and the last wall holding up the cabin. The roof collapsed on top of them. Shaq pulled Storm out of the rubble and said, "They hate limping more than staying still. It makes the smell more prominent." Reed poked Shaq on the shoulder. "Hey guys, it's MGN Reed here, and I need to talk to you alone, Shaq," said Reed. "No problemo, mi amigo," said Shaq. "Oh, and Storm, if you move, you're probably going to be hit by more vehicles, so just stop right there." Shaq and Reed walked away together. "We're the biggest losers in the forest," Storm said, looking at his man bikini. "What do you mean, we?" said Carl, the man bikini, as it jumped off of Storm and began to walk away. "Man bikini, wait," said Storm. "That's Mama bikini to you, Storm." Storm was left sitting there, a sad, lonely, and naked man. Is a man without his man bikini really a man? Am I a man, or am I a bikini? Meanwhile, Shaq and Reed were walking really deep into the forest. "So why do we need to walk so far into the forest just to talk about something?" said Shaq. "So you may be thinking to yourself, why do we need to walk so far into the forest and talk about something?" said Reed. I don't know if I asked this another time, but it's been a while. Is Reed like a YouTuber or something? Because, I mean, he said guys a lot, and that's like giving me J Station vibes, so that's kind of what I can imagine. I just ate Hot Pocket and some Cake Nerds. I've never tried the Cake Nerds. Are they epic? I hope they're epic. Sounds pretty good. Meanwhile, Shaq and Reed were... Okay, never mind, I got that. I misread that. It was Ween Mile. I fucked it up. God damn it, I lost my place. That's exactly what I said. That's exactly what I just said Shaq. Well, whatever. The other guys would have just played along. Either way, I have a friend nearby, and I'd like to introduce you guys, said Reed. "A friend out here?" said Shaq. Shaq was then immediately distracted by a trail of Gold Bond that led into a box with a lot of Gold Bond inside. "I get supple," spaced Shaq. The box then closed behind him. "Shaq, I'd like you to meet A.U. Shaq," said Reed. "You cannot make perfection. However, you can moisturize it," said A.U. Shaq in a bizarre accent. Shaq was too preoccupied with the Gold Bond to even notice or even slightly care. "Let's just send him to the gulag," said A.U. Shaq. Gentile, Cretme was being edgy alone and smoking his cigarette that he lit with PK fire. Once he was done, he threw the cigarette on the ground and as close to a tree as possible. "Be careful. Only you can prevent forest fires," said Toaster to Cretme. "Relax, nothing bad is going to happen," said Cretme. Then the entire forest set on fire. "See, nothing bad," said Cretme. Then most of the OCs began to run back to the wagon. Klaus was almost in the wagon when he burst into flames. He began to use PK Freeze to extinguish the flames when Greg was running past because he was thawed out. But then he got hit by PK Freeze and slid all the way back to the wagon. Klaus was then smashed into the ground by 17 trees that Terry destroyed while flying back to the wagon. Klaus was crushed and burned to death. Storm was being surrounded by flames when Carl the man bikini came back for him. Carl, yelled Storm. Storm, yelled Carl. Storm then put Carl on, giving him enough defense to survive the fire. Let's get out of here, said Storm as he ran to the wagon and got on at the last second. That was close, huh, Shaq, baby, said Doc Lewis. Yes it was, said A.U. Shaq, disguised as Shaq. Then the crisp-pulled wagon got the OCs out of the flaming forest and towards the next RP. Captain Undertale, oh my... I actually tagged this, the game Undertale, just so you know. No, just... Hold... No, just cake nerds was an insult to nerds. So it's pretty cringe, I'm guessing. Chris Barbarian was pulling a small wagon holding every OC, but because he was a moist muscle master, he didn't break a single sweaty sweat. This is how I used to cruise around in Berlin, except with a muscular Jew, claimed Agolf. Hey, Kenny, any idea how close we are? Asked Chris. Don't look at me. That meathead with the technology is the navigator, Kenny Nish said, pointing his Amish fingers at Jack Jackington. Jack's GPS pulsated as his sweaty fingers stroked its delicate and robotic skin. Please enter a street address, said the GPS. Oh no, there's tiny woman stuck in this FPS. I'll save you, cried the meathead, punching the GPS to death. You're safe now, said Jack, staring at the pile of GPS innards. All you had to do was follow the damn GPS, Jack, cried Big Smoke before letting out a shriveled, oh, great, just fucking great. Now that damn fucking meathead ruined our only hope of knowing where to go. And how the fuck are we supposed to get to wherever we're going? Asked Silver. Yes, where are we going anyways? Said Carl, as everyone turned to Reed. Guys, began Reed before being interrupted by A.U. Shaq. We're going to an Undertale roleplay, my fellow comrades, said A.U. Shaq. Haribo then squeezed through the crowd to speak with A.U. Shaq. Wait a minute, Shaq, there's something different about you, but I can't put my finger on it, said Haribo. What are you talking about, my comrade? There is nothing different about your good buddy Shekels. Here, watch me do the golden bond tingle, said A.U. Shaq, breaking a sweat while trying to imitate the gold bond tingle. Oh yeah, it's new seat, said Haribo, then walking away. Phew, said A.U. Shaq. Suddenly the wagon came to a halt. What's the holdup, Chris? Asked Paul Prickly. There was no response. Lenny leapt up. I got this, guys. I'm good at getting my hands dirty. Lenny strutted on over to Christopher Barbarian and lifted up the hood. Ha ha, he's the problem, Lenny said. Oh no, is this... Nice. Exclaimed Strike, examining Lemmy sticking his pelvis near Chris's food orifice. What's wrong, Strike? Asked Paul Prickly. Strike then replied, Lenny is letting Chris Barbarian eat his long, hard, delicious banana. Chris was just hungry, said Lenny. Robot Companion got so excited that he peed fresh squeezed orange juice. Ew, technology, screeched Kenny, spraying the robot with disinfectant. Is that supposed to be Ned Flanders with a long... I think that's the Ned Flanders. Okay, Chris was crawling along the skin of the road with his hand hit... when his hand hit a rock and he spun out of control. Oh no, we got a flat tire, Terry yelled as the pony exhaust as the pony-enthused vehicle spun out of control and ran over a line of school children. Chris then spotted a small pothole that was 1 mile long. Upon trying to avoid it, I can't. I'm dying of AIDS. Help me. Upon trying to avoid it, he fell directly in it, dragging everyone with him. "Oh no, mates, we is gonna do underway, we is," yelled Crocodile Dundee Papyrus, grabbing onto Toby's face and throttling it like a maraca. That's new. I don't remember anything about Crocodile Dundee. Is this a specific roleplay incident? Because I feel like that's definitely what these very specific memes come from. The wagon landed safely and everyone was fine, except they weren't fine because the wagon exploded upon impact. "Where are we?" questioned Sheen, making Crepme want to kill someone again. Scooby and the gang all looked around. There was nothing but a bunch of snow, and also a town. "Don't worry, my friends. I'm sure me and my associate can ask for directions by communicating with the shack over there," said Shaq, pointing at the shack. Shaw. "Oi, wait, a kangaroo stoinking midget, mates. I know where we are," cried Crocodile Dundee Papyrus. I fucking love this character already. Just then, Silver chimed in. "You have reached your destination. Is that the GPS would have said if Meathole hadn't killed it with his gorilla-like arms and pigeon-like fucking brain?" Silver said steamily. "Hey, this is where I was taught how to be cringy until I was transferred to that preppy Tumblr private school for the cringily inclined," piped Cringe Master. "Hello," cried a voice as it came closer. The OCs looked at him. It was absolutely disgusting. Mick Frizzleby puked. "Welcome to the Snow Dong," said the autistic role player. It was another Sans OC. I don't even have to ask about that one. I know already from personal experience. Hold on. Nah, stories get new characters as time goes on. Were you referring to the Papyrus thing? Was the Papyrus just kind of a random OC you created, or was that... I mean, yeah, that does make sense. You guys did create a lot of OCs. So I guess I shouldn't be too surprised, but I was just thinking of, like, the really, really specific stuff. A lot of those seem to originate from Miiverse roleplay scenarios. Okay, that must have been it. Another Sans OC, god damn it. Wait, didn't you die at the basketball game a few years ago? Asked Dutchy Flyman. Sorry, I don't know anything about a basketball game, but I do know there are lots of Sans OCs because he is the best, and I am original. Bad time. So, want to join my roleplay? The generic Sans asked. Everybody nodded in sync. Okay, we can start. The Sans started before everyone was already causing some sort of meme mayhem. I like how he's such an original OC that he doesn't even have his own name. No shitty font that could be his name. It's just fucking OC Sans. Gibby was already at his bar, serving up drinks Gary's way. I'll take the usual, Gibby, Snass said with a meat smile. Coming right up, said Gibby, who was playing tic-tac-toe with Mom Spaghetti on his shirtless, gelatin-like stomach. Gimme the usual. 2 E's, said Stan. You've never been here ever, said Gibby. Shut your yap, said Stan. Big Smoke also walked over and asked for something. I'll have 2 number 9s, a number 9 large, a number... started Big Smoke before he was interrupted by a knock at the door. The door busted open, and the mysterious stranger walked in like a cowboy from an old Western movie bar scene. He walked slowly towards the bar. What can I get you, stranger? Gibby asked, cleaning Baby Spencer's bottle. Baby Spencer was the most cursed shit, I swear to God. Hold up. Okay, this was after Miiverse was over. That makes sense. This is like 2018, I believe. Yeah, because he says... I believe from what I remember, the Space Johnny was 2019. So yeah, this is 2018. This is after Miiverse. Okay, for some reason I was thinking like 2017, but it makes a little more sense. I just didn't know if you used all the roleplay characters that you... Oh, Miiverse ended mid-story. Okay, so that makes sense. I guess I didn't know how many roleplays you've been involved in, and how many characters there were. But I mean, yeah, I can't forget the fucking OCs are a part of this too. So, god damn it, I lost where I am again because I'm a fucking idiot. It's okay, I'll find it. Okay, literally right here. Papers, the mysterious man said. Scissors, I win, said Gibby, playing rock, paper, scissors. Don't play games with me, boy. Show me your vending license. Plus, if you guys want to... Hold on. Oh. Some kids Roblox. Okay. I'm sorry, I gotta read this. We're getting some... This isn't Reddit, but this is something. Ayo. I'm a hitman, so don't mess with me or I'll beat you up. Now get out of my profile or I'll beat you up, so don't mess with me. The best hitman ever. Now get out of my profile if you're still here or you want to fight me. The best hitman ever. What are you gonna do now? Cry to yourself? That was a Roblox profile. Absolutely amazing. I wouldn't have questioned anything though if you said it came from Reddit, because that's no different if you really think about it. But yeah, if the authors want to join in, you guys can feel welcome to. I should have said something earlier, or if you don't feel like reading, that's understandable too. But I'll just continue for now. Keep the saga rolling. Papers, okay, we read that. Show me your vending license, said the man. My what? Said Gibby. Show me the papers, deeming you worthy to run this restaurant, Tubby, said the voice. Everyone in the restaurant then burst into laughter. Ha! Good one. Who are you, the health inspector? Cried Gibby. The man just pulled out his shiny badge that read, Rohan, health inspector, Snowdong District. Everyone stopped laughing. It just so happens I am the health inspector. Hold on. Snowdong? Okay, I just now got that's supposed to be a parody of Snowden Town from the underwear game. Everyone stopped laughing. Said Rohan, glancing at Gibby's stomach. Rohan grabbed Gibby's flabby spaghetti-stained skin flabs and stretched it out for all to see. You people really let this Neanderthal serve you affordable comestibles? Rohan said, edgily. Nobody said anything. What do you have to say to that, Grilby? Said Rohan. It's Gibby. Sorry about all this. This is my first time working with food since I became a lawyer, said Gibby, ashamed. But it clearly says Grilby on this evaluation sheet. Are you lying to me? Said Rohan. Okay, that's why Gibby's in the new iCarly, because he's a fucking lawyer. Should have known. Examining Gibby's OC post, in which he was trying to play it subtle. No, sir, he quit, Gibby said. This restaurant is condemned until further notice. It's absolutely disgusting. I'm going to go check Gibby's Heaven's Door to rewrite about. I'm going to check Gibby's Heaven's Door to rewrite about this, Rohan said before screaming his stand like Avery screams his what stand. I want to know the context of this picture. I feel like there's very crucial info that is needed to understand this image. What it's come from. Also, Rohan, I was thinking JoJo. I didn't want to do JoJo reference before, but I know. Snas got triggered that Rohan was picking on his friend. Is it Rowan or Rohan? I think I've heard both ways. I haven't seen part 4 in a bit. Snaz was triggered that Rohan was picking on his friend. And I mean, I guess, English isn't always translated well, but anyway, who the fuck cares? Snaz got triggered that Rohan was picking on his friend, so he did a little examining of his own. Dislikes. Pompadours, eh? Snaz said, reading Rohan's OC post. For the next 10 to 15 minutes, Rohan walked around complaining about various things. I can't get it through my skull that you would let someone eat this, Rohan said, holding up something. Excuse me. I mean, it looks like it may be a long time ago. It could have been a banana or a hot dog. Wait, I mean, it looks like it may be... Okay, I get it now. I was kind of... I just had a brain fart shut down, Put me down, said Abdul. Ew, it's alive, Rohan screamed like a ferment baby. Suddenly, a group of people sat down at the table in the corner. Rohan couldn't see them because it was dark. Excuse me, sirs, but I was just about to tell these nice people to leave, so you guys may as well also, Rohan said, turning on the light. Rohan's crooked smile then broke like china at several different times. To his surprise, Leo Luster, Robbie Rotten, Avery Koo, Tito Dickman, Johnny Bravo, Groose, Smoothie, who had leg hair pompadours, and Snass, who was wearing a pompadour made out of elephant meat. I'm sorry, did you say you were going to condemn this place? Said Snaz, looking at the pompadour pack. Rohan gulped before backing into Groose and screaming, Yes, this place is unfit to eat in, Rohan said nervously. Is it now? Said Smoothie, rubbing his leg hair pompadour in Rohan's face. Extra thick, screeched Avery Koo at Rohan. Rohan screeched like a baboon and ran into the bathroom to hide when he saw Tito in one of the stands. You are going down into my nuts, he said, while taking a crap. Oh my goodness, is this some kind of attack? Rohan said, washing his face. He then looked in the mirror, only to see Spencer with a pompadour. Hey, is it your first time peeing in a different country as well? Spencer said with his new wig digs. Ah, Rohan exclaimed before bursting out of the bathroom. He walked towards the door, but slipped on a moist puddle of Man-O-War slime. He then went unconscious. And then they defeat one of the strongest fucking JoJo characters, just like that. 2 minutes later, he woke up. Oh, thank God it was just a nightmare, Rohan said, getting up. Okay, I spoke too early, but... I'm a picture of perfect, if you know what I mean. So it must have been a good sight to wake up to, said Leo Luster, poking Rohan in the eye with his pompadour. Rohan immediately got up and ran for the door. What are you doing? Said Robin. Heaven's door, screeched Rohan. He was just about to write something on Heaven's Door on Johnny's face when he realized there was no text. It was just a picture of Johnny Bravo. Oh, flex Johnny. What now? What? How? That was really loud. I don't know why. Rohan said, This is Heaven's door, all right, baby. Heaven's pompadour, Johnny said. Rohan quickly flipped through the pages to see that it was only pictures of Johnny. What? I like picture books, he said. Rohan then wrote something on one of the pages. Aha, he yelled, but nothing happened. What? I can't read, said Johnny. Rohan then went berserk and ripped his hair out, not realizing it looked like a pompadour. Looking good, Rohan, said Bergden, complimenting his new hairstyle. Is that Groose? That is Groose. Just then, Grilby hopped out of the kitchen on his tiptoes because he was tied up earlier by Gibby. Everybody run, it's the appetizer, he screamed as Gibby's sweet pea soup had turned into sweet pea poop. The appetizer, that's some okay buddy retard humor, classic. The appetizer chased everyone out of the restaurant and ate Rohan alive. Grilby's restaurant exploded. "Hey, now would be an optimal time to start typing our last posts, guys," said Terry to the restaurant goers. Everyone began typing a generic C4 or whatever posts when the discussion closed. "Wait, what happened? I can't post," asked Asgore, driving the Flintstones car. "Someone took the last post. All it says is something about not exploding anything and a bunch of weird Undertale OCs doing something that I don't care about," said man in a Kermit the Frogget suit. "Well, who was it then?" asked Gold Steve Irwin Metaton. No one knew who was the person who stole the final post. "Where's Shaq? He's always here for the last post," asked Miss Frizzleby. Everyone was wondering who could have done it. Where was Shaq? Every time I read chat, my face disappears, huh? Is it like me looking down? That's fair. Yeah, I really do need to get dual monitors. Everyone was wondering, couldn't have done it. Okay, yeah, got that. Meanwhile, in Papyrus's house a few blocks away, Reed and AU Shaq were dancing with glee. "Haha, the last post of this RP is finally mine. Whoopee," said AU Shaq. "Yeah, guys, we totally did it, guys, and I couldn't have done it without you guys," said Reed as they danced. AU Shaq was quick to stop dancing. "Do not praise yourself too much, number 2. It was me who did all the heavy lifting in this one," said AU Shaq, taking a swig of vodka. Yeah, so where are we gonna hit next, guys?" asked Reed. "Oh, number 2, we are just beginning our tour of derailing those weenies. First we hit Undertale, next we go to Island, then we take last post of camping trip, then fantasy romance, Sonic, Pokemon, and we finish it off with classic high school RP. AU Shaq said. "Yeah, guy, what exactly is this going to accomplish?" asked Reed. Like I said before, number 2, this is part for me to know, and you to not know. Capiche?" AU Shaq stated. "Sure, guys, let's get heading back. They're gonna get suspicious otherwise," said Reed as the two headed back to the others. When AU Shaq and Reed arrived back with everyone else, they told them about going to the island. "Hey, that's a wonderful idea. Plus, we get to use my speedboat," said Peter Prickly. "Okay, comrades, let the boating with speed commence," said AU Shaq as they all got on the boat. "Aren't you coming, Kenny?" said Storm. "No, I'm staying here to solve this mystery. I really want to know who did it," said Kenny. "Suit yourself," said Storm, before everyone else sped off. "Hey guys, I just realized we're missing Man o' War," yelled Terry over the sound of the speedboat's roar. Back in Snowdon, Portuguese Man of War had already slipped on a fedora and snuck into the bathroom and flushed himself down the toilet, only to land in a spinny chair facing Monitor in an underground base. "Good morning, Agent P," started Arnold, who was on the monitor. "Sagmaster's at it again at Button Corp, using a bunch of crazy weaponry. As you can see, he's got it aimed at one particular building, and we need you to get over there and investigate," said Arnold. Man o' War is a pile of goose that can't walk, so he didn't comment on the fact that Arnold was showing him a picture of Avery in a man bikini. After 5 seconds of silence, he noticed. Carl, did you mess with the Google presentation again?" said Arnold. Sorry, sir," replied Carl. "Well, you get the point, Agent P. Good luck," said Arnold, as Man o' War left in a chopper towards the Button Corp. The rivalry begins. Didn't see the plot. Okay, Pog. Inspector Kenny in the school prison. Oh, Kenny didn't stay lost for long, I guess. Back in the slightly below average town of Snowdon, Kenny was looking for clues. It's like I'm so close I can almost taste it, Kenny said, licking a Shaq-shaped frozen lolly. Ah, that's not your lolly, Detective Shaq said as he moved his supple head. Now I'm going to need you to move. I'm doing a very important investigation, Detective Shaq said while pulling out his gold bond badge. I'll have you know I'm also running an investigation on this establishment, Kenny said, pulling out his non-technologically advanced badge, which was 2 centimeters larger than Detective Shaq's badge. Oh yeah? Well, I think my badge entitles me to the right to this investigation, Detective Shaq said as he regurgitated a badge roughly the size of him. It seems we got off on the wrong foot. I'm here to see what happened to the last post of this role play. Why are you here? Kenny said as he looked left and right. I'm here for the same purpose. It seems like we're going to have to work together, Detective Shaq said as the sun didn't glisten off his head. Wait, am I not bald like Caillou? Detective Shaq said, running into a window to look at his reflection, realizing that he's still bald. Get pranked. It was actually my badge, Kenny said, while looking at his skyscraper-sized badge blocking the sun's deadly laser. Detective Shaq got really unsupple, so he rubbed himself with Gold Bond and pulled out his detective briefcase, which was actually a fanny pack full of Gold Bond. Kenny began to snoop around for clues as Detective Shaq began to question the Miiverse users nearby. So, what do you know about this roleplay? Detective Shaq asked the Nintendo employee. Here, I'll read you what I remember, the employee said, opening his Nintendo account. It says something about Orbot and Qbot, he said before blushing and closing his computer like a laptop and snapping it in half. Oh, get out or you're banned. Get out or you're banned, the employee said. You can't ban me, I quit, Detective Shaq said, walking out. Kenny walked into a pile of rubble that was Gibby's. I guess Vincent was here, she said. No, the tavern exploded when I got here. Were you even paying attention? Asked Detective Shaq. Well, technically, nah, said Kenny. Hey, Kenny, said Detective Shaq. Yeah, said Kenny. There's something behind your ears, said Detective Shaq, pulling something from behind Kenny's ear. Is this just supposed to be really low quality? Or am I... Oh man, okay, chat, you will not believe the story behind something about Orbot and Qbot, you better fucking tell me that, I need to hear this shit. Oh, if it has to do with Miiverse, I can only imagine. Miiverse lore still gets deeper after 2 full icebergs, plus original Blood Ace. Is this supposed to be blurred out, or is this... Hold on. Yeah, I think that... Is that his teeth? Is that Shaq teeth? I can't really tell. Badge. Okay, I was just making sure it didn't update. Badge, said Detective Shaq, pulling out his badge, which was roughly the size of Jupiter. Stop horseplaying, you weenie. We need to blatant solve this mystery, said Kenny, irritated by the way Detective Shaq kept badgering him. Hey, Kenny, come check this out, said Detective Shaq, pointing at something near Papyrus's house. Am I centered? Okay. I think okay, I was just making sure I was centered on my webcam. You gotta see my epic reaction videos. Hey Kenny, come check this out, said Detective Shaq, pointing at something near Papyrus's house. Is this another badge? Because if it is, I'll burn down your house, replied Kenny. No, seriously, look, said Detective Shaq, holding a letter. It's from Bowser, he said. Gimme that. No, it isn't, said Kenny upon further inspection. If I see a gimme without 2 E's, I'm really disappointed. I was just checking to make sure I wasn't going too tall. I keep slouching in my chair, and it gets a little uncomfy. Give me that. No, it isn't. Said Only half of it is intact, but it says something about the RP post stealing. And Shaq? Cried Kenny. Who, me? Said Detective Shaq, suckling some packaged weenies. It could be me. It could be me. It could be you. It could even be, Kenny stated before seeing some sort of code under his thumb. CG667. What's that? Asked Kenny. How would I know? What am I? Some sort of detective? Said Detective Shaq, entering the number into the ATM to see if it was someone's credit card number, even though they don't work like that. Dio! Exclaimed Kenny, smashing the ATM with a bat. Detective Shaq seized the opportunity to take all the money inside like a greedy Jew bag. Hey, we make a good team. Would that get me banned? I don't know, actually. Oh well, what's done is done. Hey, we make a good team, said Kenny, as an Amazon drone dropped something on him. Gross, said Kenny, firing his old musket at the drone. What's in there? Asked Detective Shaq. Kenny made a Lenny as he pulled out the badge that was the size of Doug Dimmadome's Dimma Square's, excuse me, hat. Oh, said Detective Shaq. Is that HD Doug? The 3DS remake? Meanwhile, in a universe far, far away, the real Shaq, whom we all know and love, was still inside that box. Hey, I'm really cramped, starving, and scared, but at least I'm supple, Shaq said, rubbing himself with the same lotion used to lure him in there. Suddenly, he saw light. Shaq hissed in reaction to it as he had grown fond of being NutShaq. He was dumped out of the crate and onto the ground of a prison cell. Oh no, said Shaq. I forgot to buy an extra pack of healthy invertebrate seed for Man of War, he said. He thought. Shaq then tried to casually walk out of his cell when he realized the gate was locked. Oh, it appears the young man forgot to unlock this door for my exiting. How unfortunate for my state of being, Shaq said. Excuse me, sir, you forgot to unlock this door, said Shaq. Nice try, but that isn't going to work no matter how many times you say it, said the guard. But I only said it once, said Shaq. I guess being cooped up there like a chicken before being turned into nuggets is giving you a brain tumor. Maybe you'd like to come take a nice stroll with me outside, said the guard. You know, you just read my mind. You're a god, said Shaq. The guard then opened the door and immediately shut it in Shaq's face. Psych, said the guard, walking away, chortling. Wow, what an asshat, said Shaq. Shaq sat down on my... Is chortling a real word, by the way? I don't know. I know I've heard it. That was in the Mario and Luigi games. That's like all I've heard it. It might be one of those weird words. I don't know. You know what? Let's see how intelligent I am. I feel like something was... Okay, no, we haven't got the story of Orbot and Cubot yet. Okay, it is an actual word. I guess I haven't seen that. People don't use that weird-ass word. I'm almost flabbergasted. Shaq sat down in the cell. He waited for minutes, then hours. He was hoping that Terry and the gang would come pick him up, but there was no sign of anything. After a while, Guard threw some gruel at him to eat. I guess his name is Guard. Meh, still better than that raisin bran that Dad bought this morning, Shaq said, eating it. His stomach growled like non-stop pooping Garfield when he wants to end his existence. Also very specific. Suddenly a voice screamed, "Lights out," followed by the crack of a whip and a scream. Agolf, is that you? Shaq thought as the lights shut off. He heard the loud, echoing footsteps coming closer to him. Instead of getting unsupple, Shaq thought, okay, now's my chance. When the footsteps reached his cell, he piped up. Dude, can I get some ketchup? He asked. What? The voice that made the footsteps said similarly to Avery Koo when ordering a meat pizza. A pizza, if you will. Give me the ketchup, said Shaq. The voice just let out a laugh, also similar to Avery Koo's. Hi, Avery, said Shaq. Suddenly, his cell light turned on. Aw, did you miss me, CG667, a man said, staring Shaq right in the face. I'm sorry, I don't know who you are, said Shaq. Don't screw with me, AU, Shaq. We both know that you can't win any of my games, said the man. Shaq started looking around for cameras to see if this was one of SoFlo's Antonio's pranks when the man hit Shaq in the head with a stick. Ow, you hurt my feelings, shouted Shaq. Good, said the man. What's your Nintendo Network ID, son? I'm reporting you, said Shaq, before getting hit again. The man just shut off the lights and began walking away. You are to refer to me as Max, and don't forget it this time. All right, CG667. As the sound of the footsteps left the room, Shaq was feeling about the same as Joel after seeing Felix the cat rip his face in two. He then went to sleep, still not fully understanding the direction and magnitude of this situation. What is this? Prison? Shaq thought. Meanwhile, Principal Prickly and the rest of the gang, Nom style, were driving around in a fancy... Somebody fill in the story? Okay, I don't know. Let's go post in here. Meanwhile, Principal Prickly and the rest of the gang, Nom style, were driving around in a fancy speedboat as the sun was setting. Alright, I have severe cataracts and I legally can't drive during the night, so I guess we're going to have to set up camp here, said Principal Prickly, parallel parking on an island instead of next to it. Why is yogurt night so difficult? Ken cried out, eating his yogurt in a difficult manner. Dark Souls yogurt, if you will. Oop, fuck it. Fuck off. I need a better mouse. The gang was sitting around a bonfire made from the bodies of previous role players. Bonfire? Dark Souls? It was just like Mama Mario used to make. Live action Mario said while eating the still burning corpses. Hey, what are we supposed to eat? Said a majority of the crew. Hey, it's all fine. We can just go to my restaurant and make Avery question his existence some more, live action Mario said. The gang then got into the Shaq-mobile and AU Shaq was trying to drive it, but it wasn't his car, so he had no idea how to drive it. Hey, what's the holdup? Said AU Toby. Just put it in reverse, screeched Sheen. AU Shaq got really sweaty and nervous, so backed it off a cliff. We're going over that cliff, Compton said as the sound waves fell off the cliff that is his lips, and the car fell into the cliff into an interdimensional portal that led into a different dimension where everything is mirrored. So they just fell off the cliff again and back into the normal dimension. Gold Bond, he said in an extra thick Russian accent. Luckily for us, the restaurant is only a 4-year walk from here, said live action Mario. Why, that's extremely convenient, responded Schnozmo, while sniffing Toby, causing him to be extremely uncomfortable, which was normal. The gang arrived much earlier than expected. That only took 3.99 years, said Lenny, as his pedophile mustache had grown in fully. Oh man, this thing looks great, said Lenny, using a mirror pointed at his ass. The OCs then walked into live-action Mario and Luigi's restaurant, talking amongst themselves until the servers brought out the menus. I can't eat anything here. It's all cannibalistic, said SoFlo Antonio. Yeah, how are any of us supposed to eat this? Avery said. Yes, I'd like an extra I'd like a large, extra thick human spleen, said Toby as he put on a baby bib. Toby, what are you doing? Zoe screamed. Yeah, the dog man eating humans. That's cannibalism, I guess. Zoe screamed. Well, I mean, I guess he's kind of a dog man, so he's half a cannibal. Sure. What? I'm not a human. Oh, literally what I... Okay. Should have just read 2 sentences further. This isn't cannibalism. Plus, in China, humans eat dogs, so this is just cruel irony, said Toby, anxiously waiting for his meal. It's true, and yeah, Can I get one with an extra dash of communism? Communist China, Kowalski added. Groom patiently watched the clock after ordering. Wait, Groom, you aren't a human. You can't eat that, said Shade, shadily. What do you mean? Groom said as he transformed into the milkman right on schedule. Oscar Carl sat down in a very elegant manner. Your finest grilled liver with a side of bile, my good man, Oscar said as he touched the rim of his flaming fedora. Oscar, you can't do that. It's cannibalism. Harkinian kinged out. Oscar just turned to him and put on his great wolf lodge ears as he looked in the mirror. Who's that handsome cannibal? Is it Oscar? No, it's not, Oscar said then, eating his liver nuggets. He's not wrong, Alyssa said, sucking her soul soup. It's good for your soul, Slippy Crabinson said, using his pinchy claws to eat some medium-rare human thighs. Hey, wait a minute. Was this human organic? Sebastian said, shoving an entire person down his blowhole before getting an answer. As the other non-human OCs finished their meals, the rest of the OCs went to check into the nearby Hotel Mario. Wait, we can't afford this. I only have a small loan of $1 million, Donald. Yeah, I'm good at talking. I only have a small loan of $1 million, Donald Trump said. Hey you, shouted Hotel Luigi. Over there, he shouted while pointing at the nearby Motel Mario. Suddenly, the gang pulsated slightly towards the street. Ah, good old Motel Mario, live-action Mario said while licking a spot of human meat from his cheek. Is that supposed to be elephant, Steve Harvey? I mean, I don't know what else it would be. One by one, the OCs fell asleep and Reed rubbed his weird bird arms together. Hey, AU Shaq, wake up. It's our time for our obligatory song and dance routine, Reed squawked. AU Shaq getting up as his head glistens in the brutal moonlight. I'm number 1. You're number 2. I know this has got to be from something. I feel like this is from something. I don't know. I just feel like I've read this before. Okay, I'm not saying, I'm number 1, you're number 2. We're criminals at large, but I'm at larger than you. I'm number 1, you're number 2. I believe in equality, as long as you get less than me. I'm 1, you're number 2. You may think that you're smarter, but I'm smarter than you. I'm number 1, you're number 2, and you're lucky to be number 2, not number 3. I could see by the look in your eye, you want to get a bigger piece of the pie. One day you'll get your chance, but in the meantime, you gotta dance, monkey, dance. Really? I hate dancing. Do it! Dance, monkey, dance. Ha! I'm number 2. He's number 1. I can't believe I'm working for a Shaq on the run. I'm number 2. He's number 1. Shaq interrupts. I'm number 1. You know life gone to the dogs when your boss is a Shaq. I could see that it's just a matter of time before he gone and I'm in front of the line. It won't be long until I get my chance, but in the meantime, I've got to dance, monkey, dance. Dance, monkey, dance. Now watch me. I'm number 1. I'll bet you're number 2. I'll bet you, kid. There you go. Now step aside. This segment's through. I'm 1. I'm one, you're one. I'm number one, yes we know. He's number one. That's how it's done. Man, all that dancing. Man, all that dancing in the fashion of a monkey really rustled my jimmies. I'm going to bed, Reed said before lying down in a full-size bed despite being a bird, thus forcing A.U. Shaq to sleep in the bathtub. Damn, guess he's not number one anymore. That night, everyone slept like a boss baby. What the fuck is this the Pac-Man cartoon? Oh my god, I hate 3D Pac-Man's is cursed. Unless we're talking about the Smash Bros. Design, every other iteration of Pac-Man is so cursed. That night, everyone slept like a boss baby. The next morning, the OCs got up and met in the lobby. Good morning, crusty Ku Klux Klan, called out the man in a Kermit the Frog suit, getting dressed in his plethora of suits. As the gang filled up the lobby, Mr. Moresby got triggered by all the people running in the lobby. "Get out of my lobby," he screamed before they all hopped onto the speedboat again and drove off to the island RP. As Peter Prickly pulled up the boat up, he then slowed it down when they got close. "Wait, we've all got to act natural," said Inspector Gadget, before jumping into the water and short-circuiting. Suddenly, every OC followed and slowly drowned in the direction of the island, all according to plan. "This RP is going to be a lot of fun," said Inspector Gadget, while playing Minecraft on his iPad. I fucking hate that video, and I also live it a lot. Every OC started getting noticed. "Man, this is shaping up to be quite successful," said Lenny, as he looked at the two really awful role players in bikinis while making his signature face, which is also the only one he could physically make. The Shaq OCs constructed the Shaq Shack. "Hey Shaq, come help us with this," said Shaw and A.U. Shaq. "Yes, this is quite a nice house, my comrades, but I am typing my last post," said A.U. Shaq in an extremely obvious robber outfit. "Yes, my seaweed monsters attack," said Dr. Sidney Moist as seaweed monsters crawled out of the ocean. "Ha ha, my legion of 666 crabs will live only to serve me," said Boris, sitting on a throne made of hermit crabs, which are like the Jews of the crab phylum. "Say, 666 crabs, want to go attack everything in sight or what?" said Slippy Crabinson, leaving a crabby communist revolt in the Krabby Village. As the death toll grew higher and higher, and Stoney also got higher and higher, it was time for the last posts of the RP. C4 was planted and then watered by Mr. Slim Goodbody with his bile fluid, and he built an entire greenhouse just to blow it up Quickly, to the Shack, screamed Bert. "Duck in cover," Bert said, receding into his shell. Klaus forced his way in, stopping right in front of Tito. "Sorry, Klaus, there's no room. You're standing on my stash of nuts. Can't we just put the nuts outside?" Klaus responded nervously. "What did you say? You're going down on my nuts?" Tito said before picking up Klaus and dropping him on his head outside. The OCs waited for about 8 octagonal seconds before Kronk pulled the lever, but nothing happened. "Wrong lever," said Kretny, groping the real lever and pulling it. After about 12 dodecahedron-shaped seconds, nothing happened. "Wait, look outside, there's no more C4, said Jorgen von Stangl. The OCs flooded out of the building as Klaus looked at them and screamed, "I'm alive!" Before being struck by lightning and killed. "Huh? It says that some cringy role player stole the last post," said named Arpeus. "We need to get back those stolen Nagy daddies," said Urkel Grant. The gang The gang hopped back onto the speedboat that started to go so fast. Okay, I'm fucking this up. Go onto the speedboat that started to go fast so they could arrive at the Sonic RP. Great gobs of greasy, grimy gopher guts. Who could have done that? Said AU Shaq, winking directly at Reed with both eyes. Toby saw the wink and got extremely uncomfortable as always. There's Anti-Thomas. I don't know what this represents. It's quite a feeling, alright. Hold on, how do I check what page I'm on? Is there a way to do that? I was just curious how I was going along, so I know how far we should carry this. I'm probably just gonna do half and half. I can honestly do 2 parts. Oh shit. Yeah, this is the one. Gotta go fast syndrome. I don't think they'll accept gotta go fast as a medical condition, said Principal Prickly. That's just ADHD. Hold on. Yeah, I remember seeing some of the pictures. I was just making sure I didn't skip a page or something. I just went to the comments, okay. Of course they will. They're all just a bunch of nincompengi who can't think of anything except for the 3 F's. Fast, friends, and way past cool, said Shadow. So does that mean we can park in the handicapped spot, said Scrappy Von Stangl. Well, I guess it would be okay, said Axel. What do you mean, guess, Axel? Everyone knows that you have the mental disability of being a furry, said Cringe Master. I'm not a fucking furry, screeched Axel as he flailed his arms around like H.H. Gregg if he had arms. He flailed his arms so hard that he broke the brakes, extinguished Oscar Carl's fedora, only for it to instantly set on fire again, and even rearrange the letters of the following words. Considering the following words. I feel like I'm missing. Okay, this is not gonna be fun to watch. I'm trying to decipher it, but it's probably a meme. Or it might have been something said 5 seconds ago. Who knows? Considering the brakes were breaking, they all jumped out of the speedboat at different locations, and Prickly was the last to jump because he had trouble saying goodbye to his speedboat. They all got back together and then saw a sign. It said Westopolis, a.k.a. Edgiopolis, a.k.a. New Edgiopolis, a.k.a. St. Mount Central Grand Sandlow, sold greater great Ween West North Headshot Edgyville City Townville Seapolis, population 12. Shadow killed everyone else. What the fuck am I looking at? Jesus Christ. Oh my god. Yeah. Is it still recommending Dream to me? Okay, now there's a Kylo Ren story, not much better. The blue sky, staring at it from afar. Have I seen it before? Said Shadow. Wait, how could you have lived your entire life so far and not recognize the sky? Said Mr. Ratburn. Shadow didn't have a response, so he said nothing, making him even edgier. Someone began walking up to the OC. Are you going to join the RP or not? Said a shadowy figure. What's it to ya? Said a shadowy figure. I'm the owner of the RP. If you want in, you have to tell me, said the RP host. I don't like your tone, proclaimed Zoe. I don't like your face, said the host, before beating Zoe's face into a meaty pulp. They then blocked them out just for posterity. My name is Jake, and from this point until the end of the RP, you will control yourselves and RP like good little OCs that you aren't really. Any objections? Said Jake. Objection, said Gibby. Jake attempted to punch Gibby in the stomach. Ha! I have too much fat for that to work. Didn't Gibby actually like lose a lot of weight? I know it's completely off topic, but I haven't seen the Gibster in forever. Same when I might be thinking of the dude who played Josh from Drake and Josh. Screamed Gibby, "Your stomach may be extra thick, but you still can't stop me from blocking you." Gibby was then blocked from doing anything in the RP. "Oh man," screeched Jack of the black variety. Jake glared at Jack so hard that his hair set on fire. "Stop!" Jack blared from his noise hole as he ran around attempting to stop, drop, and roll, but he couldn't stop at the stop sign because his head was on fire. So this is what Jack Black did before becoming the ultimate FNAF fan. Maybe I needed some throat healing. But he couldn't stop because his head was on fire. Jake finished the combo by blocking him. "This little boy is blocking almost half as much in a minute as Old Spice odor blocker body wash does in 1 second, said Terry. "Did you just assume my gender?" screeched Jake. Little boy, okay. I completely missed that. I was recovering. Jake went up to Terry and attempted to punch him, but their hand exploded. "Oops," said Terry. "That's going on your permanent record," said the Jake that now only had one hand. "It was self-defense," said Terry. Jake attempted to block Terry, but they had no hand to do it with. "Wait, if you can't block us, what's to stop us from blowing everything up?" said Cretney. Jake then punched Cretney extremely hard with their one remaining hand. "It's now clear to me that none of you have enough self-control to be in this RP, but I can't block you, so I'll just have to teach you how to properly RP," said Jake as they lead the way to a classroom. I feel like there'd be a 13-year-old kid like crying on his laptop or whatever, telling someone. I'm just saying, I feel like that's how some Miiverse kids responded when somebody basically trolled their RP. "Stop doing that, I'm gonna tell you how to roleplay." When they realized their dad doesn't work at Nintendo. As the OCs walked in, they took a look around the classroom. It was really big. "Why is the classroom so large?" said Bilford Wimley. "Well, I'm sure you're all aware of the multitude of autistic users. I need the classroom large enough to accommodate that," said Jake. Suddenly, a loud noise was heard from outside, and the loud house was heard on the TV, and loud Negro was heard from inside as Legra screamed in fright. "What in the name of extra thick number 9 was that?" yelled Avery Koo. "Where?" said Big Smoke. "Please don't hurt me, Mr. Giant." Speaking of the loud house, isn't there like a fanfic that's longer than the Bible or some shit? I believe I remember that. Yelled a voice from outside. Banging was heard from the door. "Oh, a knock-knock joke," said Johnny Bravo. "Who's there?" he continued. "It's me, you nincompingus," said another voice. "It's me, you nincompingus." "Who?" said Johnny. "Out of my way," said Jake as they shoved Johnny out of the way and opened the door. On the other side, they saw Cubot and a morbidly obese, extra thick Orbot. Oh shit, is this where we get... Oh shit, this is where we might get some Cubot and Orbot development. Jake walked over to Cubot and said, "What's going on here?" Cubot responded with, "There's a monster that's going to eat you." "I'm not a monster. I just had a fresh squeezed orange juice leak from my fingers, so we plugged my fingers, which caused me to inflate myself just like a balloon," said extra thick Orbot. Yeah, there's people who get off to that shit. Okay, Orbot was the obese one. Cubot's pretty... Well, whatever you're doing, can you keep it down? I'm trying to teach these people to be less autistic, said Jake. Cubot, why don't we take this elsewhere, said Orbot. But how? You're as big as Hugebot, said Qbot. I'll fly us over the rainbow, said Orbot. But you're filled with orange juice. That's not going to make you fly, said Qbot. Orbot then began to float upward, so Qbot grabbed hold. As they floated out of view, Jake turned back and said, "Everyone take a seat. Class is in session in 5. Okay, I was confused because I saw this thing not 12. I didn't know it had how many minutes left. I was confused because that thing usually fills up, and I was like, wait, is this going to be a really long page? I might end it too soon. I've been streaming for a couple hours, and I think I'm about halfway. It would help if I could, if I wasn't a dumbass and I could find where the... Wait, hold on. Okay. Page 8. Stephen J. Oh my god. I know exactly what that's talking about, so... You know what? A few more pages, then I'll probably stop for today. We'll see how we're doing, how I'm holding up. My voice, it's not bad. My voice is fine. I'm just being dramatic. And I'm a dumbass. Okay. Said Qbot, I'll fly us over the... Okay, we got that. You're filled with orange juice. That's not going to make you fly, said Qbot. Orbot then began to float upwards, so Qbot grabbed hold. As they floated out of view, Jake turned back and said, "Everyone..." Okay, yeah, I got that. Cool. Okay, I kind of lost where I was. We're fine now, though. All the OCs took their seats. Mr. Slim Goodbody took a skin-tight muscle seat, and Shadow took a seat that he would soon regret taking. Shadow looked to the seats next to him. Steele was sitting to his left. That was fine and all, but when he looked to his right, he had several forms of PTSD. There was no way that could be him, said Shadow quietly to himself. "There's no way that could be him," said the neighboring student. "Cold Steel," said Shadow. "Shadow," said Cold Steel. No yelling in class. Isn't Cold Steel that one really popular Sonic... And by popular, I mean like meme? Cold Steel the Hedgehog. I know I've heard that name. That's like the most popular OC besides Sonichu, I'd have to say. There's... Oh, Jesus. I believe this was made ironically. Plus, Cold Steel is also a series I want to get into, and I'm never going to take the name seriously because of this shit. Blood Skull Boy 84. You've really... You know your OC has gone far when you've got fan art of your fan art. But anyway, enough about Sonichu ripoff, said Jake. Shadow and Cold Steel gave each other deadly stares and kept quiet for the moment. "So before you are ready for my RP, I will give you a couple rules to follow. If you do not follow these rules, there will be consequences. Rule 1, do not correct me. It's a waste of a post and makes me look bad. Rule 2, have a good grammar. Nothing annoys me more than Jake was cut off by the fastidious Beaver. "Actually, it's use good grammar," said fastidious Beaver, before he was thrown out the window by Jake and then run over several times. "I'm sure he's fine," said Alyssa, while sucking out a Sonic OC soul for Scrappy Sama. "Actually, I'm not okay," said fastidious Beaver. He was then run over several more times. "Remember, do not correct me," said Jake. Nobody said anything because everyone was afraid of Jake's grubby grabbers. Rule 3, no eating in the RP. "Would anyone care for a chocolate bar?" said Jake. "I think I hear a chocolate bar calling," said Doc. Doc walked over slowly, very slowly, ever so slowly, inch by inch. "Hurry up already," screeched Taneshi. They were then subtly shot in the face by Arnold. Doc picked up the rectangular chocolate formation and consumed it in one bite. "How's it taste?" said Jake. Lenny made a face at Jake, but Jake continued to make a face at the Doc anyway. "It's chocolicious," he said in a really happy tone. "No eating in my classroom," ear-raped Jake as they threw Doc through 17 billion doors, or at least they would have if it didn't hit one of the real fake doors from real fake doors. What? Okay, I need to read that again. Or at least it would if he hadn't hit one of the real fake doors from real fake doors. Doesn't make any more sense. Mr. Ratburn slid the rest of the cake into his desk. "Now, to make sure you are good and ready to RP, you must take a test," started Jake. "But not just one test. You must take a typing test and a physical test. For the typing test, you must type an 800-word essay on what you may and may not do in an RP. You hear that? 800 words," said Bugs Bunny before he got punched directly through the ground and ended up in a bootleg shop in China. "Begin now," said Jake, as he threw everyone in a TI-84 Texas Instruments graphing calculator to begin typing because Supple took all the laptops. Everyone began tickety typing, but a bunch of OCs failed instantly. For instance, Johnny Bravo can't read or type or write, so he began pressing random buttons. Donkey Kong, on the other hand, can read and write just fine, but his moist, meaty fingers are too much like Wrigley, so he instantly destroyed his calculator by lightly touching it. Mittler failed because he was only one hand and there's power in numbers. Because he is only one hand and there's power in numbers, but one is not enough. RC fell in love with his calculator and said, "Won't you be my robot companion?" before peeling off the plastic on the calculator, thus breaking it. Mr. Crocker attempted to write the essay, but the word essay triggers his F gland in his brain, so he could only type the letter F over and over and over. Okay, this is actual Mr. Crocker, not Mr. Cracker. Shadow stumbled at first because he thought of himself as SA, like Sonic Adventure, but he eventually got on the right track. Eventually, the time was up and the calculators were turned in. About 33% of the class passed, and the rest had to sit out of this RP. As Johnny was getting ready to sit out, he whispered, "I didn't know we landed in communist China." Kowalski overheard him and responded with, "No, this is worse than communist China." "At least we can celebrate Christmas," said H. Gregg. "But it's July," said Pappy, as he was creating matter from pure thought alone. "Exactly. We can celebrate Christmas. In July. Everything's on sale, so come on down," screeched H. Gregg. "Dude, H. Gregg went out of business like 3.99 years ago," said Monopoly Man, as he counted his money as the second richest OC. "Oh no, the money? Without it, the animators will have no reason to animate me," H. Gregg screeched as he faded out of existence. "If only one of us had enough money to bring him back," said Donald Trump, being the richest OC. That's what I was thinking. He then threw his money at where H. Gregg used to be, but instead of bringing him back, the money just kept going and slit some random Sonic OC's throat. Next up is the physical test. I have built an obstacle course with my bare hands, 200 billion pounds of cement, and a single pair of scissors, started Jake. "I know it seems like it'll be hard, I know, but you're wrong. It won't just be hard. It'll be toe-twistingly, scapula-snappingly, pee-pee-poopingly difficult that you might as well quit now," said Jake. Shadow instantly teleports to the end. Edgy hedgehog. "First you learn to crawl the course." "Yabba dabba," yelled Jake as the Falcon punched Shadow back to the start. Shadow then crawled the course so quickly that the entire planet went back in time 3.99 years. The other edgelords followed Shadow, but not quite as time-warpingly quickly. While they were crawling, Siva played every single Linkin Park song simultaneously, although crawling was the most prominent. Well, looks like a couple of you are well versed in the crawling arts. I don't think there needs to be any further testing, so I will pick out the OCs that are allowed to RP. All of the remaining OCs got sweaty. Sweat. Anyways, the OCs that will be participating in this RP will be AU Toby, Scarlos, Dark Dwayne, Silver, Bandon, and Clinchmaster. Bandon and Clinchmaster, I guess they're a pair. Eddie, Aurora, Strike, Cold Steel, Shadow, and finally Milani. A singular cheer could be heard amongst the OCs. Please tell me why Milani got in, said one of the salty Sonic OCs. He got a perfect grade on both of the tests, considering he can do anything except learn how to swim, said Jake. Milani made a face at one of the salty Sonic OC. At that one salty Sonic OC, said Milani. The salty Sonic OC then dematerialized into a pile of salt. Now, the OCs who didn't make it into the RP, go and watch from the sidelines and don't do anything stupid. I don't want you wasting any posts, said Jake. McFrizzle breathed, then posted a post about herself breathing. She was then swatted vigorously. No breathing, said Jake. No stealing my lines, screeched Michael Rosen. Is it Rosen or Rosen? Read Jake, I don't know. As they threw Michael Rosen off a cliff. He's going over that cliff, said Copton. Jake threw the Copton off the same cliff. Da! Screeched Copton as he went over that cliff. We are going to start the RP now, and if there are any other interruptions, I will kill this baby, said Jake. But started Chris before the baby was instantly turned into a flea and put in a box, and that box was put in another box, and then the box was put into the mailbox. Any day now, that flea baby is going to come in the mail, and when that happens, I will smash it with a hammer, said Jake. In the meantime, I'm going to start the RP and smile, knowing that none of you will be able to sleep, knowing that you killed that baby. Lenny then had a moment of pure joy when he thought about when Milani stomped several babies to death. Beautiful. I don't know if you guys heard, but hold on. I would like to hear the story about the motherfuckers, whatever their name. What's his name? The bitches. It's literally in the chat. Orbot and Qbot. Now, that sounds like a very interesting story, but hold on. How long have I been going? That's my curious. Because I don't want to drag it on too long. Otherwise, people might get a little tired. 2 hours. Okay. We're pushing it. We'll finish this page, and then we can do it. Finish up another night. Luckily, I won't have the long break. Whatever. Because I'm not going to be out of town for a little while at least. But yeah, anyways, let's finish this page. So, and yeah, I do notice it's getting a little bit late, so I might as well resume the rest. But we'll finish this page first. I can't wait to get the Steven Universe shit. God damn. Takes me back. So what do you guys want to do first, guys? Said Shadow. Is he turning into Reed? Oh, I predicted what happened next, said Shadow. Wait, that's not Shadow. That's Reed in a shadow suit, cried Cold Steel. Hold on, guys. What would make you guys think that, guys? Said Reed in a shadow suit. Get out before things get violent, said Jake. Okay, guys, I'm going now, guys, said Reed, as he took off the suit and ran away approximately 0.63 times as fast as Keemstar does. But if that's not Shadow, where's the real one? Is Keemstar a good runner? I haven't seen the man run. Does he even have legs? I just see him behind his desk or whatever. His fucking shitty-ass desk with his gnome statue. But if that's not Shadow, where's the real one? Said Brandon. They all looked at him when Clinchmaster spotted him standing on a gargoyle on the second tallest building. Then a plane crashed into the tallest building, so Shadow was now standing on the tallest building. Then another plane crashed into the building Shadow was on, but he landed on the ground completely fine. I'm going to make you regret existing now, Cold Steel. Shadow started beating on Cold Steel. Then Cold Steel started fighting back. Mid-fight, Dark Dwayne interrupted with someone by his side. But not just anyone, Shadow froze. He started slowly walking up to the person next to Dark Dwayne. Mario, said Shadow. What? Said Dark Dwayne. He then turned to see that Cannibal Mario was standing next to him. Get out of here, you creeps, screamed a certain woman as she shooed Mario away. Maria, said Shadow. I thought I would finally pay you back, said Dark Dwayne. Shadow became extremely unedgy considering that Maria was in front of him and he had nothing to be edgy about. Cold Steel was about to stab Shadow in the back when the last post was swollen, so he couldn't harm him in the slightest. You got lucky this time, said Cold Steel, as he started walking away. Cubot then fell on top of him at terminal velocity, crushing every single bone in Cold Steel's body, as well as incinerating 69% of his flesh and organs. Cannibal Mario and Luigi then took the remains and sold it in their store as well-cooked meat. Oh my goodness, screeched Jake, before they were really slowly crushed by Orbot. But they were still alive. You think you can kill me that easily? Screeched Jake, before Orbot excreted all the orange juice inside of him, drowning Jake slowly and painfully. The OCs then fixed one of the planes that crashed into the tall buildings, and after fixing it, they flew to the next RP. Alright. I'm gonna guess this is an average size. Yeah, we'll probably just wrap up here. It is getting a little bit late. Plus, I've got next week and shit to do stuff. So yeah, I haven't found a date yet because sometimes I'll have plans and shit, but once I do get a date I'm pretty confident on, I'll probably just throw that back in the announcements on my Discord. So, yeah, just be sure to look for that. And everyone, thanks for watching. I'll see you later. So I literally do not know what happened. I'm pretty sure I said literally like twice, but oh well. So I literally do not know. And I'm even listening to it right now. It's perfectly normal. I don't get what happens. What is this? Okay, let me send the notification. Please let me know if there's any other audio issues, because obviously I want to fix that shit. Don't want to sound like fucking bitch ass motherfucker. Sounds good now? Oh, hell yeah. Okay. I don't know why I had that shit pulled up. Okay. Let me just... Did I? Oh yeah, I'm a dumbass. It's because I had to turn the computer off. Because I was in a cycle where the OBS was still recording, but like it rebooted itself, so I couldn't like stop recording. It was... Yeah, it was an epic, I guess you can say. It's fixed now. Okay, cool. We're perfect. Wattpad. Wait, hold on. It literally had the exact chapter I was in. Look at that. The press of a button. Okay, alright. This is it for real now. Shaq's Day Out 2. It's giving me the... It's giving... Yeah. I saw the smuts. It's still there. Meanwhile, back in Unnamed City, absolutely nothing of interest was happening because everyone was on a world tour, except a loud, unignorable explosions coming from a very saggy building called Button Corp Evil Incorporated. This is called Buttonators and Shaq's Great Escape, by the way, if you couldn't read the big text. Man-O-War pulled his sweaty jets into the building. He walked around looking under any nook and cranny he could find for Dr. Sagmaster, except he didn't because he's a pile of goo that can't walk. Suddenly, Sagmaster walked out of the bathroom slowly and poured salt in the area surrounding Man-O-War. Ah, Portuguese Man-O-War, how nice of you to join me. I don't know why I even bother trapping you when you can't even move to begin with. Anyways, let me explain to you the explosions, Sagmaster said, walking over the balcony. I'm gonna assume it's still sounding fine. Just a little paranoia, but I think we're good. I heard it before. See that building over there? Sagmaster said, pointing to a building shaped similarly to his. A few weeks ago, that building mysteriously moved across town to that spot, blocking my view of the ocean. I mean, that view was like 90% of the reason I bought this plot of land. And I said this in the first one, but I'm pretty sure that's like an actual Phineas and Ferb plot, if I remember correctly. Sagmaster said, so as you can see, I've been testing bombs so I can blow up his building. Sagmaster said, grunting. Oh, okay, that was for that. Okay. Now, with one push of this button, Sagmaster said, before a used can of bread flew out of the window of the other building into his, knocking the button out of his hand and causing it to fall into a dumpster 60 stories below. Sagmaster then became furious. Oh, that does it. Come on, Man-O-War, let's go, Sagmaster said, picking up the gelatinous pile of goo in his arms. He set Man-O-War down in a booster seat. Booster seat hot dog. Buckle up, Man-O-War, because I get road rage when I'm angry. We're here, Sagmaster said angrily. The way I read it, that did not sound angry. Okay. Despite the fact that the building was right next to his, he managed to run over 80 dogs, 17 blind people, 15 elderly people, 90 babies, and he demolished 6 buildings. Doofenshmirtz Incorporated. I guess he didn't get the building he wanted. Fucking killed. A Sagmaster stormed upstairs like a storm, or like Storm when he wets his mankini in coconut cum. I didn't think I was going to read that. Sagmaster knocked out on the door and waited for an answer. While he waited, he read his mail. Hey, check it out, Man-O-War. This guy's gonna be real sorry when he finds out he's missing some. Sagmaster started reading the package. Self-destruct buttons for innators? Hey, I manufactured these buttons, or at least I forced homeless children who are trapped in my basement to do it for money, which is actually Mr. Krabs' wacky bucks, he said. Suddenly, the door opened. Hold on, just a quick check. Okay, I think it's centered as much. I was just shifting the fucking camera. Whatever, it's not that important. For the last time, I don't want whatever you're selling to get out before. So get out before I show you my stabinator, said the man who was holding a knife. Oh, I have a hunch that you're gonna put that down now, said Sagmaster, pulling out a button that powers a regular gun. A button for a gun, huh? Nerf. Casual. Did your mom make that for you? Said the man. Actually, I made it, you meathead. And I suppose yours was made by you, or made for you by whoever is making that platypus sound effect in your apartment. Roasted sag moistener. Grr, that's just my nemesis, Perry, said the man. Oh, funny story. This pile of goo that's on your carpet, making it moist, damp, and soggy, is my nemesis, Portuguese Man-O-War, said Sagmaster. Oh, I see, said the man. My name's Diston, by the way. Come inside, it's fun inside, said Diston, opening his door that wasn't a fake door. Is it Diston or Dyston? I think Diston sounds correct. Oh, I see, said the man. My name's Diston, by the way. Wait, hold the fucking phone. My name's Diston, by the way. Come inside. My name's Okay, it is repeated. Okay, I thought I was going insane. Come inside, it's fun inside, said Diston, opening his door that wasn't a fake door. Oh, yeah, it's because he fucking repeats. Okay. Yeah, just being a dumbass. Don't mind me. Sagmaster carried Man of War inside. Wow, I like what you did with the place, said Sagmaster, realizing this was basically his lab, except the sun shroom was painted Kunaberry Uppy. Oh, what the fuck did I just read? I don't know what that means. So over here is my office, over there is my den, that's the kitchen, recently remodeled, and finally we have Perry the Platypus, who fell victim to my trap. It's made of toenail clippings and aardvark esophageal tissue, said Diston. Swanky, said Sagmaster. Oh, I almost forgot to offer you some refreshments from my orange juicinator, said Diston. I have a name, you know. And it's Orbot, said Orbot, panting and sweating robot sweat as Cubot followed him. What is the story behind Orbot and Cubot? I need to know this. Orange Juicinator, what took you so long? We have guests, said Diston, triggered. Sorry, we have another finger plug fiasco over at Sonic in the Sonic RP, said Orbot, giving an angered look at Cubot. Orbot squeezed orange juice from his finger. Sagmaster smiled as he secretly dumped it into a potted plant when nobody was looking. Was that intentional, or was that just random? Anyways, so I noticed we are both evildoers, said Sagmaster, tossing Man of War in the same cage as Perry. Oh, absolutely, said Diston. Maybe this guy could be a valuable ass to my organization. The two scientists thought in unison. On the topic of subplots, let's see how our companion Shaq is doing in prison. Shaq was in fact doing awful. He had a beard despite the fact that it had only been a day, but he had already given up hope. He was already out of Gold Bond, and his skin was cracking. Oh man, this is bad, thought Shaq, stroking his beard. Suddenly, the lights came on. It was morning. Max came back over to Shaq's cell. So this was how your first night back in the I read that wrong. So how was your first night back in the interdimensional prison, AU Shaq? Max said with a grin. It was generally bad, fearing for my life, starving, freezing, and crying, but overall, it was still better than being in Cincinnati or anywhere near Dad's facial region, said Shaq. Silence, screeched Max, pouring acid on Shaq's skin, making it even more unsupple. How dare you insult my facility? I'm putting you on kitchen duty today, but I want you in my office tonight at midnight to grant some more wishes, said Max. Don't show up and I'll execute you, CG667, said Max, walking away. Shaq gulped as the guard escorted him to the interdimensional prison's kitchen. You will cook gruel now, said a menacing-looking chef guy. Shaq immediately cooked Gold Bond. Will this suffice, sir? Shaq said with a jaw-breaking grin. The chef flushed it down the latrine and stabbed Shaq by the face. Or grabbed Shaq. Okay, that's a bit different. Grabbed Shaq by the face. You must cook gruel or speak to human resources, he said, sweating bullets that put holes in Shaq's prison wear. He then pointed to a dark room that said HR. Oh no, said Shaq said like Knuckles. Oh no. Want me to just explain it in voice chat? Sure. Hold on, I'd be down to... just do a VC. I'm guessing it's a story that's full of I can just hop on the general chat. Fuck it. Unless you got another chat set up. Hopefully this doesn't fuck anything up with the audio. You still there? You know what, I might as well just keep on going. Okay, it was right there. When the lunch rush came in, Shaq was serving up meals Gary's way. Blech! One after another, the strange creatures, all coming from different dimensions, accused of different crimes, were eating prison gruel served by Shaquille O'Neal. At one point during the lunch hour, a robotic crab mech with a human head and a hat walked up to Shaq. "Dude, can I get some ketchup?" said the Robo Crab Sapien. Suddenly, his gaze and Shaq's met. They both said. "Oh yes, sir, here we have some ketchup." "Or here, have some ketchup," Shaq said, squirting ketchup in his face. "Eat up," said Shaq with a grin. "I don't know how you're here, but don't think I've forgotten, Shaq, what happened that day," said the man. "Come, same could be said to you. I almost died," said Shaq. "Oh yeah? Well, I did die." The mech man took out a plastic fork and tried to stab Shaq, so Shaq took out his fists and got ready to use Shaq Fu if needed. "I took karate in 3rd grade. Come at me," said Shaq. "Food fight!" screamed a prisoner. "You mean like that one awful movie?" said another. "I made that movie, and that's why I'm here," said the third guy. Suddenly, the cafeteria broke out into chaos. I too wish prison was just like school. Anyone? Okay. Crab Mech threw a breadstick at Shaq. "Wait, where did you get that? I thought they only served gruel," said Shaq, before being hit with a glass of meat. A glass of meat. "Pfft, still the cheater you always were, Nolan," said Shaq, hitting him in the face with a frying pan. Nolan didn't say anything and continued to throw comestibles at Shaq. After 20 minutes of contestable combat, Max burst through the door and everyone froze, some midair. He knew he couldn't execute everyone for this, so he commanded them back to their cells. Nolan stuck out his tongue at Shaq, so Shaq made a face at Nolan. Sadly, this made him think of Lenny, and he got depressed. Ironic, I thought of Lenny when I see make a face in any of these stories. As the inmates were escorted back to their cells, Shaq saw Nolan get sent to his cell. Shaq saw Nolan get sent. Okay, I feel like I didn't pronounce that well. "You're being sent to the showers in 5 minutes," a guard told him. "Yes, now I can purposefully drop the soap. I mean, hooray, I can get clean," Nolan said, sweating. The guard left, and that's when Shaq noticed there was a small opening at the very top of Nolan's cell, but Nolan wasn't tall enough to reach it. Shaq's brain pooped a juicy light bulb. That night at 11:30, Shaq prepared for an escape. He pulled out his hairpin, which allowed for his secret circus afro to expand with both direction and magnitude. He then used it to pick the lock. "Oh wait, it's not that kind of lock," he said, realizing it was a 4-digit code. Is it 6666? He got it right first try. "I mean, that's the memeiest answer," said Shaq. Then the lock asked for voice recognition, so Shaq did an impression of Groucho Marx. This triggered the alarm to go off. "Oh, snap," said Shaq. Luckily, he stopped the alarm by making a free throw at it with a heavy metal ball he was attached to. "Easy money," said Shaq, running for Nolan's cell. The code this time was harder. It was 1234. "Wow, I would have never guessed that, except I did first try," said Shaq. Upon entry, I see the video. He trampled Nolan twice for his own satisfaction before reaching the window. "Dang, I'm exactly 1 Nolan short. Now where could I find something that size?" he said. Nolan was staring directly at him as he looked around the room for something that size. "Why are you here?" said Nolan. "Shut up, you don't matter," said Shaq, looking under every nook and cranny. Nolan's temper was draining in both erection and fagnitude. Shaq then looked at Nolan. "Wait, I got it!" He then shoved him out of the way to try to find something his size. "Dang," Shaq thought. Just then, The two heard the footsteps of race-walking guards. I guess they weren't paid enough to run. Shaq was running around in circles and thinking, but that reminded him of that time earlier in the day where Toby ran into a wall during Family Feud, which caused him to get sad again. Suddenly, Nolan jumped off the bed. This is foreshadowing.
I'm gay.
I haven't seen that in forever. Oh man, that's I don't even think there's words. It's, what would you call it? Like, quality of art? I feel like I'm saying that completely wrong, but it's a classic. That's all you should know. And if somebody doesn't remember that, then you're probably too young to be on the internet. He slapped Shaq in the face. "Snap out of it, you lumbering ligament," said Nolan in an attempt to calm Shaq down. Shaq snapped out of it and punched him in the face. And used his body as a step-in stool to get out. That was so important, it was an extra sentence, I guess. Oop, told you, shit, mouse wheel. See ya wouldn't want to be ya, okay, said Shaq, giving him the salute and then the finger. "Wait, Shaq, before you leave, I want to apologize for trying to kill you. Being here all this time has given me the chance to think. After I was crushed by that Rainbow Dash statue and used as firewood for your Christmas party, I was tossed." I'm pretty sure the Christmas one's spin off we haven't done. "Fortunately, a scientist who cares for beings like me used technology to give me these crab legs, and used technology to give me these crab legs and a functioning body again." Okay, that must be just a mistake. I was a little sussied out. "He could reverse death," Nolan started. The word technology made Shaq think about how Kenny used to love technology, which made him sad. I was thinking RC, man. "After I was reborn and I vowed to kill you during the events of Terry's Day Out, but I was caught and taken here. But before I was taken away, the scientist told me one more very important thing that I only remembered now," Nolan said. "To not kill people," said Shaq. "Actually, he told me that he installed a flying mechanism on my new bod," said Nolan, escaping with Shaq. "Yes, I'm free," Shaq said once they got outside. "Maybe we're not so different, eh?" said Nolan. Shaq responded by using Shaq Fu to brutally kill Nolan. "Fuck you, you attempted to murder me twice. Burn in hell," said Shaq, ripping him apart, then pissing on him and burying the pieces. "Nobody saw that," said Shaq, before looking for a way home. 2017. Wasn't that mean 2016? I mean, I guess it would have. Oh my fucking god. Oh, I love the title. The Steven Juniverse Fusion collab. I already know this is gonna be amazing. I don't think I really need to be in the voice chat. Oh, fuck. We'll just disconnect for now. Shut the fuck up. I'm not gonna rate Discord. Nobody cares. Discord's already been rated by a million times. Okay, now it's... Huh. Okay. I'm still a little flabbergasted by some of these suggestions, but they're getting better. Okay. Fuck you, mouse wheel. After the fiasco at the Sonic RP, the gang continued to fly the plane before slamming and jamming into the Twin Towers. The plane was fine, so were the towers, but the plane attempted to touch a pebble and imploded, thus destroying the towers and the plane. "Goddamn Pebble number 1278, he's such a dork," said Eddie's brother. Due to the plane destroying itself, the gang had to find a new and memeier way to get to the next RP. "We could just walk there. It's only 3 trillion years away," said Toby, checking his map. "Wait, I was reading it upside down. It's only 72 trillion decades away," he said, flipping the map. "I have a better idea," said Shagil, interclass, right before clapping his hands twice. "Slaves, Fetcheth me the Steven Universe RP. He commanded as black midgets in elf suits bowed down to him. Slowly the slaves pushed the entire continent to the location of the RP. I want to know the backstory behind this picture. Is this just getting to general? Okay. Hold up. I will be right back. It'll be quick, I promise. Sorry about that. I don't like doing that during streams, but I told you it was fast. Hey.
Okay.
What is the story behind Qbot and Orbot? Tell me, father.
Okay, so the fucking origin story of that joke was we made a Miiverse post where I think it was Qbot plugs Orbot's finger, which dispenses orange juice, which is just something that happened and it looked really funny in the new Sonic Boom, like the TV series for it.
Yeah.
And it was really, really funny to us at the time, so we made a post about it, but he plugs his fingers so he plays with orange juice, and I guess Miiverse moderators really, really didn't like that, so they took it down, and then me and the other two guys, while on a phone call with each other, or a Skype call with each other, I called Nintendo support for Miiverse,
my
and the lady was over the phone was just I was just what is the post that got me banned? And then she was just it says something more about Qbot. And we were fucking dying laughing because she just refused to read it. She's like, I'm not reading this. And then hung up.
Oh, God.
The funniest thing.
That's amazing. I almost thought it would be someone else's OCs in a roleplay, because I just feel like that's a good portion of the references, but...
Oh, no, that was just a fucking masterpiece.
That's amazing. If only you still had, you recorded the call.
I wish we did.
Oh, that would have been so good. Alright. We will return to Shaq. Did you want to read some, or...?
No, I'm actually really tired. I just got back from work, honestly.
Ah, okay. Well, have fun. Enjoy the stream, or sleep, or whatever you decide.
Alright.
Alright. Pog. Okay, now we know Corvot and Qbot. Motherfuckers. Sinterklaas? Okay, he just owns straight up Santa in the Netherlands? Okay, this has got to be a real legend. Is this the actual Netherlands Santa? Because I know different places have different Santas. I think there's a place that has it tall and skinny, but I mean, all I'm saying is that doesn't surprise me. Maybe Santa was a white supremacist. But anyways, see, plus nobody got hurt, Shaquille said, stepping on the corpses of his slaves. Alright guys, this is the Steven Universe RP. Fuck you, I can't stop thinking about Orbot. Okay, I'll try to... Alright guys, this is a Steven Universe RP, so I want to see you guys fuse and use your newfound Mimi powers to make those RPers extremely uncomfortable, said Vincent directly before fusing with Jack to become Jack Monkey Soul. You see, with our newfound power we can do this. Jack Monkey Soul then used high-pressured carrot juice from his nipples to fly. He landed right in front of the host of the RP. Oh wow, fusion. You must be a pro at Steven Universe lore. You and your gang can join, said the host. Agolf overheard the host and began looking around. Hey, Toby, did she just say what I think she said? Agolf asked excitedly. Yes, she said we can join. He was interrupted as Agolf pulled out his happy boxes. Oh yes, a Steven's Universe RP, my favorite, he said as he tried to lift the happy box, but he couldn't lift it. Hey Toby, you know that fusion stuff? Well, I need to take advantage of all the meats you have, so gimme! Agolf and Toby then fused, resulting in Tagoff. I didn't expect that pairing, I'm gonna be honest. Pokemon Go Kid and fucking Agolf Hitler. I think his last name was different, but I can't remember right now. Anyways, how did a fusion wind up being so extremely weak? Said Tagoff, trying to move a pebble, but instead sweating a monsoon. They unfused, and Agolf stared directly at Toby before saying, "It's very clear that any fusion with Toby is utterly useless." He then forced Jack Jackington to move his happy box for him. Lenny made a face at Moini, I think it's... Oh no, it looks like there's a bunch of them. Lenny made a face at Moini, causing them to fuse. I don't get it. Nothing changed, said Molini. Oh yeah, it's new tattoos, said Mini Lenny. This is hard to read. I wonder what we could do, said Moleni. Mini Maleni then made his signature face before forcing the fusion to jump into the water. Wait, I can't float, screamed Maleni before miraculously floating. Oh my, this makes us only the second most powerful character in the whole canon. Sound Emoe just sat there as he sunbathed on the actual sun. The owner of the RP watched in awe as Maleni shot out of his nipples, which were now miniguns. Shot out of his nipples. Absolutely beautiful. Shaw and Keel were quick to fuse into Shaquille and vigorously eyebrow wiggled at the other Shaq OCs to form a giant Shaq. Wait, we're missing a Shaq, guys. How could we dare forget about the Potato Shack? Or Potato Shack. They then proceeded to suck in Potato Shack before becoming the greatest fusion to ever exist. Shaq's acting career. Hey, normal Shaq, you should hop in on this action, said Shaq's acting career. Sorry, my fellow Shaqs. I have stage 9 suspensory ligament cancer, so I will pass, said AU Shaq, as he caressed his suspensory ligaments. Toby wandered around aimlessly before accidentally bumping into and fusing with AU Toby. Oh my, we're actually powerful, said the fusion, before picking up a moderately sized boulder with relative ease. Wait, so if our fusion name is just both of our names combined, then it's just AU Toby. Well, that's underwhelming. AU Toby, is that Sigma? Is he a Sigma male? I think that's the Sigma sign. AU Toby Sigma male wandered around moving medium-sized objects with minimal effort. This is great and all, but what powers do we get? Then AU Toby Sigma male looked at his hands, which were now fused with phones. 4 times the phone, 4 times the Pokemon Go, said the fusion of dingoes. We're now fused with... He has 2 fucking phones? Okay. I feel like somebody would make a Pokemon Go... Somebody's already made, like, a Pokemon Go farm, like they did with the Spotify thing, where you could, like, play your playlist over and over again, and just get infinite money. What am I? Sigma man? You see, I was researching... Hello? No, I want to know the sign. I'm just double checking to make sure I got this right. Is it the Sigma sign? Is it? I don't know why it's not. Oh shit, it's not. Christmas special. Okay, I just kind of picked over at the chat for the first time in a bit. Okay, that must have been the Santa thing, and also the reference that Nolan made. Is it Omega? I don't know. I think it's Omega now that I don't know why I jumped to Sigma. Okay, yeah, I've seen too much of this Sigma male shit. Okay, cool. It's Omega. The meme doesn't work quite the same, but I can't. Okay, there we go. I can't blame it. This was written years before the Sigma male was discovered. Jorgen and Scrappy chose to fuse, resulting in an extremely buff fusion. Rippling muscles, the fusion cried out before flexing so hard that it killed Tarson the RPer. Haha, I call it Jappy Von Stangle. Do not violate the rules. He continued to scream RPers. Hey, I'm a fusion too, you know, said Spencer, talking to Vincent the RPer. But you look completely normal, said Vincent. He was then hit in the face by a towel. Oh, sorry, Spencer said before ripping off his second towel. I was wearing a second towel, screamed Spencer, revealing that he was actually two smaller Spencers in a Spence stack. Oh, so that explains his name. Frank Ozone was looking around for his super suit before seeing the most beautiful article of clothing he'd ever laid his eyeballs on. The clothing in question was a fusion of Urkel Schrute, Mittler, Carl the Mankini, and Kimpaloon the magical old-timey bathing suit who lives in the Himalayas. The fusion, despite none of them being formal wear, was a sentient tuxedo. That reminds me of the fucking Minecraft skins, the creepers with tuxedos that everyone liked for some reason. Myself included, can't blame everyone else. Leonard eyebrow wiggled, but no one saw it. He then put on the tuxedo and then became the best named fusion ever, Leonardo in a tuxedo. Maleni continued to awe the RPers while doing everything, including floating. Hey, if you can transform, why don't you just become a fish to float, said Chance the Rapper, RPer. She was then vaporized by Maleni. Don't question it, said Maleni, as he flexed, causing his mean mini Lenny to flex as well. Shaq's acting career began shooting gold bond from his nips that supplified everything it hit. I see you, said Shaq's acting career, taking aim. Zap! He fired high-pressured gold bond to destroy two twin towers, which were slowly being rebuilt from earlier. How many times have the twin towers fallen in the Shaq universe? More time in real life. There's a replica of exactly what happened. Taneshi looked around for souls to suck, and Alyssa was also on the prowl for a good old soul suck. They both watched a morbidly obese RPer sit down and were standing on opposite sides of him. 3 times the person, 3 times the soul, Taneshi said as he began sucking. Dark Souls logic, he's not wrong. Alyssa was also sucking from the other side, but just then the RPer was punched away by Jappy Von Stangle, causing Alyssa and Taneshi to suck each other's souls out, which switched their bodies. Taneshi then looked back and forth, realizing what had just happened. Oh no, cried Alyssa. I can look at myself naked, Taneshi said, making a huge Lenny face. Oh yes, whispered Maleni. I can explain, said Taneshi before fusing with Alyssa into Talissa. Hey, I'm moderately tall. Talissa then used its newfound height to grab people who were trying to rest in trees to suck out their souls. This is like fusion, but like... Is this Fat Albert Kirby? It says Kirby Albert. Don't... You know, sometimes there's just not words. It's Omega, but I like Sigma Male Toby better. Yeah, that's thanks to me not knowing the signs, I guess. But to be fair, who the fuck knows? Like, what's the point of knowing the signs anyway? There's like none. Kirby Albert. Is this Fat Albert Kirby? Or is this a different Albert? Because I don't see the Fat Albert, except the fact that he's fat. That is okay. The Kirby Albert must be its own thing. I was thinking Fat Albert first of all, but he didn't really resemble it, so Okay, we'll just let the image sink in. As the island was falling victim to domestic terrorism, the rake was hiding for his life as Eddie was driving his bike around in an attempt to find him. "Hey, Lightning, want a fuse so I can find that pesky rake?" asked Eddie. "Sure, my main chisel," Lightning responded as Eddie climbed inside and sat at the driver's seat, forming Lightning McEddie. "Oh, rake, here I come," he screamed as he began flooring it to the bush where the rake was hiding. "I've got to get out of here," screamed the rake, before stepping on a rake which smashed his face, thus causing them to fuse into the rake, which was a rake's handle with a rake's head. "Too late," screamed Lightning McEddie before running him over so hard that he permanently fused with the road, dooming him to spend eternity being run over. Lightning McEddie then proceeded to do donuts on the road. Roz, still getting her bunions rubbed, was oozing around as Sheen saw her. "Hey, Roz, can I get in on that?" Sheen said, pointing at her malnourished, bunion-rubbing slave. Did I say malnourished? Malnourished. "Sheen, I hate you more than anything. Of course I'll let you torture my slave," Roz said before they proceeded to fuse into the offensively named Schnozzmo got really upset and began mugging Purple the RPer and shoving her cash into his nose. "Hey everyone," Schnoz said in a voice that caused every RPer in a 10-foot radius, including the bunion rubber, to die. "Hey bunion rubber, if you die I'll keep yelling," Schnoz screamed at the top of his lungs, causing the bunion rubber to be revived and continue bunion rubbing. All OCs put on earmuffs to avoid death by ear rape. Klaus then walked up with caution as he feared the worst, but he had grew the confidence to take off his earmuffs. "Guys, it's not that bad," said Klaus. "What did you say? You're going down on my nuts?" screamed Schnoz, blasting Klaus into space, smashing him into a satellite, then slamming him back to Earth. Black into Earth. I'm good at this reading thing. Meanwhile, Tito Dickman was having fun by fusing with random OCs to put dick jokes in their names. "Ha, I call it Dick Lewis," he said, fusing with Doc Lewis. He approached McFrizzleby to fuse with her and became Dick Frizzle. Dr. Sidney Moist fused with Tito as well to make Moist Dick, which was Lenny approved. Mr. Crocker was drowning fish in water when Tito tapped him on the shoulder and slyly went, "I've got to move here. It'll bring down the house." They then fused into Mr. Crocker. Other fusions included the Crimson Dick, Man in the Dick Suit, Double Dicker Bus Mufasa, Principal Dickley, Groom and Dare Dickman. Is that okay? Dick Dwayne, Dick Manisquito, Tito riding on a dick with the Dickman's body, and the dick opens up its mouth and got Tito inside, and he says, "Who ordered the dick and chips?" Dickman in the yellow hat. I almost said Dickman in the yellow dick hat. I wouldn't have been surprised. Eugene the Weenie, Boris the tap dancing dick demon, Toby Dick, Ma Dick Weenie, Spendixer, Vindixent, Dick Cuck Dicku Dick. Okay, yeah, I can't. Okay. So eventually, the RP slowly came to a close, and the RP owner was really impressed with how much the OCs knew about Steven Universe and invited them to come back anytime. The gang nodded their heads as they pushed the corpses into the water. The RPer then proceeded to hug each OC, which took over 30 posts, putting it at 99 posts. "Now listen closely. We gotta kill them this last post," said Terry, while busy saying this, the RP closed. Oh, okay, while busy saying this, the RP closed. I'm dying. Deleted by the original poster, said Dwayne, reading it out loud. Golly gee, how does something like that even happen? Asked Shadow with actual emotion. Something must be up with Miiverse, I guess, said Terry. Yes, my comrades. A glitch of the Miiverse variety, said AU Shaq, smirking. I don't want to imagine fucking Miiverse glitch. The gang then used the invisible boat alarm to find the invisible boatmobile to drive to the next RP. Phew, they're floating. They can't possibly run over me now, said the rake, before having his face vigorously stomped on somehow. It's like Brian getting killed. We never know who stomped on him. Unless that's a later plot point. Who knows? Chalkate is bad for Pullman teeth. That's an excellent image. As the OCs were about to arrive, Agolf became curious about how the logistics of the invisible boatmobile. How can you tell how much gas is in this thing? Said Agolf, pointing at where he assumed the engine was. There's never been any gas. Gas is just a myth, screeched Barnacle. Man. If there's no gas, how do you go from point DDD to point KKK, said Cranko. Muscle, 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 screeched Leonard while carrying the invisible boatmobile. Then they stopped because there was a very small pebble. Look like it's time to use the invisible boat nuke, yelled Mermaid Man before dying of old age. Okay, there he goes. I know how to handle this, said Johnny. He posed 50 times and then tried to lift the pebble. He then lifted the entire planet, so the pebble wasn't protruding anymore. Done, said Johnny. Oh, are you lifting weights, said Mr. Ratburn. Johnny could be seen lifting a dumbbell with his pompadour. Oh no, said Knuckles, realizing he isn't the most bestest muscles around. Oh yes, screeched Golden Steve Irwin Metaton. Oh absolutely, said Shadow. Speaking of Absol, we're at our next destination, the Pokemon RP, said Peter Prickly. Oh, this is a Pokemon RP. I didn't really get that from title. What's the title again? Chalkate is bad for Pullman teeth? Is that supposed to... I should not... You can't brain wrestle something like that. Just so you know, this one was my idea, said Paul Prickly. They walked up to the RP host to enter. You must be a trainer and have have Pokemon to get into this RP. Is that supposed to be broken? Said Ralts. Oh, this is the Ralts guy again. Okay, cool. Nice going, Paula Coaster. Now how are we going to get in, said Peter. I think we got this covered, shouted a voice from the crowd of OCs. 4 OCs clamored out of the group and in front of the principals. Team Robbie's the name. Disguising's our game, said Robbie. Since when is disguising a thing? Our thing, whispered Vector to Robbie. I'll have you know that I am the master of disguise, Robbie screeched at the sportatop of his lungs. But that's what Wario claimed to be, even though you could clearly tell that he was Wario through all of his disguises, said Vector. And let's not forget the time Max said he was a master of disguise, but all he did was put Groucho Marx glasses on, said Fieldger. This is different. I am a certified master of disguise. I got my certificate in Poppy Potton Incorporated, said Robbie, showing a certificate that was drawn in Kermit Green crayon. Yeah, you right, said Vector and John. Now be quiet so I can work my magic, said Robbie. Just before he started working, George said, This is a load of barnacles, to Johnny. I heard that, screeched Robbie while throwing a costume at George. Now you get to be a trubbish, said Robbie. But this is just a full trash bag, said George. Exactly, now put it on, screeched Vector. There is no way I'm putting trash anywhere near my hair, said George. Soupy Sales then screeched Donkey Kong while shoving George into the trash bag. Robbie began handing out disqueezes to every man, woman, and Dwayne. Cool surprise. Cool surprise. What is this? Said A.U. Shaq. It's a gold bat. Get it? Said Robbie. Whatever, said A.U. Shaq. I am unappreciated by my generation, said Robbie, as he gave a disguise to the last OC. The last OC ever made was in this story. Ralts watched the whole thing, but was so mentally degenerated that she didn't even do anything to stop them. This is it, the moment I've been waiting for about half this chapter, said Principal Paul Blart as they walked in. They saw absolutely nothing. Oh, I see, said Paul. See what? There's nothing here but broken dreams and anticlimacticness, said Peter. Klaus then died of sadness. Don't worry, guys, I got this, said Dwayne. He stepped directly into the middle of the empty area, snapped his fingers, and suddenly an RP set for success appeared out of nowhere. I told you we'd be fine, but you didn't listen, said Paul. You never said that, said Peter. We'll be fine. There, I said it, said Paul. If you keep acting like that, then one of us won't be fine, said Peter, tightening his fist. Hey, no need to be a juju about it, said Paul, walking away. One day, I'm going to destroy Paul's face with my pokey punch, said Peter, bringing out Aurora for the RP. Aurora brought out several sticks of dynamite, some C4, and other assorted nuts and explosives. Not yet, my child, not yet, said Peter, taking the explosives and nuts in his special nuts, lamp oil, and bombs bag. We need to be subtle first, continued Peter. Aurora nodded. Peter walked over to another RPer. So what are the cool kids doing these days, said Peter. Not talking to old men like you. What are you, 80 years old, said the RPer before laughing like he had 50 pennies in each nostril. Now, Aurora, I said you need to be subtle, so I'm going to ask you to subtly kill him and his entire family, whispered Peter. Aurora dragged the kid into the forest, and he was never seen again. I can think of several stories that end like that. Is this Peter Griffin? I feel like it would have Griffin in the name. If this was the famous Peter. Yeah, it just kind of brings up Peter, so I was thinking if I should do my epic Peter Griffin voice, but it doesn't matter. Meanwhile, Jake Paul Pickle was doing some edgy things with Strike 3. So what do we do now, said Paul. I say we take a bath, said Strike. So can you actually talk, or is it just me imagining it? This has been bothering me for a while, said Paul. Strike just shrugged. Whatever. Well, instead of taking a bath, let's do something with the other RPers. Like, take a bath with the RPers. That'd be a good one. Said Paul as he walked over to another person in the RP. Wonderful weather we're having. Paul screeched into the other person's ear. Still loud and ugly as usual. Paul, said the other person. Wait, how do you know my name, said Paul. The mysterious stranger turned around and thrusted his hand into the air. Siege hail, said the bald man, who looked somewhat like a Nazi general. No, seriously, how do you know my name, said Paul. Do you really not recognize me? Are you that stupid? What kind of imbecile started Slicer before being punched directly in the face? That was just a distraction, said Paul, before running while Strike followed behind. Get those pesky principals, shouted Slicer as he threw out Scissor. Scissor then began floating towards Paul and Strike like how Mewtwo floats forwards instead of walking. Slicer ran a different direction to cut them off. We gotta get out of here, said Paul. Too late, said Slicer, as he jumped in front of Paul and Strike. Then Paul and Strike walked by him. Doh, I missed, said Slicer. Slicer then screeched and jumped really high, like the flea. Hold on, I know I sat up. Okay, yeah, this is good. I was just making sure I wasn't, like skyrocketing beyond my camera. But anyways, Paul and Strike ran into a dead end. This smells This smell means that this end must be... Okay, this smell means that this end must have been decaying for at least 3 weeks, said Paul. No, wait, that smell is just the dumpster full of dead memes, Paul continued as he looked into the dumpster to see Phoebe's skeleton still demonically dabbing. Looks like it's the end of the line for you, Paul. Oh, don't tell me that video's gone, said Slicer as he got closer to Paul. Mathematically speaking, there is no end to a line. However, a line segment has a beginning and an end, said Paul. Do you always have to be a smarty pants, said Slicer. Well, I mean, I am the smartest principal in town, said Paul. Did someone call me, said Peter. Peter, what are you doing here, said Lois. Okay, I should have assumed. No shit, it's Peter, man. I was about to say that, said Paul. Well, I heard someone talking about the smartest principal in town, so I thought someone was talking about me, said Peter. We'll talk about who's better than who later, because Slicer has got his groove back, said Paul. Yeah, it's like he's angrier than that time there was a crab with a knife, said Peter Griffin. Gangster crab. Oh, my. Oh, yeah, I've absolutely seen this. If I remember it, crab with a bigger knife. There's the crab. Why is the crab green? I don't know why that's the thing I'm asking, but I don't think many crabs. You know, he's just wielding it, man. I don't know why the thumbnail wasn't up. I think...
Bicho brabo.
What is this?
Bicho brabo.
Okay, yeah, he's clearly... I wasn't listening earlier, but he's clearly not speaking English, huh? Crabs are getting too sentient. We gotta kill them. I feel like I'm talking even worse than usual today. I'm sorry about that. I try my best. What a funny moment, said the not dead Taneshi. So how would you like to die, said Slicer. Of old age? Because I'm not dying today, said Peter. I'll never die. I'm basically immortal, said Paul. Well, not everyone can get what they want, said Slicer. The principals began Prince-a-brawling. Oof, said Avery, spectating from a distance. Oh man, that's gotta hurt in the morning, he continued. He took a sip of his weeb juice. He then ate some vegetables. Wait, that's gross, he said, spitting them out. He then ate an entire skate in 5 seconds. I just thought of Skate 3 while reading that, by the way. Just thought you should know. Great game, by the way. Hi, Avery sat next to Avery. What's going on? Said Hi, Avery. A sweet anime fight. You missed so much, said Avery. Hey, at least I'm here to see the ending, said Hi, Avery. Then there was a huge explosion and the battle ended. Whoa, said Hi, Avery and Avery in unison. Did he just use his stand? Said Ajax, joining them. This must have been a top 10 anime fight, said Hi, Avery. Top 10? That's top 5 at least, said Avery. You can't get ad revenue with only 5, I'm sorry. That must have been the most anime fight that has ever animated, said Paul, out of breath. Yeah, you're right, said Peter, mostly fine. That sounded more like Lois. Slicer didn't say anything because he was unconscious and in a dumpster. We should probably take to the last post now, said Peter. I'll race you to it, said Paul. Paul started planting C4 everywhere, and Prickly joined shortly after. Ready to detonate it, guys, said Peter. I'm ready, said Paul, and they pressed the detonator button, but nothing happened. And the last post was taken again, said Peter. Is life even worth living at this point? Said Paul. Whatever. Let's get back to the rest of the group, said Peter, leaving the area. Paul followed closely behind. So how the hell do we get to the next damn RP? Said Silver. We can use Upgrade's time machine to travel to a time where the next RP location would be here because of the rotation of the planet, said Freddy. You know, that's pretty smart, actually. You know what? You know what? Yeah, said man as he crammed into the time machine. So how far do we travel, said Spencer. Freddy scribbled on a map a bunch and looked up. 3 hours into the future, said Freddy. But what if we traveled to a time where we already finished the tour and then go home, said Fieldger. Why are you always so lazy, said Freddy. That's what I do, said Fieldger. Then they traveled 2 hours and 59 minutes to be fashionably early. Lent. Concentration-themed campground. Oh no. It's gonna be classy. Hold on, I gotta watch the time. I'm taking care of neighbor's dogs, so yeah. Can't stream all night, but we'll get 2 hours in. I was planning on doing 3 parts anyway, but anyways, when everybody yads this post, we can start, said Alice the RPer. Also, I wanted to add, it's kind of funny how all the really stupid limitations on Miiverse have just kind of made their own memes. Like, just the fact that you were limited to, like, 30 posts a day, and, like, posts can only go up to, like, 99 or whatever. Just that stuff. They say Nintendo probably should have made it, like, normal, like, to where there isn't a limit, but... or at least there's a higher limit, but I guess we wouldn't be getting great content if they actually were up to date in technology. But anyways, everyone in her RP began yaing the post. And also, saying the word yaing, it doesn't feel like it should be allowed. I'm just saying. I'll shut up now. When she was about to make her first post in the roleplay, a time machine came out of nowhere, killing one of the RPers. Yeah, you can just hold on a sec. We have over 100 more OCs that will be joining, said Haribo, before gold bonding his arms. Okay, just read the rules, said Alice, suspiciously as the extremely large amount of OCs left the machine. Campground RP, Agolf read as his smile expanded with both direction and magnitude. Suddenly, a concentration camp was built faster than the computer that isn't a Mac. Fun fact, as I wrote that sentence, it told me my startup disk was full just to mock me. Agolf began torturing everyone with utmost glee. Alicia, the RPer, was scuttling along, running away from the camp, when Shadow came out of a bush with a big smile that was so big he needed to wear a hat to hide the length of it. Shadow ever smile? Hello there, isn't it such a nice weather we're having? He said very enthusiastically. The sudden burst of cheerfulness from an edgy-looking hedgehog made her have a mental breakdown while she was still running, so she ran into a gorge and died. She's going over that cliff, said Copton. Other RPers soon flee from the dictator. Quick, let's take shelter in this cave, they say. Soon they realize that it was actually Ant Boy's hideout, and he comes home only to pee acid on them. Oof! There's that amazing picture again. Nothing unusual. Cool. No dream smut. Agolf bulldozes a crowd of people into a gas chamber. So you come here often? Lenny says to one of them. Suddenly, Kronk pulls the lever to turn on the gas, and Agolf falls into a pit. Wrong lever, he shouts. Then Kronk pulls the right lever. Luckily, Lenny brought his gas mask to school, unlike the others. Hey, no god modding, said Alice. Oh, I'm sorry, said Agolf. Here, as a token of my appreciation for this RP, I present you with one of my famous happy boxes, said Agolf. Well, thanks, said Alice, taking the box. Agolf twiddled his fingers as he looked at all the RPers. Suddenly, the ground began shaking like a baby in the hands of an irresponsible parent. Oh no. Oh no. Oh dear Eddie Y, cried Agolf. Kedamono's mask became a thinking emoji. What's going on, man? Said Mr. Electric as he charges his Samsung with anus. Man your stations. Red alert, Agolf cried. The only ones who knew what was happening were we are other members of his association. Excuse me, sir. Do you know what the heck this man is squeaking about? Excuse me, what the heck this man is squeaking about? A.U. Shaq asked Terry. I don't know, he replied. Suddenly the camp's wall broke down. Agolf then lowered his eyebrows. We've been liberated, Agolf said before hopping in his land helicopter and got the barnacle out of there. Suddenly the communists came to liberate. I have arrived, claimed Kowalski. Not so fast. The Italians are going to help, said Cannibal Mario and Luigi. Let's not forget the Americans, said Donald Trump. What a hero, said nobody ever. You know, Squiddy boy. Are you here to save us? Said an RPer. If by save, you mean sacrifice to Scrappy too. A little... I can't talk. You mean sacrifice to Scrappy Doo? Then yes. I was almost expecting more like under new management meme or whatever. The you freed us. Yeah, but I think that came after this. Well, I'm sure it did. Said Alyssa. The RPer then reverse crab walked away. A.U. Shaq and Reed used this as a distraction to begin plotting on how to steal the last post. They scuttled into a bunker. Alice led the resistance to a nearby campground that wasn't concentration themed. Whew, now that that's over, one of us that are still alive should choose our cabin buddies, she said. Oscar Carl walked over to Mimi the RPer. Wanna be cabin mate, sweetheart? He asked her. Sure, honey. I don't see why not, she said, winking at him with both eyes as she is on the spectrum. They waltzed into the cabin, happily holding hands. 6 seconds later, the entire cabin burns down because of Oscar's flaming fedora. Oh, jeez, Oscar thought, walking away like the cabin never existed. Meanwhile, Dave and Queen the RPers were in the cabin. How do I become pregnant? Queen asks. Let's find out, Lennet. Dave replies, getting close to her. Is Lennet supposed to be like a Lenny thing? Don't worry about... Okay, that's probably me fucking up reading. I got up way too early today. Okay, let's find out Lennet. Dave replies, getting close to her. He reaches his hand towards her gluteus maximus to grab a pen that was in her back pocket. Dear Tim and Moby, how does one get pregnant? From Dave, he writes. Alright, now we're cooking, he says. Suddenly, man in a Kermit the Frog suit bursts through the wall. You thought it was on before? He raises the dimmer switch to maximum overdrive. It's honor now, he says. Can you turn that off? It's kind of bright, Queen asks. Man then returns. Oh, you thought it was on before? Sound emo-y then brings the entire sun into their cabin. It's honor now, man says as they disintegrate. Cretme watches as cabins burn down due to stupidity. Stoney falls asleep smoking weed and accidentally burns his cabin down. God, imagine fucking using weed and... Imagine weed taking your house from you. Couldn't be me. The Seinfeld laugh track plays in response. Cretme then uses PK Fire to light his cigarette. "Doh, I missed," he says, as it doesn't miss, and lights his cig spot on. I said, "Doh, I missed," Cretme shouts, purposefully burning down a cabin. Now that's what I call not moist. I don't know what the fuck I did there. Losing hope, Alice tries to find comfort in sitting around the burning cabins with her few surviving companions. Lenny formulates an idea. He grabs a hot dog from the suckle sack and roasts it. By the power of naughtiness, I command this particular weenie to be really, really hot, Lennet says, burning his lot K9 to a crispy rock. Suck my weenie, Lenny tells Alice, handing her his freshly cooked weenie. Please kill me, Abdul replies. Did that dildo just request suicide? She asks. That's Mama Louini to you, asshat, Abdul shouts before hopping onto her leg. Abdul is so hot that he burns through her not nurtured skin. We got another. Oh, damn it, it's unavailable. F in the chat. I thought I was gonna. Okay, never mind. I was thinking I was gonna say something, but no, I don't. Okay, maybe I'll think of it later. She screeches like a baboon with an aggravated growth in its shiny red fanny. Everyone glares at AU Shaq, except he isn't there to apply icy hot. I mean, I could apply some Bernie cold, but that would only agitate her gravel, said Quash. Mr. Lolo Boo Boo tries to wash away the pain, but fails. These wounds, they will not heal, he shouts. Soupy Sales throws poop at her, which does close to nothing, and Vincent realizes he used his last ice bucket. Please help, Alice shouts. If you don't know the Vincent Ice Bucket Challenge, I feel sorry about you. Sorry for you. Do not worry, it called the fire department, said Jorgen von Stangl. I don't remember exactly how he laughs, and I'm sure I can't replicate it. Suddenly, the fire department shows up to resolve the issue. Fire, 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 rock, 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 rock. The fire department chants while chucking rocks at her body. At least she isn't in pain anymore, Snaz says, trampling her body with his war elephant. Soflo then does a retarded milk prank on her still burning corpse. I thought I was gonna... Oh yeah, I think I was just gonna make a comment. I'm pretty sure this has to be a RP. I can just see people getting mad, like trying to do a normal camp role play and then just like burning everything down. That's just a game theory though. I'm not 100% sure. Everyone then decides to walk away and forget this ever happened. As Terry and his crew walked with them, Spencer hears a noise. Did one of you just toot? He asks. It wasn't Toby. He wore his noise-proof diapers today, Terry shouted. Toby blushed and frowned. Aw, jeez, Terry, he said shamefully. Well, Kenny isn't here, remember? Was it you, Lenny? Spencer asked. I know I'm making a Lenny right now, but it wasn't me. Terry, telling lies? Lenny asks. No, Papa, he shouts. Open your mouth, Lenny asks. Power! Terry blasts into the NutShaq. Hey, did one of you guys just make that noise? Terry asked. Hey, I'm wearing a line of suit, so no, said Man. Thick boys don't toot, said Johnny. I could tell you that it was me, but I won't because that would be lying, and I'm a good boy, said Shadow delightfully. Wait, shut up, said McFrizzle. So 'twas you, was it? Said Spencer. No, you nincompoop. Shh. Listen, she said, leading them towards the cabin with a Russian accent. The Nut Crew and the Terry Crew peel their ears to listen to the secret conversation coming from AU Shaq and Reed. Why the fuck my pee so hard, said AU Shaq. That's good, guys. But we should be more subtle if we're going to be ass-hatty guys and steal the final post, guys, replied Reed. AU Shaq then took off his blue shirt to reveal a red one. Toby then started breathing heavily. Then MC Frizzle realized that he was just practicing Biz's beat of the day. Okay, I don't know how long this... Are you gonna... Yo, oh man, this...
Hey kids, gather around for Biz's beat.
This happened? Oh my god.
Okay.
This happened?
Here's Biz's beat of the day. I want y'all to do this.
I'm not even surprised anymore.
I know you got it. Now I want you to do it again.
Just think, he was probably paid like real money for
Now practice that until I see you again. Bye bye.
That's it.
I like to dance.
There he goes. Oscar? How do you fucking spell Oscar like that? That's a good beat. I think you should make a full album off of that, honestly. Excuse me, are you alright? Said Johnny Bravo, lightly tapping Toby on the back. Toby responded by using autistic screeching to scare his foe away. Johnny hid in Terry's abdominal's mouth. You taste like glass, said Terry's abdominals. Man in a Kermit the Frog suit used one of his suits to shut Toby up. Just then, the gang pretended to be telephone poles and air as AU, Shaq, and Reed left the cabin. Is this Gmod prop hunt, I guess? When they were gone, they all huddled up. Do you know what this is? Terry screamed, shaking Toby. Robotic women love us for our... Lenny started. No, everyone yelled. That isn't Shaq. He would never wear a red shirt. This must be the work of an enemy stand, Spencer said, playing with his toenail flabs. But if that isn't Shaq, then who is it? And where's the real Shaq? Asked McFrizzle. Hey, I'm sure we could all become friends with the new Shaq and share a cup of ice cream or something, right? Said Shadow. No, we gotta get Shaq back, said Man. We gotta go, said Johnny. I was thinking of the we gotta get SpongeBob back. That's why I half did the Squidward voice. You know, it's fucking Johnny, so that didn't make any sense. They then all sneakily watched AU, Shaq, and Reed take the last post to prove it. They then got on the bus, but the main gang kept their eyes peeled at AU, Shaq. Everyone then got in Eddie's land helicopter and drove to the next RP. Saggy crackers. In the interrogation. Sass Hamster Ego Incorok chimed what? Okay, I'm gonna pretend that made sense. Chimed Sagmaster's jingle. Excuse me, what? Why does it sound so bad? Said Sagmaster, looking over and realizing that it was a tard singer singing. Aw, how sweet, Sagmaster said, before grabbing a walkie-talkie. Thomas, I need you immediately. It happened again. Suddenly, Thomas came bursting through a wall. La 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 la, he sang as he skipped towards the tard in a mankini. He then proceeded to catch the tard in his net and strangle it to near death. Whoa, Thomas, calm down for 1 second, Sagmaster said before waiting on a single second. Okay, now dispose of that trash. Thomas then whipped a bag containing the tard out of the window. So, as we were saying, you boys like jazz, said Diston, watching the tard bag float through the air like a diseased moth. I'm sure there's something behind this. This is pretty clearly a Miiverse post. I don't know what's happened. I'm gonna be honest. I don't know what this is supposed to depict. Okay. Just then, Mr. Cracker got his face with. Is this supposed to be the disease moth? I mean, I feel like that would be the most logical thing, since that's right before the picture. Oh, 6 viewers. Hell yeah, we're bank. Just then, Mr. Cracker got hit in the face with a completely unrelated tard in a bag, thus causing him to take a huge amount of knockback because the tard bag was hacking. Or could have the knockback enchantment, you fucking pussy. He landed inside of a strange-looking corporate building. Where am I? Mr. Cracker whispered. Suddenly, a bunch of Miiverse users surrounded him like medicine who love him. Welcome back to Crocker Corp, Mr. Crocker, our founder. Mr. Cracker looked back and forth vigorously. But I'm Mr. Cracker, Mr. Cracker said before being picked up by the crowd. Hail Crocker, the crowd chanted. I'm not Mr. Crocker, you meat sacks, he screamed. Oh, yes, you are, whispered someone from TFAO. Wait, so you guys are just going to treat me like a god then? Asked Mr. Cracker. Yeah, just about, said another loser in the TFAO. In that case, I am most certainly Mr. Crocker, he said, lying down in the D position. The crowd of losers then proceeded to carry him onto a throne. "Slaves, fetcheth me some cosmetibles," Cracker commanded. As he began eating, the tart in a bag hit the side of the building and slid down like a pile of bird shit, leaving a bloody trail on the side of the building. "That's gotta be painful," said Sagmaster in Diston, eating popcorn and watching the ordeal through Sagmaster's telescope button. "You know what, Diston? I'm glad to have you here. Together, we could conquer the world," said Sagmaster. "Actually, I just wanted the tri-state area, but I'm down for taking the entire world," said Diston, doing the one thing with his hands that all evil people do. Also, side note, flies do that shit. Man-o-war, that thing that man-o-wars do. Absolutely nothing. Ah, that hand movement. "So you have a plan?" said Sagmaster. "No, actually I was applying lotion, but I just had a huge breakthrough." Is it bad that I thought it was going to be beating off, but then now thinking about it, the fly's doing that shit and reading more? It was actually way more innocent than I thought. Oops. Okay, so you have a plan, since okay. "But I just had a huge breakthrough. We should build some kind of contraption," said Diston, wiping the rest of the lotion on Sagmaster's upholstery. "Aw, hell yeah," said Sagmaster, followed by a hasty, "It could be some kind of button, or it could be an inator," said Diston. "Or maybe a buttonator," said both. The two then began to formulate the ultimate invention as Man-o-War stood still and did nothing about it. Is this an accurate depiction? Oh god, those fucking legs, man. Is that supposed to be Man-o-War? The character that inspired Man-o-War? I believe so. Meanwhile, Kenny and Detective Shaq thought about the crimes and began making a list of suspects. Maybe it could be literally anyone," said Detective Shaq. "Yeah, you right," said Kenny, writing down literally everyone. "All right. The majority of the population is headed northbound on some kind of land helicopter. We've got to ambush them," said Detective Shaq. SpongeBob time card. "Oh, absolutely," said Lenny, looking at a 5-year-old girl in the back seat of a car driving next to them. He did some serious eyebrow wiggling as they continued towards the next RP. "All right, they're coming right into our ambush," said Kenny to Detective Shaq as they sat behind a street pole stealthily. "It feels like someone is trying to sell me something," screamed Toby as he noticed in-game purchases in Pokemon Go. As Eddie's land helicopter approached the ambush, it tripped over the pebble that they had laid out. "Ha ha, we got you now. All of you are coming with us," said Kenny. "Okay," said most of the OCs, generally not caring. "Is this part of the plan?" AU Shaq whispered to Reed. Before he could answer, Kenny and Detective Shaq led the OCs into a dark room before the robot began speaking. "The jury shall go to the deliberation room, and the OCs shall go to the interrogation room," said Judge Calc. As the OCs were waiting in the room, it began getting as moist as a public bus. I don't know what public buses you ride, but okay. Scooby-Doo to all the sweat. "Sorry, guys," said Wabba-Dooba as he began swimming in a large, sweaty puddle. "First up is Shaq," said a secretary in a very Roz-like voice, probably because it was Roz. He uncomfortably walked into the room. When he entered the room, Kenny and Detective Shaq eyeballed him as they sat in poop brown spinny chairs. Can you stop rubbing your eyeballs on me?" said AU Shaq as he sat down at the table. Suddenly, they began playing music that meant they were contractually obligated to sing. "Kenny, Shaq, let's begin. Describe the day you trolled Auschwitz." Okay. AU Shaq. We rehearsed and then we walked out. The Jews were trapped. They had no way out. Detective Shaq, that night at 10:03, were you inside the Sonic RP? From 10 o'clock to 10:04 was when we learned to crawl the course. Shaq, we've got our doubts. Can you confirm your whereabouts? My alibi is watertight. The role players saw me troll all night. Mansoor, we knew you did the crime. I was being subtle the whole time. Ask who ruined the RP's direction. Thank you, Shaq. No more questions. Hello, food. I think it's time for good cop, Lenny Cop. McFrizzle, you could end up locked inside. Now's your chance to save your behind. Gentlemen, I do not know. It's a crime to roleplay, bro. Tell us how the end was stolen. Unless you want to end up swollen. I haven't seen it. But no need to shiver. All I've stolen is a bus and some livers. We can give you a plea deal. All you have to do is squeal. I'm not a thief, I'd wind up dead. All I've ever taken is my meds. We'll fuck the bee that did this job. Give up the bee memes, creeps. Kill yourself. That's my suggestion. Thank you, Frizzle. No more questions. I think she likes me. You aren't Lenny, so you can't make those jokes. You know, I think they did it. Nah, they didn't. Yes, they did. Can we pin it? And we can pin it. If they did, how did they do it? If they didn't, how did they didn't? If they didn't, then it's easy, because they simply didn't do it. If they did it, then I knew it. But we got nothing that we can prove it. Oh, absolutely. E. Bring the muscular guy with the pompadour. Do you remember what you first did on your night you stole on the night you stole in Steven Universe? I was checking out my swanky do. Who took the last post? I have no clue. Johnny, what did you see involving the post theft at the Island RP? I never saw the stolen posts. I spent the night out back, toasting toast. This reads like an amazing Dr. Seuss, hold on, sorry, I'm looking at chat. I was just saying this would be a pretty bomb-ass Dr. Seuss story. I would read this to my kids. Oh, this part has a good origin story. I think you said you were tired earlier, so I'm not going to make you explain it if you don't want to, but I'll probably have to pester you sometime because I'm curious. And by this part, I kind of haven't looked for a bit, so I'm assuming... Is it just the whole section in general? I don't exactly know what it was. Oh well, I'll find out eventually. Yeah, kind of a lot happened. It might be the song, who knows. Shouldn't have scrolled out because now... That's fine. Okay. I never saw the... Okay, testing toast. The truth, Johnny. Night grows nearer. If you don't believe me, ask my mirror. I was there. I'll cooperate. Dude, are you willing to corrobate? I'm using tilt controls. Will someone get him out of here? Ask who was examining his reflection. Thank you, Johnny. No more questions. Let's go from the start. What do you know about the stolen bombs? I didn't know there was a plan. I swear this wasn't one of my scams. The chances of us being dicks are less than .666. Are less than so basically there's over a 50% chance. Okay, good to know. Jewish chef. What? Hold the phone. Does this... No, I can't fuck with this. Okay, yeah, I can't fuck with this text. I was curious if there was like some translation. This concentration... Okay. Oh, the Muppets Most Wanted? That is true. I did actually notice that earlier. This whole story. Yeah, I did notice with the AU Shaq and stuff. God, I haven't seen that fucking movie in forever. concentration camps and the 9/11 jokes. Was that have anything to do with? I mean, obviously it wouldn't be in Muppets Most Wanted, but I just knew they were like the big memes at the time, so like I'm not surprised. But is there something specific that I'm missing about those? Yeah, I'm not sure. To help with our investigation, can you do full translation? I would make the funny microwave noise for the Jewish chef, but nah, I can't. I can't give it justice. What the Jew just said to you doesn't matter. They're subhuman. Oh, that's Agolf. That makes sense. No, you. Skloot. I can do it. I can do an Elvis impression. Thank you, OCs. No more question. They didn't. No, they didn't. There's no way they did the crime. They couldn't. They're too stupid. They're not criminal masterminds. We do not know who did it, but we know who didn't do it. So we know who didn't do it. Yes, we know who didn't do it. They're incapable of being capable. Okay, what my oh man, the Donkey Kong cartoon. That shit was. Oh, that was something else. This was what my wonderful. God damn, I'm getting worse by the minute. This is what my wonderful grandson Gregory made for me. Ooh. Oh, okay. This looks like a interesting slide. Wait, hold on. Is the title literal? My grandson. No, it can't be. I don't think anyone who wrote this would, I don't think anyone who'd write something like this would be old enough to have kids yet, let alone grandkids. After the being interrogated by Detective Shaq and Kenny Nish, the gang migrated back to Eddie's land helicopter. Eddie was stroking his beard because his beard flakes cured all diseases. Beard flakes, bold new taste. Beard flakes, said Eddie. They all got in his land helicopter. I almost want to say landcopter at this point, which was disguised as a regular car. Hello, Double D. How are you doink? How are you doing? Said AU Shaq. I'm fine, thanks. Are you doing all right, Shaq? You sound sick. Said Eddie, the god. AU Shaq then played dead, hoping Eddie would find a different spray. Are we almost there, Eddie? Said E. It's pasta bowl, said John. They then pulled up to the Yuck Yuck Hut, where some cringy RPers was hosting a cringy RPer, not plural, was hosting a fantasy romance roleplay. Oh no. This is what my wonderful grandson Gregory made. Oh. I do remember that, actually. I swear that's not... I swear I remember that from the actual books. If this is an edit, I'm officially just quitting life, because I swear to God, you know what? No, I'm not quitting life. If this is somehow an edit, not actually in the book, I'm just gonna fucking Mandela effect that shit. That shit's rigged. Real life Greg Heffley. Oh, that's I thought the comic Greg Heffley would be his evolution, but throws clothes all. Chasing babies with what? A stick? During a battle with a... I mean that seems like an okay card, you know? Is that 200 energy? You can't really use it though, and I don't know how good that one is. I know that I'm retarded. That's not how fucking Pokemon cards work. I haven't done that shit. I haven't played Pokemon cards in forever. Okay card, I'd give it a C tier. It's hot. It's diary. It's an obby. This has to actually be something. There's absolutely a reason behind this. As the gang erected into the RP. Hold the fucking phone. Yeah, just Greg comes up out of nowhere. Huh. Okay. Oh, did I scroll too far down? As the gang erected into the RP, Lenny made a particular face after realizing that it was a romance RP. Oh, absolutely, Lenny whispered as he began eyebrow wiggling at everyone on the helicopter. Eddie allowed the gang to get off the helicopter before shoving several communists out of the helicopter. As the squadron slithered out of Eddie's land helicopter, they thanked him. Big Mick thanky from Louis. How the fuck do you pronounce that? Leoitert said Koblioitert, tipping his hat. You're welcome, said Maui in the Double D Doug Dinna Square, who also tipped his hat and destroyed Pluto. Eddie began passing under Alpharad's casually and half-pipely. Eddie then dissolved Alpharad's inner organs, outer organs, and his mom's kidney beans. Oh, I'm dying, said Alpha, except he didn't say anything because he couldn't say anything because he's a robot. Now, what do next, said Robbie. Lenny walked into the RP and began to work his magic, using roofies. I guess you can call this an extremely roofie movie. Now, just to clarify, Lenny used protection. He was wearing an entire suit of armor the whole time. The armor was to keep the thoughts away. Also, Lenny has never been laid in the last 5 milliseconds. This has been another to consider the following. Lenny Pelvic thrusted the Yuck Yuck Hut's doors open and sat at the bar and asked for his favorite dish. Sir, can I get you a young girl tied to a mattress? We gave the last one. Okay, I fucking read that wrong again. What a surprise. Sir, I can't get you a young girl tied to a mattress. We gave the last one to that gentleman over there, said Tender, pointing a few stools down. Lenny turned his head 7 degrees to the left and saw Hajime. Hey, I saw you on TV last night, said Lenny. He then flashed back to when he was watching his favorite adult cartoons, and Hajime was sitting on Lenny's television. Man, something feels different. Whatever, it's probably new seats. The flashback ends, and Hajime attempts to peek up some girl's skirt, only to realize that under her skirt was an endless void. Hey, you think I could fill that void of yours, said Hajime. Lenny's face grew 10% more Lenny. Cause how we doing? Shouted Lenny. Hajime and Lenny embraced their moist scalps as their moist scalps exchanged sweat. Lenny, said Hajime. What is it, cuz? Said Lenny. What is it, cuz? Said Lenny. There's like 10 female OCs left. What is this prison? Said Hajime. We'll wait a minute. Let's see what we can have here. Let's see what we have here, Hajime said, examining all the females, OCs. Frizzle, too stingy. Skloot, too cancer-ridden. Amanda, too generic. Urkel Grants, too young. Oprah, too generous. E. Plum, too amazingly awful. Riley Porter, too reporty. Alyssa, too soul-sucking. Well, suck OMG isn't the worst trait, so I'm down for that, said Hajime. No, man, you're making me fall asleep. To death, bro, said Gandhi. He's got a point. If you're gonna Lenny with me, I'll have to teach you how to be Lenny, said Lenny, before going into a We Are Number One themed song. Meanwhile, there was a ruckus in the restroom. Why does this place seem so familiar? Donald Trump said, inspecting the laboratory. Spencer shoved his face into a toilet and it came out at the bathroom mirror. This tickles my esophagus, he said with glee. Mr. Electric also went into the bathroom to take a robotic-themed shit. But robots can't poop. They have no soul, said Kenny. Robots can do anything you programmed them to do, said Freddy. I mean, yeah, you could technically make a shitting robot if you really wanted that. Dios míos, he said, pooping a bloody eye a bloody iMac, as there was blood in his stools. A bloody iMac. Oh my fucking... John went into the stall to tinkle. "Aye, Lamau," he said, seeing bloody technology all over the entire room. Kenny Nish threw up all over the floor that was made out of floor. Soupy then ran into the bathroom as fast as he could, as he had to go really, really badly. But he slipped on Mr. Electric's doo-doo and went through a wall and crushed someone's car. He then sporadically shat all over said car. "Donkey Kong," he spouted. "Everybody get out, you're spoiling me moment," said Mr. Lola Boo Boo, shoving everyone out of the bathroom and into the slightly less dirty eating room. Medina's parents, who assumed their daughter had a tumor, took her to the hospital in late March, where she was found to be 7 months pregnant. "So what did you guys like to eat?" said Spencer. "What would you guys like to eat?" "Wait, but we already did a joke where everyone was eating in Terry's Day Out. We also did it at the Cannibal restaurant earlier in this story," said Lenny, bringing over Hajime. "Maybe we can do the eating joke, but only with the OCs that weren't there," said, Speckinator. "Speckinator?" "Yeah, you're right," said John. "Okay, just checking. Check. We're good." The OCs that were in the previous cafeteria joke in Terry's Day Out, iPod shuffled into a corner. Kaya was the first to order. "I'd like 1 custard pie," said the crazy cat. "What's the matter with the crazy cat? What's the matter with the crazy cat?" said Tender before slamming a pie into his face. "I'll take the edgiest thing you got," said Silver. He was then given a metal cube. "Perfect," he said, then sucking on the cube. Tender then got to Big Smoke. "Let me guess, Tiny. A small salad," said Tender. "I'll have the usual," said Smoke of the big variety. "I'll get the very large Boxinator," said Tender. "I think the best way to eat the number 9 large is to scrape and lick," said Smokey the Big. "Scrape and lick? That's my favorite thing to do to Asian chicks who are somewhere between 3 and 5 years younger than me," said Hajime. 5 years younger? What the hell? Wouldn't that make them underage? Said Silver. "Not in Japan," said Hajime. "Think emoji," said John, as he ordered nothing because that was too much work for him, dog. "What would you like?" said Tender, said Tender, pointing at Oprah. "You get a car," said Oprah, throwing a pair of car keys at Tender. "A free car? I'm out of here," said Tender as he got in the car, started it up, then crashed before he started moving. "No me," said John. Tender walked back in and sat behind the counter again. Suddenly, E stood up on the table, knocking over the juicer's juice. "Shut up!" shouted Arnold at everyone. Everyone directed their attention to E. "Everyone, I have an announcement," E said, as everyone curiously wondered what the announcement was. "E," said E, then sitting down. Everyone applauded immediately. Suddenly, a really bland female OC from Miiverse showed up. "Oh, I see the RP trolls already got here," she said. "Hey," replied Jack Jackington, "we don't troll, we push and shove. Push and shove. Push and shove," Jack said, shoving the RPer out a window. "Hey, that wasn't very nice," said Annette the RPer. "Be gone, thought," Jack said, throwing her like a football all the way to Pluto, where she found the Doug Dimasquare's hat had already destroyed it. "You just killed these two," said some random male RPer. "Didn't I just tell you about the push and shove method?" said Jack, tightening his fist. Oprah was in the corner giving away designer babies spastically. Oh no. Orbot and Qbot decided to hover into the restaurant. As Orbot walked and passed a dead OC, he handed her a ticket. "Ride the roller coasters. That always cheers me up," he said, walking up to the counter. "Are you the one who made the mess in the bathroom?" said Lolo Boo Boo, picking the dust molecules off of Janie Hindman's scalp. No, is that how you talk to all robots? Orbot said, angry. Filthy robotic scum, whispered Lolo. I'll have you know I am not filthy. I have at least 69 gibby bytes of data from my orange juice dispensing finger alone, you filthy fucking kid, said Orbot as Gibby was biting his arm. As his Gibby? That would be scary. Everyone just has their own Gibbies. No swearing. This is a Christian server, Momoko screeched. But I was simply talking about the non-Aryans, said Orbot. Oh, I thought you were going to be talking about someone who's actually a human. In that case, continue, said Momoko. John began thinking about why he would want be in a romance RP if he had a girlfriend. I have a girlfriend, said John. Suddenly a wormhole ripped open and an audible, no you don't, could be heard, and suddenly the wormhole closed up. You think I can fuck that wormhole, said Lenny and Hajime simultaneously before looking at each other. Can I join? Said some autistic kid at the 97th post. You what? Said John. He was immediately ignored as the OCs planned out the last post. Okay, so we need to plan out the last post, even though we probably won't get it again, said Benny, flinging slime on everybody with his hand gestures. As he was speaking, Manny Skeeto began sucking the blood of Jorgen von Stangl. Jorgen flexed and also had high blood pressure, causing Manny to explode. It's okay. He regenerates frags. Meat Pile, AU, Shaq, and Reed were planning their second-to-last post-heist. Tomorrow night, we celebrate number 2, said AU Shaq, popping open some vodka. Yes, guys. After guys tonight, we'll totally have stolen the last guy's post, and we just need to worry about guys about the next guy's day. I had a seizure reading that. Just outside the room where they were hiding, Kenny Nish and Detective Shaq were conversing with the Terry crew in the NutShaq. You heard that right? Said Detective Shaq. Oh my goodness, Reed doesn't really wear contacts, said Johnny. My detective skills have deducted that AU Shaq isn't really Shaq, and the real Shaq is trapped in a gulag in another dimension, said Kenny. What? Said Terry and the others. Don't you mean our detective skills, said Detective Shaq. My detective skills have deducted that you quite possibly have never had sex, said Kenny Nish. Shh, I think Mr. Wimley is talking, said Sheen. Toby shoved his dogo hand out of his mouth to shut him up, and also to suffocate him. Hello, is someone over there, said AU Shaq. It's just the wind, said man in the Kermit the Frog suit. Oh, thank goodness. I thought someone was eavesdropping on us, said AU Shaq. Wait a minute! I don't believe in the weather, said AU Shaq, opening his window. Terry, Toby, Lenny, Kenny, Detective Shaq, Spencer, Johnny, Frizzle, Man, and Shadow all fell inside. What a lovely home you have, sir. I really enjoy that color of your wallpaper, Shadow said. I think what he meant to say was, I found you, faker, said Detective Shaq. Well. If it isn't the Ballsack and the Terry Jews, said AU Shaq. What are you going to do? Suck me to death, said Lenny. AU Shaq then ripped off Lenny's face and put it back on upside down. Any other questions? Said AU Shaq. Lenny's face then flipped back over and he said, Mad 'cause bad. Detective Shaq, it's been a while, said AU Shaq. Do you guys know each other, guys? Said Reed. Believe it or not to my comrades, but Detective Shaq has pranked you all. He is also from another dimension, said AU Shaq. Detective Shaq sighed. It's true. I'm Shaq from the dimension where everyone is a detective. But don't get me wrong, I still think AU Shaq is a total asshat, said Detective Shaq. Wait, you said he was also from another dimension? Who else isn't from this universe? Asked Toby. Me, you degenerate. It's in my name, said AU Shaq. Everyone gasped. Gasped. Whatever that's supposed to mean. The real Shaq won't be coming back anytime soon, guys. He's currently in Gulag, where AU Shaq used to be, said Reed. You're going to taste my fist in a minute, said Terry. Am I? How would the other OCs react if you punched their new Führer, said AU Shaq. You guys are being fired from being OCs. Get out, loser guys, said Reed. The NutShaq and Terry crew were then kicked to the curb. We gotta get the Shaq back, they all said in unison. All right, gentlemen, let's hop back into my helicopter and we'll take a nice stroll over the last RP on our tour. Good old Fantasy High School, said Eddie. Oh, there's a little period there. They got that. Eddie then quantum traveled, forgetting that no one in the whole canon can do that other than him. Man, they're taking a while to get here. I'd better go destroy a few universes while I wait, said Eddie, before vaporizing the universe where Sid has cow udders for hair. Oh no, without Eddie, we don't have a ride to the next RP. Suddenly, oh man, David Hasselhoff bursts out of the ground in a mankini. You boys need a ride, he said, running down the beach. David Hasselhoff? All the OCs said, except for those who weren't there, obviously. Everyone climbed on his back, and he jumped into the ocean to swim to the final RP of the tour, which wasn't actually that far away. Once. Just one ass smack. Okay, probably gonna have to head out. Oh! Okay, this is a pretty good stopping point. We got the final... Oh, shit. Just 2 left? It's probably going to be a short stream. I guess I was... It doesn't matter. I just like making them kind of even because I'm a fucking crazy perfectionist. But anyways, that's Shaq's Day Out 2 for tonight. We are definitely going to be able to finish this next time. Whenever that is, I'll obviously just... put it in Discord. I shouldn't be that busy next week, so hopefully we won't have the confusion with the times like I did this time. But anyways, I hope you enjoyed, and I will see you guys later. Should have probably cleared my throat before I said that, but yeah, let's just put the notification in, and we will be ready to start this excellent stream. A stream full of sadness, happiness, laughter, and crying. Hold on, let me pull up chat. We'll do all that cool shit once chat is brought up. Welcome to PK Shadow's chat room. Sick. Let's see, let's check on the status of the dream. Okay, nobody's here yet. We'll wait a little bit to start this masterpiece. Oh, okay. We're getting company. Vaginal products. That's epic. Oh, four. Okay, we're doing this already. Also, I know I missed this image last time, but I thought it was pretty good. I like how Hank's here. He's doing the hand meme. But anyways, we were on the prickly chapter, right? Yeah, the prickly pack begins. I know we got like 2 pages left, but I think I checked last time. The last one's pretty long, so so with that, let's just begin. The prickly pack begins. Oh, and we already got videos. Yeah. Principal Prickly walked outside in a mankini to notice that everyone left without them. Barnacles, everyone has been kidnapped. I must assemble my flock of exactly 5 OCs to save them, he said to himself. The slightly overweight principal ripped off his shirt to show his muscular chest. Prickly Pride, assemble, he yelled. What episode was this? I can't remember. Venereal disease. If I could talk loud enough, I would just read it over this, but... So yeah, Prickly and his boys are getting together. Boris the tap dancing crab demon then came out of the sewer pipe. Boris, don't pinch his pennies because they pinch back, said Principal Prickly in his announcer voice. I'm sorry, I'm getting a drink. I think I got something. I think I kind of had something in my throat. Okay, sorry about that. Krakatoa, said Boris, shooting flames from crab hell out of his armpits. Suddenly, E was seen falling with style over the two. She then landed next to them in formation. E, with her E, you're bound to E if she E, said Prickly again. Ree, screeched E, causing headphone users within a 6-mile radius to implode. It was at that moment that E felt something in her lower bowels. After a quick trip to the restroom, she came back with Abdul. She lay Abdul in formation of you could call it that. You could call it that, okay. Abdul, is he a banana or a hot dog? Tremble in fear before his awesome might, said Prickly. I don't want to talk about what happened in there, said Abdul. Hey bro, can I join your book club? Sensed Paul Prickly, getting off a bus. No, get out you weenie, replied Peter. But just when you thought it was over, Kaya jumped down from the tree. Kaya, without it Roger will freeze, said Prickly. What are you talking about? I just didn't feel like riding on the back of a sweaty, muscular dude in the last RP, said Kaya. And most importantly, Principal Prickly, Peter Prickly, the principal of the gang. Together, they're known as the Prickly Pack, said Principal Prickly as they all stood heroically in a mankini. P reveal? Okay. You say so. Alright, guys. Let's go win that basketball game to save our school, the principal said. Everyone just looked at him awkwardly. Oh my god, this is the end of the page? Damn. I didn't think it was gonna zoom by that quick. The principal said, everyone just looked at him awkwardly. Okay, yeah, I did that. Hey, Fatty, have you taken your Alzheimer's meds today? That happened 2 stories ago, said Kaya. He's right, said E. Doesn't anyone want to ask me what happened in there? Said Abdul, making a Lenny. Boris was just pinching his toenails off. Well, that's awkward. Can we, still get the crown, save the town, and Mr. O'Neill? Said Prickly. No, the NutShaq and Terry crew are already doing it, said Kaya. Pfft, what are you, all-knowing? Party pooper, said Prickly. Actually, I'm a ghost. That and Eddie told me before he went to destroy galaxies for fun, said Kaya. They then siege-hailed, I think that's what that's supposed to be, a tap-dancing crab driver named Bunu to get back to high school. They left without Paul Prickly, so he got lost in the forest and was taken by a pack of wolves. Already a character death. It's a sad moment. David Hasselhoff's meaty body breached the surface of the sun emoji as he turned to the earth. Are you sure you guys want to be fired from my pecs? I could just swim there, David said as he prepared his nuclear-powered pec propulsion. Yes, this is completely necessary, said Hajime. The sun emoji then proceeded to put David in its fission-fueled pecs and launched him. As he approached terminal velocity, he launched the OCs at 666 miles per hour at the final RP. More power, screeched Jorgen as he used his pecs to propel the OCs even farther. The OC slam jammed into the high school at 420, 696, okay, yeah, I know I didn't read that number right. Who the fuck cares? Miles per hour, causing a magnitude E earthquake to destroy everything nearby other than the indestructible high school. Yeah, you right, said John as he brushed dirt off the one shirt he owns. That's a lot of damage, said Tron of the John variety. This is it, Luigi, said Cannibal Mario before indulging on a thigh he ripped off a child. The OC brigade slowly walked into the school, noticing that it didn't have a flagpole. John thought. Begone, thoughts, screamed John before clearing his mind. E'd her way into the school. As the gang walked in, they noticed a poster on the wall which said, End of Miiverse prom tonight. Oh, I know that lore. Ooh, said most of the OCs in unison. John said nothing because he was too busy playing Saints Row. Sustenly, the Dwayne-Pix sped in through the double doors, which were perfectly sized for the car. Except they weren't, so he just crashed through it and ran over some 2-year-old trying to RP high school. Excuse me, sir. Do you have a license? Said the police officer. You don't need a license to drive a sandwich, replied Dwayne. But this is a sports car, and you look like you're in 6th grade, replied the cop, who was actually a pink donut wearing a salmon suit. Yeah, you right, said John as Dwayne ran over the cop and drove towards the TFAO headquarters, which was actually just a head and a quarter. Okay. Now, what to do next, said Johnny, as he was looking into a mirror. I don't know. We know what we have to do, but not how to do it yet, said Spencer, as he stuck his head through Johnny's mirror. Hey, Spencer, check it out. I look just like you, said Johnny. We need more people in this world who look like me, said Lenny. So are any of us going to come up with an actual plan, or are we just going to wait for something else to happen, said McFrizzleby. Well, it says in the script that we go to an Arby's and decide to split up, said Man. Does it really say that, said Toby. Well, it actually says, they ate at Barbie's and had the meats. Yeah, you right. The NutShaq and Terry crew split the bill and also split up and spit up because Barbie's tastes like an actual cowboy turd. So I just translated it into something reasonable, explained Man. I would take pleasure in endeavoring to a local food creation station known as Arby's to obtain a wide variety of sustenance generalized into a food group known as meat, using Oogway dollars that was created by our ruler, King Master Oogway III, for use of purchasing various products being sold at multiple product vendors, said Terry. Yeah, you're right, said John, before realizing that he shouldn't be there and teleporting away. Let's get some meats, said McFrizzle. The group walked in to the eatery, and immediately Lenny ran up to the first girl he saw and said, Hey girl, why don't you come with me? 'Cause I have the meats. No thanks, I'm not into guys like you, said the girl. What are you, gay? Said Lenny. The girl then receded like Vincent's lifespan, as she was a lesbian. So we should probably split up. Half of us should go after Shaq, and half of us should go after Shaq, said Detective Shaq. What do you mean? Said McFrizzle. Hey, whatever. I'm cool with anything, really, said Shadow, being slightly more edgy because he was not in direct vicinity of Maria. Wait, what? Oh, Toby said that? Is that... I think that's what it's supposed to... Aren't you chatty? Said Lenny, eating some meat. Where'd you get that meat? We haven't even ordered yet, said Man. Let's just say there's one less girl in the Arby's now, said Lenny, making a Lenny. Wait, he always does that. Are you implying that you're eating her right now? Said Spencer. What? No. I made that lesbian run away by stealing her meat, said Lenny, now eating her dead body. This is why the meat... Oh, then why does the meat have a face? Said Johnny. Lenny looked down to see that he was now eating a dead girl. Spencer, did you kill that lesbian and replace my meat with her body when I wasn't looking? Said Lenny. Maybe, said Spencer. I know I said I like to eat pussy, but this is ridiculous, said Lenny. The Seinfeld laugh track, I think I should have had more oomph. But this is ridiculous, said Lenny. The Seinfeld laugh track played as the dead lesbian's parents wondered if she was alright because she hadn't come home in 3 days. Little did those unsuspecting players know she was dead. Ha ha ha. But it's okay because they were super Christian and would have shunned her completely for being gay anyway. Alright, focus. Half of us need to go after AU Shaq and stop him from stealing the spotlight and impersonating the real Shaq. And the other half have to go and rescue Shaq and bring him back to the high school. Got it? Said MC Frizzle. Okay, said everyone in their own way. Right. So obviously the Terry crew should go help Shaq because they're better with power and brute force, which we'll probably need for a prison break, while the NutShaq and Detective Shaq will go infiltrate the OC group without being seen by AU Shaq and try and take him out Hitman style, cause we're better with finesse and stuff, said Frizzle. That works for me, said Lenny. Spencer, use a mirror to put us at the school and then go look for Shaq with the rest of the Terry crew, said Frizzle. Spencer then did exactly that, using the bathroom mirror. Crocker Corp Evil Incorporated sang Mr. Cracker's newly hired group of singers. Sounds good, but you were slightly flat. Next, said Mr. Cracker, pulling a lever which sent them into a pit of boiling lava. Good thing I found a magic balloon, said the flat singer. Mr. Cracker proceeded to throw money at his problem, giving the magic balloon a paper cut and killing the singer. Giving the balloon a paper cut. Okay. Sir, it's time for your 4 o'clock ass smooching, said Mr. Cracker's receptionist. Excellent. Gather up my minions immediately, said Mr. Cracker, as his minions lined up and began smooching. Mr. Cracker's smile expanded like Germany's rule in World War II. You know, Eddie, I could get used to this, said Mr. Cracker. Sir, my name is, said the man started. Nobody cares, Eddie. Shut up. Later, after they finished kissing his poop maker, Mr. Cracker and TFAO began building a large machine. Can we take a break? Said a slave who was being whipped like Cool Whip. You can have an eternal break if you step on that happy box Agolf gave me this morning, said Mr. Cracker. Hell yeah, said the guy who stepped into the happy box, never to return. 2 hours later. Are you finished with those? Oh my goodness, said Mr. Cracker, finding his new invention built in his honor. It was a giant golden mech suit that could be used to take over the world. Wait, does it have a crackback? A crock block, said Mr. Cracker. You know it, my main meaty ultra lord with 2 Ds for the double dose of crock blocks who don't wear Crocs. Mr. Cracker got in the suit. Oh yeah, it feels so good. The control scheme is so smooth, Mr. Cracker said, using the suit's A button to examine things and the B button to examine things. He then examined Diston and Sagmaster, discussing a buttonator. My first targets. Let's take this thing for a drive, said Cracker, taking aim. In the other building, Saggy and Disty were building a buttonator. Haha, it's finally done, they both said in hammy. The new invention was a grand butt. The nut job 2 goes full throttle on the timely stuff, resulting in a slightly more thoughtful and entertaining outing onator that shot out Legos constantly. So if you happened to step on one, you would shrivel up and die. Suddenly, a large laser blasted through the window. It was at that moment that Sagmaster, Distin, Cracker, and Man of War knew they had to beat the crap out of each other. The rivalry begins. "You're going down, Tubby," said Mr. Cracker. "Hey, those TFAO guys from next door, they're such assholes," said Distin. "TFAO? More like the fucking autistic orangutans," said Sagmaster. "You must die," said Mr. Cracker, firing his lasers out of his nipples. Distin and Sagmaster quickly dodged. "This one's gonna fly, I can feel it," said Sagmaster, throwing Portuguese Man of War like a football that he chiseled at Mr. Cracker. Man of War's highly poisonous tentacles sucked his face, causing his mech suit to rocket out of control and slam jam back into the Crocker Corp. Quickly after him and bring the buttonator," said Distin as the two followed Mr. Cracker. At the dance, the NutShaq accompanied Detective Shaq, looked for AU Shaq so they could beat the heat of his meat. "Okay, gang, let's split up for clues. Daphne, Velma, and I will look over there, and Scooby and Shaggy can look in the spooky area over there," said Detective Shaq. As the dance began, Siva Gunner played high-quality rips as he was the DJ. He began with Jellyfish Space Jam. Rave Samurai Jack took the center of attention in the middle of the dance floor. Johnny Bravo's attention was immediately caught by Rave Samurai Jack. Mr. Bravo proceeded to shove him out of the wah. Is this an actual... Are you feeling breedable? I'm feeling submissive. I'm not really in the breedable mood though. Is this an actual Siva Gunner rip that was like re-uploaded? Or is this just kind of like a Siva Gunner style meme? I mean, it's pretty good regardless. Spin-Bill. That's the Space Jam, folks. "Hey buddy, let a pro show you how it's done. Do the monkey with me," said Johnny. As Siva put on Johnny's theme song, everyone in the room proceeded to do the monkey with him, including Soupy Sales, who is an ape. "Whoa, hey, looks like we got a dance-off," said E.B. James. The Johnny Bravo theme song. I should have watched this before fucking Space Johnny, because this is the Space Johnny the theme song, right? I don't know what this. What do you mean he had his own show? Fucking liar. There's the last 5 seconds, if you missed that. "Hey, remember me? I exist," said Shade, who was immediately shoved out of the way by several Fairly Odd Parents OCs and Jimmy Neutron OCs led by Leonard Von Stangl. "Leo, Leo, 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 goddammit, 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 goddammit," said Shade. "Power," oh my god, we got all the theme songs. This was a acid trip. This entire special was an acid trip, honestly. Absolutely amazing, though. Should have got a few awards at Kids' Choice Awards. It's even weird without context. Like, I don't even remember what the... Wait. Why is there laugh tracks in it? Why did they put the laugh tracks in it? Amazing. Carl, Sheen, Bulby, Hugh Neutron, and Sidney Moist battled Jorgen, Leonard, Schnozmo, Mr. Crocker, Bergden, Turner, Norm, and Doug Dinesquare over whose dance moves were superior. Hotel Mario watched in awe as he sucked on Mexico's great toast. Eventually, Doug Dinesquare destroyed them all with his hat at the same time that Sidney Moist kidnapped them with his seaweed monsters. Upon analyzing them, RC decided that they were all 50% sea and 50% weed. Stoney immediately tried to smoke the monsters. Fuck Beasley. I remember this from the fucking Vinny fan games. It's so good. The fuck around. I'm checking when this was. 2016 sounds about right. Wait a minute. I think Vinny's video was 2015. Well, whatever. Doesn't matter. This is the Fuck Bees song, though. If you haven't heard this, like, I don't even know what you're doing. Honestly. I want to know who that person is in the picture. Did she consent to being fucking destroyed in this song? This is her legacy. Riding that shitty go-kart, whatever. So yeah, that's a good minute of Fuck Bees. Maybe look it up on YouTube if you want to listen to the full thing. I do recommend it though, so... yeah. Siva then played Hip to Fuck Bees, which made Boris tap dance. Ah, memories, said Doc Lewis. Hajime spotted Mick Frizzle, who is searching for AU, Shaq, and Reed in the crowd. It's Hip, he said, teleporting behind her. Hey, baby, would you be interested in... started Hajime before being trampled by E. Play this, please. Siva took it and tapped the mic. Hey all you kids, it's time to kick it up a Lenny, if you know what I'm saying, said Siva as he played the following song. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, somebody made an E song. I think Anna left after I wasn't breedable. That's unfortunate. I don't think I've heard this. Pretty good jam, I know. You gotta say that. Whoa, do 4chan searches, Reddit searches? Did they just make a song for every letter? Or did they just choose E? Oh my god, this is 3 minutes? How do you make... These aren't capitalized. Not the same thing. This is absolutely amazing. Wait. Oh, they're putting lines over... This one's a banger. Oh yeah, I could do... What the fuck? Why is he drawing angles on... Bro, he's doing math shit with these. Why is he doing this? This is supposed to be for like 2-year-olds, yet he's confusing everyone. It's got good beats though, I'll give it that. See captions. gonna be the rest of the song. Have fun teaching. Letter E song. Letter E song. Hold on. Very important. Very important. How many views did this shit? I didn't want to go on the channel. Fuck you. Okay, whatever. I'm not gonna fuck with this for right now. I hope it has at least 2 million. At least. Everyone then slow danced with that special someone except those edgy kids who hate dancing. Hey, there he is, shouted Man. The NutShaq tried to scoop past. Oh man, we're shooting through the... Oh wait, I think I remember listening to this one. Okay. Okay, whatever, we'll get to it when we get to it. NutShaq tried to scoot past all the dancers, but he had a lot of trouble. Move it, loser. Evil genie coming through, said Man. They didn't move. Dang, that always works, said Man. Here, let me try, said Shadow, walking over to Thomas von Strange. Hi, how are you, Thomas? I was just wondering if my friends and I could pass through, said Shadow. He was immediately strangled. Quickly, while he's being strangled, said McFrizzle, bringing the group towards Reed. House. Oh, okay, these are all the songs. I was wondering the context for this one. Yep, I know, I listened to this in an earlier story. The Full House fucking theme. Hmm. 2003 Game Freak Incorporated. That just fucking takes me back, man. Let's get to the crack version real quick. Honey, it's our song, said Shadow. Honey, said Maria. I'm not really clear on our relationship, to be honest, but let's just dance. Shadow yeah, I'm good at it. Shadow said as he took Maria to begin to dance, and the song kept getting faster and faster. Maria became more and more worried. Are you sure this is safe, said Maria. Absolutely, said Shadow. The song continued to get faster and faster, and Maria started to feel sick. Eventually, the song and dance got so fast that Maria exploded and also died. Life is pain, screeched Shadow. Hooray, your wife exploded, said Hajime as he was mixing roofies in the punch and then mixing it to make the Omega roofie. Mr. Cracker was getting out of the mech suit when Distin and Sagmaster walked over to him. Stealing my mail, eh? Said Distin. Here's the mail that never fails. It makes me want to wag my tail. When it comes, I want a whale. Mail, said Mr. Cracker. Excuse me. This is a good one. Wait, this isn't about mail at all, said Sagmaster. We're gonna beat the crap out of every single one of you, said Distin. But there's only one of me, said Mr. Cracker. Well, then it shouldn't be that hard, said Sagmaster. Suddenly, Dwayne drove directly through the wall even though they were on the top floor. He then, in one swift motion, got Mr. Cracker in the Dwayne-a-pix, knocked over Distin and Sagmaster, drove back out of the same hole in the wall, then landed perfectly, and began to drive back to the high school. Sagmaster and Distin picked up Man-O-War and begun to chase the Dwayne-pix, while the entirety of the TFAO mistook a poster of Mr. Crocker captioned with "The foxiest man alive" as the real Mr. Crocker. What do we do now? Said one of the TFAO. The poster didn't say anything because it's a poster, said the poster. Then the TFAO did nothing for the rest of the time. I don't know why I feel like I got something in my throat. Meanwhile, the Terry crew was doing things like breathing. Spencer, we gotta get Shaq back. Let me see that mirror of yours, said Terry. Yeah, one sick. Just let me find it. Or let me just find it, said Spencer, looking in his bag. He spouted out. What's wrong, Spencer? Said the rest of the Terry crew in unison. I gave my mirror to Johnny. Pretty funny. Spencer said as he grew extra sweaty. You mean our only means of saving Shaq is gone? Yelled Terry as he sprayed Old Spice on Spencer to stop his sweat. The Terry crew began yelling vigorously. I can't get us another mirror, said Kenny. Follow me, he said, as he motioned the Terry crew to a nearby body of water. I don't get it, said Lenny. Look really closely. You can ever so slightly see your reflection. That's how we do it back in Amishatania. Kenny responded, this will work, but I can only go through one dimension at a time. So through the surface like this, I need you all to promise that no matter how good or bad the dimension we go through are, we won't stop until we find Shaq, Spencer said confidently. We promise, said Terry. Spencer ripped open a wormhole and they began a trek to find Shaq. The Terry crew plunged into the wormhole and landed in a dimension that was eerily similar to the original dimension. What? Did it not work? Said Toby. Oh no, said Spencer. We're in the dimension where Finland exists. We gotta get out of here, said the gang proceeded to warp to a new dimension. Ew, screeched Toby. We are in the universe where Pokemon Go is actually Digimon Go. Who actually cares about Digimon other than autists, said Kenny while slapping Toby's phone out of his hand paw things. The gang used Toby's broken phone screen as the next portal. Hey, who are you guys on the computer? Asked Toby. Shh, said Kenny. Hey, who are those guys on the computer? Asked Toby. Shh, said Kenny. It's like he knows that us Shaq Stay Out characters are behind him, said Terry. It's like he knows that us Shaq Stay Out characters are behind him, said Terry. Said a Nazi-looking weeb. Haha, you shitty memers like that could ever happen, said Weeb of them looking at his younger brother. Yeah, you're right, said someone who claims his name is Jeff frequently over Skype. The Terry crew got moderately uncomfortable and jumped through the next wormhole and landed at the feet of a 7-foot-tall man. Are you Shaq? Asked Toby. No, responded the tall man. Are you Shaq now? Asked Terry. Yes, Shaq responded. Aw, hell yeah, said all of them. The gang began trekking home. Hold on, I was gonna... I know I... Okay, that might be good for... Okay, no, that's too tall. Okay, we'll say it's good for now. Cool. Almost maxed out. That would've sucked. Okay. Okay, and tracking home. The gang landed somewhere near the final high school RP. That's a good wrap up. You can't beat high school RPs. There's still time. We'd better hurry, said Terry, before the crew and Shaq sprinted into the school. Shaq smells good. Buenos dias, muchacholadas, yelled Shaq as he burst into the dance. The rest of the NutShaq and Detective Shaq ran up to him. You're back, screamed the NutShaq. The rest of the OCs were confused that there were two Shaqs. What's he doing here? Said Papa John. This is all just a misunderstanding. Yeah, that's just an imposter. Get him, said Reed. The Terry crew and the NutShaq slowly surrounded him and began brutally beating him to a pulp. Ew, who likes pulp and orange juice, said Shaq, before putting the pulp into a plastic baggie. As for you, I found you, faker, said Shadow. Man, it feels good to be edgy, said Shadow, going in to punch AU Shaq, only to bounce off of him as he was wearing Handy Manny's safety equipment. You fools. I'm invincible in this universe, said AU Shaq, before laughing like Shaka Claus. Diston and Sagmaster looked at each other. Whatever. Well, whatever. I guess that's over, said Diston, accidentally activating the buttonator, causing everyone in the room to step on Legos. Sagmaster fell on his face, which landed on Man-O-War's sucky tentacles. As he ran away bleeding, he shrieked, "Curse you, Portuguese Man-O-War!" Just then, a portal opened up, and two Shaqs dressed up on fancy uniforms. "You look like me," said Flazoo, looking over to them. "Hello, Foods. We are the intergalactic... Intergashatic... What the fuck? I can't read. Where am I? Intergalactic. I don't know how I didn't get that. We are the Intergalactic Police. You're all under arrest by order of the Council of Shaqs. The two Shaqs took the NutShaq. The Terry crew, Detective Shaq, AU Shaq, and Reed's mangled corpse to another dimension. They all looked around. "Whoa, what is this place?" asked Toby. "You really have never been here before? That's odd considering you're Shaq," said Detective Shaq. "This is the Citadel of Shaqs. It is formerly known as the Shaqadel. Shaqs from universes everywhere can reside here, or visit for the gold bond." Excuse me. It is some of the best in the multiverse, said AU Shaq, chiming in. As the gang looked around, they saw Shaqs of all shapes and sizes. Small Shaqs, tall Shaqs, a Shaq for every shade of color, a retarded Shaq, a fat Shaq that looked a lot like Fat Albert, a Shaq with hair, a Shaq with cow udders for hair. New fan theory, Fat Albert is literally just Shaq from another dimension. It's just a theory, a game theory, but I'm gonna make a 45-minute video on why it's real. They saw a semi-aquatic Shaq, a Shaq that consists entirely out of gilded doorknobs, a ghost Shaq, a toast Shaq, a potato Shaq, a Shaq that looked like Terry, a Terry whose name was Shaq, and several thousand more. Toby looked over and saw Shaq, who was getting supple, but was allergic to Gold Bond, so he was screaming in agony. "Guys, I'm scared," said Toby, receding his head inwards. "There is a Shaq for literally everything," said Detective Shaq. The Shaq Intergalactic Police brought them into a courtroom that contained a Shaq judge, a Shaq jury, and a Shaq audience. Several more Shaq judges then came. That guy doesn't smell like Shaq," said Dr. Shaq, sniffing AU Shaq. What do you mean, Fred Shaq?" Then ripped off his mask and realized that it was actually AU Shaq. Said Robotic Shaq. Or gasp, said Robotic Shaq. AU Shaquille O'Neal. "The multiverse's most dangerous Shaq," said the main Judge Shaq. Dr. Shaq sniffed Detective Shaq. "Normal," he said before sniffing Shaq. "Could it be?" "No, it can't be." "It is," said Dr. Shaq before taking off his Dr. Halloween costume, causing Lenny to do his thing. "What is the meaning of this nonsense?" said Judge Shaq. "Your Honor, this is no ordinary Shaq. This is the Shaqest Shaq in the multiverse. All Shaqs in the room bowed before him. "I am Kazam!" yelled Shaq triumphantly. "We all are," said all the Shaqs in the room. "But mostly me," said Kazam from Shaq's universe. "Do we all have a bunch of other versions of ourselves?" said Toby. "Of course," said AU Toby. "How did you get here?" said Toby. "How do you think I got to your universe?" said AU Toby. "Has the jury reached a verdict?" said Judge Shaq. "Well, kind of. Since we have the best Shaq and the worst Shaq, which are polar opposites, we've decided to let Shaq choose," said a Shaq with dragon nipples for everything. "Shaq, us O'Neills gotta stick together. So I need to give you some advice. Choose wisely, my friend, said Detective Shaq with a wink. Okay, I've decided, said Shaq. Yes, said Judge Shaq. I've decided to phone a friend. Hey, you, Shaq, you can take this one, said Shaq. You what? Said everyone. Do you realize what you just did? Said A.U. Toby. I let him decide, said Shaq. Well, yeah, but do you know why that is a terrible decision? Said Judge Shaq. Well, clearly I did not, because I thought it was a good decision. Even though it sounds completely idiotic, he's a Shaq deep down. And also every way else, too. Because of that, I trust him to make a fair and balanced decision, said Shaq. A.U. Shaq had so many possibilities. He could have done anything, but for some reason, he decided on one solitary thing. I choose a game of Family Feud, said A.U. Shaq. You know what? Fine, said the judge. 5 minutes later. Alright, Shaq and A.U. Shaq, it's time to choose your teams. Well, obviously, I gotta go with my main squeezers who've been by my side since the first basketball game against the Miiverse users, the NutShaq, said Shaq. The NutShaq took their spots at their side. Okay, the Terry crew can watch from the background, said Shaq Harvey, as Terry crew took their skin-tight muscle seats. Now A.U. Shaq, it's time to choose your team, said Shaq Harvey. Harvey, is that what it's supposed to be pronounced as? Well, I must get a good meal, so I will choose a very villainous team, he said, beginning to write a list of his desired team. Already, said Shaq Harvey, as he gave A.U. Shaq's list to another Shaq. In about 5 more minutes, 4 other people walked in. Oh no, said the man. It can't be, said Frizzle. Said Shadow. What a cutie, said Johnny. Everyone looked over at Johnny, only to see he was looking at himself in a mirror. Next to A.U. Shaq, Stool, A.U. Nolan, A.U. Mark, A.U. Matt Pat, and Red Eagle. Let's do this thing, said Shaq Harvey. An excellent team. I guess Toby doesn't get to get involved. It's okay. He'll play Digimon Go. Welcome back, y'all. I'm your host, Shaq Harvey, and today we've got a pretty great game. Did I say gate game? Pretty great game waiting ahead of us today on Flammable Feud. This week's prize is a brand spanking new certificate permitting you to live. The crowd of Shaqs began gasping and then clapped as the teams got into question. Well, folks, it looks like today's contestants are the NutShaq and their opponents, the reigning champions, the Nega Shaq. Shaq Harvey screamed as A.U. Shaq made a confused face and whispered, "We've never vent on this stupid show. Shaq Harvey then looked into the audience's souls. Alright, folks, first question. We surveyed 100 Shaqs and asked them to name something John might say on any given day. Top 8 answers on the board, Shaq Harvey said. A.U. Shaq smashed his buzzer. Nega Shaq family. What do you got? Said Shaq Harvey, holding the mic up to A.U. Shaq. No Jew? Said A.U. Shaq. Show me no you, Shaq Harvey. No you. Oh, no you. Okay. I was so confused. Okay, I get it now. No you appeared as the number 1 answer. No you, number 1 answer. Congrats, Nigga Shaq family. Shaq Harvey said as a victory jingle played and the audience applauded. Are you gonna pass or play, A.U. Shaq? Said Shaq Harvey. We are going to play, Shaq. Shaq Harvey then handed the mic to Matt Pat. Name something John might say on any given day, he asked. Well, It's just a theory, but, hi, Avery, said Matt Pat. Show me hi, Avery, said Shaq Harvey. The buzzer sounded, alerting Matt that he was wrong. Sorry, Matt, but it looks like your theory was about as right as all your others. He's so bad he doesn't even get the capital M of his name, said Shaq Harvey, moving over to the NutShaq. Red Eagle, you got one strike. Name something John would say on any given day, said Shaq Harvey. Guys, who is John, guys, said Red Eagle. Show me, guys, who is John, guys, said Shaq Harvey. A loud buzz was heard. All right, Mark, 2 strikes on the board. If you get this wrong, then NutShaq has a chance to steal. Name something John would say on a given day, said Shaq Harvey. What? Said Mark. Show me what? Said Shaq Harvey. A red third X was displayed. Ooh, so close, said Shaq Harvey. What? Said Mark. Okay, NutShaq, name something John would say on any given day. I have a girlfriend, said Shaq. Just then, another portal opened to say, no you don't, and the portal closed. Show me, I have a girlfriend, said Shaq Harvey. A satisfying ding noise was heard as have a girlfriend took the 5th spot on the board. The NutShaq successfully stole all the points from that question and were very happy about it. Question 2, give me Johnny, give me Matt Pat. Alright, your question is, how do you catch the rock in Pokemon Go? Shaq Harvey spewed out. Matt Pat buzzed in and began speaking. Well, I used the rock's cannon height to figure out that it's an undeniable fact that it's just a theory that you use sands as nests. What the fuck? Did I read? Well, I used the rock's cannon height to figure out that it's an undeniable fact that it's just a theory that you use sands as nests. What the? I don't think that was supposed to make sense. Toby was shuddering in the audience. Well, Matt Pat, it is an undeniable fact that you're wrong, jizzed Shaq Harvey. Oh, this is an easy one. You gotta get Terry Crews to give you an Old Spice ball, said Johnny. That's the number 1 answer, deflated Shaq Harvey. Alright, NutShaq. The board's all yours. 5 answers on the board. We need out Shaq Harvey. Well, the answer is simple. You get Eddie to catch it for you, said McFrizzle, thus revealing the number 2 answer. You've gotta be Toby, because he's the only guy who still plays Pokemon Go, said Man. Number 3 answer on the board, swanked Shaq Harvey. You gotta bring back Maria, said Shadow. I'll take that as I don't play Pokemon Go at all. Wow, you are nailing it. Number 4 answer on this board. This next one is your chance to get all points. Well, Shaq, as a fellow Shaq, I know the answer is all the points for me, said Shaq. Well, I can't argue for that logic. All the points for me. Wait. All the points for the NutShaq. Hold up. Okay. Well, I can't argue with that logic. All the points for the NutShaq. Squeeze that extra 10% out of Shaq Harvey's swanky, said Shaq, getting supple. Oh, no, swanky, said Shaq, getting supple. I was confused with the fucking sentence. The score is 167-0, but can the Nega Shack still pull this through? Find out after we come back, said Shaq Harvey. Time for the 3rd question, said Shaq Harvey. Tell me something that recipe tells you to do that sounds violent, said Shaq Harvey. Red Eagle buzzed in first. Guys, I'm gonna say put it in the oven, guys, said Red Eagle. Show me, put it in the oven, said Shaq Harvey. Ding goes the E. That was all right, Bismarck E. That was, That was alright, Bismarck E. Tell me something a recipe tells you to do that sounds That was... What? I'm getting brain damage. I think that's the only explanation. Okay, so Dingo's E. That was alright. Bismarck. I can't fucking tell what that's supposed to mean. Okay, E. Tell me something a recipe tells you to do that sounds violent, said Shaq Harvey. Your moves, said Mark. Show me your moves, said Shaq Harvey. Strike one, come on, said Mark. You know the drill, Nolan, said Shaq Harvey. Slugi Ninto Tibu, said Nolan. What? Said Shaq Harvey as the second strike flew across the board. I'm going with pound, said AU Shaq. You get an instant strike for interrupting me, said Shaq Harvey. Now NutShaq, what do you got? Said Shaq Harvey. Crack, said Shaq. No, you, that's not on there, said Shaq Harvey. Slaves, fetcheth me Mark and Man in a Kermit the Frog suit at once, commanded Harvey as the two walked over casually. Okay, fourth inquiry, said Shaquille Harvey. We surveyed 6 trillion shacks and asked them all to name something that spooks them. Top 5 answers on the board. Mark bashed his head on the buzzer. Okay, Mark, name something that spooks you, said Harvey. Goosebumps, said Marks. Show me goosebumps, Harvey said. The board then spent 22 minutes playing an episode of Goosebumps. Well, that was very spooky indeed. Well done. That was the top 3 answer. Okay, Nolan, name something that gives you the spooks, said Harvey. Moving on. We gonna say Vincent, particularly his face, said Nolan. Show me Vincent. Actually, please don't. I would prefer my eyeballs stay in their sockets, thanks, said Harvey. Harvey then heard the bell ring. Okay, that was the number 1 answer. Congrats, nigga Shaq, said Harvey before moonwalking back to AU Shaq. Yo, 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 what is it, motherfuckers, said AU Shaq. Hey, AU Shaq, name something that spooks you so hard it makes a duty in your booty, said Harvey. Me, you bitches, said AU Shaq. Show me AU Shaq, said Harvey. It was immediately the number 4 answer. Nice, said Harvey. Aw, snap, said Shaq. Moving on, Matt Pat. Oh shit, this guy sucks, Harvey said under his breath. Show him what you got, Matt, baby, said AU Shaq. Okay, name something that spooks you, Matt, said Harvey. Skeletons, like sand, said Matt Pat. Show me some skeletons, said Harvey, as it showed the number 2 answer. Nice job, nigga Shaq. Only 1 to go. But if you mess up, the NutShaq could have a chance to steal. The pressure is on, Red Eagle. Name something that spooks you, said Harvey. Hey, no pressure, man. Except there's a lot of pressure and that people will die possibly if you choose incorrectly, said Harvey. Guys, I think guys, 24, said Red Eagle. Show me 24, said Harvey. It was the 5th answer. Number 5 answer. The nigga Shack is on fire, folks, Harvey said as a victory jingle played. Okay, guys, no more monkey bombing around, said McFrizzle to the NutShaq. The score is real close, folks. 167 to 193. Come back after this last break and you can see who wins, said Shaq Harvey. Should I just play a bunch of fucking YouTube ads to replicate the Family Feud experience? Actually, I won't, because I think I have ad block on, and also I don't want to do that because I hate ads. And you should too, honestly. I know, I kind of changed position. Whatever, this is good enough. Final question. This one is for all the marbles. Wait, who the hell cares about marble? This is literally life or death. The final question is... Avery totally read those thoughts out loud. There we go. I said all of them. I know I'm not Avery, but I had to do it. Name a 3-letter animal. Nolan was quick to buzz in. Simple. Cat, they said. Cat is on the board. Nega Shaq is in control of the board. Shaq Harvey passed the mic to AU Shaq. The obvious one is... They were interrupted by Mike Shakowski saying, "Put that thing where it came from, or so help me." Oh, I'm sorry, but put that thing back where it came from, or so help me, is not on the board. That is your first strike, squealed Shaq Harvey. That I was gonna say this dog, said AU Shaq in a slightly irritated tone. Show me dog, jazzed out Shaq Harvey. It was revealed to be the number 2 answer. Alright, Nega Shaq. You two need more answers to win this. You need 2 more answers to win this game of Faculty Fuchsia, pooped out Shaq Harvey. The NutShaq made faces at them from across the stage. Alex is the stupid Nega Shaq, shouted Man. I know that Fox is one of them, said Matt Pat. Correct. All you need to steal the crown jewels is the number 1 answer. It's up to you, Red Eagle, regurgitated Shaq Harvey. I like how creative they got with him fucking vomiting his words. Well, Shaq, the number 1 answer is B, Red Eagle. Oh, I'm sorry, that's not an answer, as B has only 1 letter, said Shaq Harvey. 2 strikes on the board, just gotta get that number 1 answer. Name a 3-letter animal. The answer is emu, screamed Mark. No, it's not, you fucking idiot. This is incorrect. Please sit down, faggot, said Shaq Harvey. He made brisk jog over to the NutShaq while listening to Give It All You Got. All you need to win this game is to name a 3-letter animal, said Shaq Harvey. Well, Shaq, the only logical answer left is... okay. Alligator with 3 L's. Is alligator with 3 L's the correct number 1 answer? I know where you live. It is! Congratulations, you win, Mac, looped Shaq Harvey. The entire crowd cheered as Shaq walked up to AU Shaq, and the OCs began screaming things to congratulate. Waluigi number 1, yelled Wally E.G. Yeah, you right, mumbled John, who didn't even look up from his phone. Meat, shouted the meathead OCs. Money, shouted the Goldensteins before realizing they are already dead. I fucking swear to God, Avery, if you reference anime. Power! Powered out Terry. E, said E. Extra thick, Aku meted out. Slowly the OCs got up and approached AU Shaq. Is only game why you have to be mad, he said as the OCs began surrounding him. You may spank it. Once, screamed Soupy before losing the ability to talk and spanking him so hard his ass became his face. Hajime also partook in the spanking. Oh yes, Hajime said. Alyssa sucked out his soul beat, his very soul, and put it back in. Ethan then proceeded to crawl his way down his throat and tear out his soul again, just so the other OCs could beat it. After the OCs were done beating him, Eddie warped in and began speaking. For your actions here, you will be sentenced to extreme punishment. You must rub bunions while watching furry porn with your eyelids held open by your own fungus-infested toenails. Eddie then, warped him into a shit-covered room with AU Roz. Start rubbing my bunions, she screeched. 3 cheers for Shaq, shouted AU Jamie Heineman. Hip hip hooray, shouted everyone 3 times. Oh yeah, and everyone else in the Nega Shack was brutally murdered and their remains phased into non-existent piece by piece. The gang jumped out of the portal and... Oh, I'm gonna have to respond to that. We're pretty close to being done though, so it might be okay. Let's not spoil it. God damn it, I'm an idiot. I lost my fucking place. Okay, it was around here. Okay, yeah, everyone shouted 3 times. Oh yeah, and everyone... Okay, yeah, we read that. The gang jumped out of the portal and landed in... What? The gang jumped out of the portal and landed in the high school RP. All the other OCs crowded around Shaq. So you're the real Shaq, right? Said Principal Prickly. You know it, guys. Is there anyone else who could be this supple? Shaq said, spraying Gold Bond down his shirt. It's a Christmas miracle, said Carl. Good to have you back, Shaq, said Frizzle. Yeah, said Terry. Man, I feel like an asshole for following that fake believing it was you. I'll never blindly follow any other Shaq buddy. What do you say, pal? Bring it in, said Haribo, hugging a poster of Shaq. Hey morons, we can actually get the last post ever on Miiverse. Let's go, said Shaq. And Shadow is back to his normal self as well, said Spencer. Wait, Shadow was abnormal? Do it again, Shadow. I wasn't here, said Shaq. Sheen then whispered in his ear, and it sounded like someone scraping their fingernails on a chalkboard. Just make the last post, Shaq, he said. Ha! Shaq said, making the final post. Done. We really did it this time, said Shaq with a smile. Wait, hold on. This is the post. Shaq. And then the Shaq got extremely supple and planted the area with C4. Wouldn't have it any other way, he said. As the OCs escaped the school, they watched it explode like Dwayne. Shaq, Terry, and the rest of the gang then lived to be the supplest kids around. Vincent also took an ice bucket challenge with a tub of Gold Bond. He got so supple that he slid into a storm drain and was eaten by dogs. Is this an actual Miiverse post screenshot, or was this just edited to make it look real? I can't remember all the little nuances of what the posts would look like, but I mean, either way, that's pretty amazing. Now, son, I don't know if dogs actually live in the sewers. That and there's no way anyone would be able to eat me, said Vincent, who proceeded to slide into the sewers. I got it, said Spencer, who reached through a window to get him back. Attention, tactical nuke. Miiverse ends in 5 minutes. Bleep, bloop, blap, said some random administrator. I'm not being edgy this time, guys. We're all gonna die, said Shadow. Everyone then ran round in circles, screaming. Not if I have anything to say about it, said Eddie, bursting out from the ground. Eddie, said everyone. Okay, that was a bit loud. I don't know why I shouted that one. While I was destroying universes, I found one exactly like this, where you guys can live on and not die. I can take you there if you want, said Eddie, before opening up a portal. Everyone immediately shoved their way inside it, like Lenny shoves his sausage into the microwave to heat it up when it gets cold. Before Kenny Nish steps through, Detective Shaq grabbed Kenny by the shoulder. Hey, I just wanted to say that it wasn't bad working for you. I'm glad we were partners, said the detective. You're not coming. Are you killing yourself? Said Kenny. No, I'm going back to the Citadel. I've been promoted in an intergalactic level. I'm not the highest ranked detective in the universe. Want to see my badge now? Said the detective, pulling out a badge that was infinitely tall. Yeah, Eddie handcrafted it for me, said the detective. Well, good luck, man, said Kenny. See you soon, said Detective Shaq, going into the portal, leaving the Citadel. After he stepped into the portal, Miiverse ended by exploding, and then it died. The end. This is truly the end. When the OCs arrived back in back in AU unnamed city, they were confused. Huh? It really is an exact copy, said E.B. James. No, it isn't. Sid has cow udders for hair, said Tylenol Cap. Suddenly, Man o' War was seen on the sidewalk squirting juices from his body. Oh, there you are, Man o' War, said Shaq. Nice. Actual post? Oh my god. I mean, I shouldn't have expected any less, but I would like to see those kids' faces when their role play was ruined by Vincent's face and having to think of it. So what to do next, said Robbie Rotten. Well, I mean, there are no more RPs to troll, so I guess we can all go home, said Eugene, eating a granola car. Wubba dubba dubba, is that true, said Riley Porter. I guess so, said Fieldger. Nobody moved. None of them really wanted to say goodbye. Well, see you tomorrow, guys. Love ya, said Shaq. Yeah, see you tomorrow, said Terry. The gang all receded into their houses, and then next day Shaq's Kermit alarm clock would once again ring, with its heavy chips as always, and the OCs would live out the rest of their days just okay, until the next day when giant Lego Bionicles attacked the city. Here we go, Wario Go sound effect. Is it the go thing? Am I thinking of the right thing? .mp3 again, said Sheen, followed by a generic Seinfeld laugh track. Oh, and Sid would still have cow udders for hair. The end. Or is it? Yeah, it's the end. Or is it? Yeah, it is. For real this time. Unlike Shaq's Day Out 1. Hi, Avery. E. Shaq's Day Out. Oh, there's an actual video? I should probably... Yeah, this is really short. Oh my god. Shouldn't have expected fucking Ocean Man. What are they? Oh, okay, it's just showing the OCs. Probably full screen this masterpiece. I like the Christmas on these pictures. Reading the whole trilogy. This was epic, honestly. This is some classic shit. This is a part of history, honestly. Even though I can't keep track of all the characters. Maybe I'll have to come back for one of the other side stories. Either way, we've done it. We have conquered the main trilogy. While reads the OCs. Was Eddie's brother in an actual episode? I think he was. This is like finishing a 100-hour JRPG. Everything you know has just changed. I'm assuming these would be characters that y'all kind of came up with, like, not really have an owner. Like you... Oh. This is gonna be Dwayne, Storm, Avery, Cheddar, Gluttony, and the new Super Luigi U and YouTube communities of Miiverse. Avery, again, don't know who Avery is, but probably an absolute Chad. Except unless he reads all the fucking dots. Sven Grandel. Hold on, I gotta see the. There's the have a wonderful vacation postcard from Mario Sunshine. All of the homies. Everyone's there. Now read all the side stories. Maybe another time. But yeah, that'll definitely be an idea for what I can stream if people are looking forward to it. And you know what? Let's just read the little shit. Not too much. Man, Shaq's Day Out was pretty fun, and I'll always miss Miiverse for its endless supply of goofs and laughs and stuff. Don't we all? One guy said something like, "Why does Rob move like a Killer Instinct character?" They allowed Killer to be used on Miiverse. I thought they complained about everything. That's the kind of thing you could only find on Miiverse. There were also some users I grew attached to list a few. Dwayne, Storm, Cheddar, and Brown Bat. Either way, it was a gay old time. I wouldn't have it any other way. Lenny. Ryan/FF Lenny. Miiverse is fucking stupid, but also great at the same time. Shaq's Day Out is the best, I guess. IDK. Ben, Doc Lewis. Muppet, I still don't know how I'm supposed to say that name. Oh, Muppet Tumor Melky 666. Okay. Got a little sussed. Yeah, you're right, John. No, I'm not putting a quote. Waleed, our founder, Ouija is boss. I can't make Vincent's grandma? Oh god. Finished reading Shaq's Day Out 2. Absolute masterpiece. So yeah, I'm not going to start a new story today because I was invited to a party on Xbox, so I might as well see what that's about, but maybe we'll plan the course of action. I think there was like 22 Tales of Unnamed City or whatever. I just think that one sounds interesting. I don't know how epic that one will be. I want to see the updated images? Sure. Oh yeah, no problem. This was fun, actually. I've never really used Wattpad before, but I loved experiencing just the fan fiction side of things. Even if this is like a crack fiction, this was still something. What the hell am I doing? I'm trying to remember. Some of them have more Man of War saggy adventure. The updated image. But you want to see the updated image? Okay. Oh yeah, fuck, that's not what I was going to do. Probably shouldn't have clicked out, but I was going to see like the channel and shit. This was on. Okay. Oh, fuck up. Credit. Okay, yeah, this. Oh, it's unlisted. RIP. Okay. Oh, okay. This is the filter feeding edgelord. Oh man, wait, hold on. Did I? Oop. Okay. Me and you right now. Leg gaze. Beautiful. Wally E.G. is what I strive to be. I don't know why, I'm just like fucking around, but anyways, I think I'm gonna head off. This was quite the journey. What even was I doing? I'm just looking around all the time. Anyways, thank you all for watching. I hope you enjoyed this absolutely tumor-inducing, brain damage-inflicting adventure. I know I have. And I will see you whenever I decide to stream next time. Oh, okay, this is the updated image. Okay, I'm glad I saw. Oh, God. Oh, there's so much more. Is this like every character, basically? I don't know if there's any John of the Tron variety or what. Danny DeVito. Is that the fucking coconut guy from Mario and Luigi Dream Team? I hated that motherfucker. This is... I would save this right now, but I'm gonna... Oh, there's a video too.
The Bible doesn't say shit about not committing tax fraud.
Was that even one of the authors? I was gonna say, I was gonna save it to image, but I think it might reveal a video I'm working on right now, and I don't want to spoil that, because it'll show my shit. But anyways, I've rambled for a bit long now. Thank you for watching. Not sure when I'll stream again, but of course I'll just, almost everyone. And here I am, just kind of reading more shit. It's one of those images where you look closer and you see more. Maybe one day I'll discover Vincent in this image, because I know he's in there somewhere. Or his grandma, whatever, wants to do the sandwiches. But anyways, thank you all for watching. This was PogChamp, if you will. Breedable, if you will. I will see you all later.